All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good evening, good night for those who are on the live stream. Thank you for coming. I love to see you all in a very crisp mixed reality, of course. You're all beautiful. Please take your seats. If you don't have enough seats, of course, stand. It's like wildlife. Grab whatever you can grab. On each seat, you have the agenda. I will repeat it right now. And also have a beautiful sticker. That's for you, of course, to keep. I mean, you can keep agenda as well. So before I start with my first presentation and VR1, I want to say a few things about the agenda so that we're all well organized. Okay, wait. First thing is, you all need to grab your mobile phones, go to Twitter if you have Twitter or X, and retweet the Somnium Space live stream. If you can do that for me, I'll love you even more. Retweet. I'm not sure. Retweet! Okay. Okay, that sounded like a boo, so I'm not sure, but okay. You need to be more. Okay, are you ready? Yes. Okay, that's better. All right, so while you're retweeting, I'll tell you a few things about the agenda. So right now, I'll have a presentation about VR1. Then we'll have a small coffee break, and we will continue with the Somnium 3.0 platform. We will have a very lively and interactive showcase of Somnium 3.0. And after that, we will have the first big break for the demos. This will be a lunch and VR demos break from around about 12:30 to 2 p.m. Please don't kill those people in the demo stations. Be organized. Always try to be coming to the demos one by one and hang around about in the middle because there's a lot of base stations, there's a lot of cables and stuff. We don't want you to destroy those things. And of course, let others to make pictures of them and things like that. We might ask you after you finish the demo about your impressions. I mean, you tell us on camera what you think. If you think it's bad, go to that dark corner. Yeah, I'll talk to you later, okay? Just saying. No pressure. So we'll have that demo. So there will be lunch served. You can grab the food. And then you can, of course, have the demos, or you can have the demos and then grab the food, up to you. And then we'll continue with lots of interesting presentations. We have lots of amazing guests here. And we have another coffee break, and then we'll have another amazing set of presentations. And in the evening, we will have another chance for demos starting around 7:15 until there will be after party here, okay? There will be a mixed reality after party. There will be DJs and full, but woo, I heard woo. That's one of the DJs. So tell woo to him. He'll be great. So there will be DJ with full body tracking. There will be actually 3 DJs with full body tracking using Somnium VR1 mixed reality, mixing live into this stage, but also into the Somnium space. And you will see their avatars on the screen. So why make things simple if we can make them complicated, right? We always do this. This is our motto, okay? So that's also how we did the VR1. It's already engineered. You will see it. Anyway, so that's the part. And during the after party, of course, we'll still be having some demos. And we'll still be having some, I hope you will be dancing as well. Now, in terms of the demos, what do we have for you today? We will have the F-18 cockpit with a mixed reality. So you'll see mixed reality cockpit. You'll see the real cockpit, but also everything outside will be VR, of course, using VR1 Ultimate Edition. Then we'll have the racing sim. I think there is a Visionary Edition. You will enjoy Project Cars, if I'm not mistaken there. The next is the portable simulator. There is Microsoft Flight Sim, and there is, I think, Somnium Titan Edition. And then, very interesting demo, in the dark corner, on purpose, there is a Half-Life Alyx with VR1 and Tesla suit. So, yeah, I recommend that. We'll definitely be filming you when you will be screaming, because you will be screaming. And definitely try that. Yeah, and then we'll probably run something on these devices here. Maybe, I don't know, some Beat Saber if someone is too weak for the Half-Life Alyx. Yeah, with that, I think is retweeting done? I want to. Yes, yeah. Okay, I heard one. Yes. What is retweeting done? Yes. Okay, perfect. I love you. Then we can start. Thank you very much. Let's do it. Actually, I'll take this off. Because I want to move to that side of the stage. For the production, we can turn this off, I guess. It's not needed. Yeah, thank you. So, Somnium VR1. Now, I'm sad because that was end of 2021. Some of you, I recognize you were there at Somnium Connect 2021, 2022. It was December 2021. And that's the first time we have announced that we will be doing a headset. Okay, many people said, what the hell? Are you crazy? Why would you do that? What is going on with you, Arthur? You are nuts. I said, probably. But we had, at that time, we had slightly different plans. Now, we wanted to do a standalone and native PC VR headset 2-in-1. We said, okay, we want to combine best of both worlds. And actually, before we announced it, we already started to develop it. We probably were, like, I would say, 4 or 5 months into development and into designing and everything at that stage. Now, these were the specs we wanted to do. You can see that there are very familiar specs for our current headset today. But the main part of the headset and the main motto of the headset was we wanted to make it open, we wanted to make it modular, and we wanted to make it yours. It has to be high-end, open, modular headset. That was the logic. For the standalone, we wanted to have full access to the Android and full access to the operating system. That was our plan. That was current design as well. We'll talk about design later. Now, fast forward to September 2022. We were still developing 2 tracks, so we are actually putting a lot of resources to develop both the PC VR part and the standalone part. Now, we have run into some issues, especially kind of, thinking about what do customers need in the headset. Do they need to have standalone? We have very high resolution screens. Can they run those screens and those resolutions? What is the supply chain? How is the cost of the headset? What are the cost of the components? So we already, at that point, we already were still developing the 2 tracks, but we kind of had doubts about the actual, let's say, the winner. We didn't know which version will be the winner. What we had, though, at that time already is the full optics or prototype of the optics of VR1, which we showed for the first time at that event. That was Somnium Fashion Show. If you didn't see that, you better Google it later on YouTube and you watch that because that was epic. Who was at Fashion Show? Yeah. Yes, all right. Yeah, that was amazing. And one thing we did from the very beginning, we said, we will do it differently. We will not take any money for pre-orders from customers, okay? We want to have our development open and transparent to people. We don't want to take your money 2 years before and then, you will be nervous, I'll be nervous, everybody will be nervous. I mean, there are some people who ordered headsets. Who ordered Somnium VR1? Can you? Yes, well, a lot of people already. So they are already nervous and they're like not even 2 weeks in, okay? Can you imagine 2 years that they would be sitting on the toes all the time? So that's we said, we wanted to be as transparent as possible and we wanted to not take any money from people because if we needed to extend the deadline, we had the full freedom. We didn't promise exactly when. We said that's our best guess. That's how it is. Okay, design journey. Now, that was a lot of design battles. I don't know if our industrial designer is somewhere here in the room. I don't see him here. He said he will come. But that was a lot of back and forth with me and him for the design. You cannot imagine. There was a constant battle between me, the industrial designers, and the engineers, how to fit all those 3 things together. Close to impossible, we thought. But in the end, we did it. So these were the first sketches of the design. That's how we wanted the standalone version to look. You see familiar things to today's VR1. You see the anchor points, they're all there. You see the USB-C connections, they're all there. Actually, we planned in the beginning for 2 USB-Cs, but then we said, hey, heck it, we'll do 3, because 3 is more. The front plate, I'll click further. So the front plate was being able to be swapped. Then we said, okay, that didn't make sense, and so on. So we continued to iterate with the design. And then when we decided to go to the more of a PC VR route, we switched a bit our design because there's a lot of things changed, right? From the standalone, you have the inside-out tracking, the SLAM tracking, the camera-based tracking. It dictates a little bit of a different design than the lighthouse tracking. So when we switched, we started with this. And now it will be funny, okay? That was some first attempts of, it could have been your VR1, I'm just saying, yeah? So, and that's where the battle comes in because, I mean, at least he's smiling, he's happy. So exactly. Wally, yeah, I heard Wally. Right, Wally. So that was kind of the iteration. But then I said to our designer, man up. You can do better, okay? You can do better. So we were iterating and iterating and iterating. Then we thought about some different stuff. Then we said, oh, what if we do this? That was actually one of the radical changes. If you see the front, it's kind of little divided. But then at some point we said, no. We embrace the kind of two parts, the full flight. So we said, okay, let's divide the full front. And then we were playing around with the glass and the plastic, the open nature, the closed nature. We actually showed, I'm not sure, is Brad here? Where's Brad? He's there, all right, Brad's here. He saw the glass version at the CES, which when we were showing it. So that was the glass version. But then we were testing and iterating, and we said, okay, we want our headset to be looking like a tool. It's something lush, it's something proper. And also, we wanted the Lighthouse to perform at its very best. So we said, no glass, okay? And glass is glass, and glass breaks. I don't know if Jerry Rick's watching me, but probably not. So then we said, okay, well, what if we go fancy? We'll show you some information on top. And then I said to the designer, no, you're nuts. Okay, we're not doing that. That's too complicated. And then lots of iterations, lots of work between the engineers, the designer, and us. Because once you finalize the design, there is still probably 300 other small pieces which need to be, adjusted, and they need to be done better. And that's where we are today. And the name of this slide is VR1 design, each detail matters. It is really true because every single point on this headset, which you will see today, there is a reason why it is the way it is. It's not random, or it's not that we try to fit something. There's a reason why the front plane is the way it is. This is, by the way, the transparent, translucent Ultimate Edition, my favorite, right there. But let's continue. So that's how the headset looks today. Again, each detail matters in terms of the size, the ergonomics, the balance, the screws. We wanted the design to be open. We wanted you to see every part, every bit of the headset. You need to look at the headset and you need to understand immediately which part is for what. You see the screws, probably it's for unscrewing, right? You see, the hand tracking sensors, they're there. We also showed, because some original designs, they didn't have the Lighthouse tracker dots visible on the outer shelf of the headset. And I said to our designer, I said, no, we have to embrace the Lighthouse IR diodes, because if people will be modifying and building and 3D printing parts for the headset, you better know where those tracking diodes are so you don't cover them with your accessories. And we wanted you to know that these are the tracking parts. These are the parts which you will be using. So everything is visible. Everything is kind of in your face. You need to know. So that's the design. That's the blowout version of the Somnium VR1. When I look at this picture, first of all, it's beautiful. But when I look at this picture, I have goosebumps, and the sweat is coming like this, because I know how much work went into to put all those parts together. By the way, who here watched my teardown video? Yeah, not so, what? Okay, YouTube, Somnium VR1 teardown. You better watch it, okay? Because we don't use glue in the headset. Basically, there is the only part which is glued is the optical stack, because that's sealed from the factory, and you should not touch it. You should not probably touch many other internal parts, but that one is definitely not replaceable. That is sealed because of the the dust and the calibrations and stuff. The rest, you will see it on teardown video if you watch it. That the rest can be disassembled and then assembled back, and there is no glue, and it's easy to do, relatively easy to do if you know what you're doing. So that's the design. Now again, no random parts on the headset. Every part we try to think through as much as we can. For example, the front part, we wanted the headset to be tactile. You are in a headset. You need to know where all the things are, where your hands are if you operate the headset. Now the back part is textured. It's you know that it's more rougher surface. First of all, no fingerprints on that plastic. So we try to make it the way that it doesn't become a mess within half an hour of use. The front part is more smooth, so you're at the front. The buttons, they have, I don't know how to call those, but they have those small things which tactile. There's 4 buttons, 2 on each side. But with the tactile part, you know where you are kind of located, which button you are pressing. Those small things are important. Of course, the anchor point, we'll talk about them later. Cooling, we're using 2 fans. I regret I didn't put the picture. I don't know, do you remember, guys, I shared the Frankenstein picture with a lot of wires coming out of the 3D printed? Yeah, I see some people nodding. So that was the cooling prototype. We were measuring the temperatures on the full load, hot, cold, whatever. So there's a good airflow happening inside the headset. Never overheats. It's very pleasant for your face. Again, there is an airflow, but it doesn't dry your eyes, because as some people, I know VR is very personal. Some people love the full fan into their face and the eyes. I'm not the biggest fan of that, so we did kind of something in the middle there. Now we said, look, we can do 1 version of the headset, but that would be lame. Why not 8? So we decided to let people choose what they want. You can choose whatever you need, whatever your needs are. You can choose and pay exactly for the things you need. Whether you need just the eye tracking in VR, you can have it. Do you want the full Ultimate Edition with everything in, which I recommend? You can have it. Do you want the transparent one, the super limited amazing edition? You can have it too. Everything is modular. You can choose from every variant you want. And I think that's beautiful. And I hear people say that, why would you do that? You're a small company. Why would you complicate things with the 8 SKUs and stuff? Because this headset is the labor of love in the first place, and we want it to be, it's over-engineered in the right positive way of things. We put all our heart and soul and engineering capacity into this thing. Now, let's start with an interesting part. The specs, the boring part. But the specs, they don't tell you the full story, because you can have the resolution, but it will not work in a way that you imagined because you did something wrong in the process. So let's go one by one. Now, the displays, again, you can have a display which says that it has 2880 by 2880 resolution. Does it tell you the full story how sharp the image will be? Does it tell you the full story how bright the image will be? Do you know what the FOV will be? No, because that's what makes the difference. How do you do the power management, which is coming to those displays? How you run those displays? Huge difference in terms of the brightness, performance, efficiency, and everything else. How do you, which flexes do you use? Which cables do you use to connect those displays to the main board, for example? Huge role. You can choose, and you can choose the wrong ones or the right ones, and it has a big difference. the drivers, the software, the firmware, how you run those displays, it plays a huge role for the visual part of the headset. The optics, of course, the optics, and we'll talk about optics later. Now, calibration. How do you calibrate those displays? We'll talk about the calibration as well, but we do calibrate displays. We have to match them so the color gamma is matching on each display to your eyes. Again, that plays a huge role, and I very much hope that you will see today in those demos. The QA, quality assurance, and of course, selection. There is a lot of displays which we just throw away, which just don't go and don't meet our quality assurance standards. And my heart is bleeding saying that, but they're going to the, to the bin, and that's it. And all of those factors then, in the end, deliver, the brightest, the sharpest, the most vibrant image for the VR1. Now, for the next slide, for the optics, I'd like to invite Antonin, who is the head of software and head of optics for. We'll need a second microphone. Can we have a second microphone, please? Hello, Antonin. Yeah. Can we have a second handheld, please? Thank you very much. It's coming. Antonin and his team worked on the optics. So you better start praying now to the God of optics. Hi, Tonda.
Hello.
Tell us more about optics. Let's have this discussion about optics here and how the process was, because it was complicated, long, but successful.
It was, and optics is real heart of VR1. It is the first thing that had to be designed because all dimensions of the headset and electronics are coming from dimensions.
Yeah, as I always say,
optics.
The VR1 is designed around its optics. Basically.
Firstly, I would like to thank to the team and hard work, especially of our expert and mind developer of optical software algorithms. He's standing right there. And also
big round of applause, come on.
Tomáš Procházka. And also mechanical department team who were assisting with the design and manufacturing. Especially Václav Tomáš, I'm not sure if it's here, and Jan Zonek, who is not here. But together we were able to design optics where we focused on maximization of optical sharpness. We achieved at the center PPD, pixels per degree, over 35 pixels per degree, per 1 degree at the center. And we also focused on maximization of eye-box. And minimization of brightness loss.
And here I would want to comment what does it mean, the max size of eyebox? It means that when you take the VR1 on, if I would hide you this, the IPD adjuster, and I would not tell you which IPD is there right now, you'd probably not even know. You would think like, okay, yeah, that's fine, because it almost doesn't matter in VR1 which IPD adjustment you have. You're always in the sweet spot. That's the great part about it. And regarding the minimum brightness loss, that's also huge because that's what allows the whole brightness go through the lens to your eyes, from the screens to your eyes. Please continue.
Exactly. I would say that if you don't have correct setting on the headset, then the warping and distortion will not be optimal, but still image will be like good for observation. Okay, so we tried to minimize the brightness loss, which I think we achieved using these optical systems. And also we were focused on equalization or focus distance for maximal eye comfort.
Yeah, maybe let me say a few things about that. I know a lot of people in VR, I mean, I use all the VR headsets out there. Some people have troubles to focus, they need to refocus in some headsets and, all this kind of stuff. This optics, because it's a double stacked optics, it's designed in a way that it's easy to focus at any given point of time. And I think that's important. Together with sweet spot is basically you take it on, you're right there in the action, you're right there in a sweet spot, and it's comfortable.
Yes. So the last thing I would like to say, while we tried to achieve all those previous points, we achieved balanced, still high field of view, which depends, of course, on user's shape, but...
do you see this? I want to say, do you see this, what is written here?
Yes.
This is not your classical brochure marketing field of view. This is something you can achieve in VR1. I go over that number. Some people will be under that number. It also depends on your face shape. Thomas, I'm looking at you, yes. So it depends, but this FOV is achievable. You know, the headset is able to render 140. So if your eyes are good and face shape is good, you're lucky, then you can probably achieve even more than me.
Yeah, basically it depends on distance between your eye and the lens, and maybe also face mask,
Face shape sometimes.
Which can be modified and customized.
Face mask. Oh, we'll talk about yeah, you're right. You see, he knows.
So that's it. And finally, the lens is much sharper than is the resolution of current display, and that is also the reason of such high picture clarity.
Some of you watched our video with Tonda when we did a little bit of a deep dive into optics of VR1, but what Tonda is saying is that the lens is designed for the 4 times higher throughput of the, let's say, pixels into your eyes. Now, it's something even I didn't realize, you know, into the, you know, long into the development where this factor is the factor. So you can have 4K per eye screens, but if your lenses suck, you will not achieve the sharpness. It will not be the image you want to have. So the lenses need to be on par or better, hopefully, or rather better, than your image resolution of the screens. And that's what Tonda is saying, that it's 4 times higher.
Yeah, so basically it's 2 most important elements. There are 2 freeform lenses which achieve all of this, and I think we can go to the next slide.
We can go to the next slide, which is also very interesting.
Yeah, it's about warping and image corrections, which are the second, I would say, most important part from the image part of the headset, imaging part. A great effort and a lot of work hours were spent.
When he says a lot, it's like, I don't know, it's too much.
On this.
Yes.
I would say that we have some expertise from headsets with higher field of view, and there we were able to achieve methods to compensate these highly distorted lenses and fix the correct image, or fix the image also in very corners of the field of view. So here down you can see the original model which was calculated using our software, then how the image looks without the corrections, and finally this is the image taken by camera.
This is through the lens, yes.
Through the lens of the headset, how it looks after all the correction algorithms application.
And we have done a lot of warpings already. We're on version like, I don't know, 8, 9, something like that.
And that is also important to say that warping can be customized for an individual, because...
And swapped.
There is a setting where you can set your eye to lens distance. So if the warping doesn't seem so matched, you will feel like some really minor distortion. Then you can simply fix it by tuning it in settings.
We'll get to the settings a bit later, but I just want to say that exactly, you know, when you go, headset is a very personal thing, you know. There is a mainstream type of people who are having no problem, but then there is a lot of people on one side or another, and that's where the settings come in. When you adjust that setting of the focal distance and the software focal distance, or you adjust the you know, even the FOV or all the other things, that has an impact of how you see the image. And in VR1, you can tweak it in a way you want. I just want to say that here is one interesting thing where how software can actually impact the hardware, because somewhere, you know, even in December, when some of you guys, some of the YouTubers, you guys came to visit us, thank you for a lot of your feedback which you gave to us. We still were battling a little bit with the chromatic aberration, which, you know, with some color shifting here and there, and we were even in parallel developing the hardware solution, which I will not talk what it is, because it's very cool, for eliminating the chromatic aberration. But with the software iterations, we were able to eliminate it, I would say, almost completely. Like, of course, with the 130 FOV on some sides, you will see some color shifting. It's, it happens on every headset, but in the huge sweet spot, you see none. And that's amazing. So we were able, or they were able to do with the software corrections, incredible job. And I remember, and I want to call out and thank especially VR Flight Sim guy who was helping us to test a lot of warping iterations because he got the headset and 2 months he was testing with us and giving us feedback. I remember his reaction when he first time we sent him the one which eliminated everything. His reaction on the Discord, he sent me the message. He was like, "Holy cow, Arthur, what have you done?" So that was a good reaction. I probably have it somewhere still, the message. But yes, that how software is important and the warping is important for the VR image.
Yes, it is, and of course there will be software updates and improvements during the lifetime of the product. So there will be.
If you don't like the new warping, you can roll out to another one. Someone can probably share you the warping file he uses. You can use his for maybe some settings. Because I use different settings for different games, because also different games render you images differently. That's how they draw the image into your eyes differently. So different settings, like in MSFS or DCS, just a different setting. Let's continue to the next slide.
We can.
Mixed reality.
Mixed reality. It was a huge effort of all development teams in our company because it's like super complicated thing, especially hard work of Virgineers. Sorry, engineers from electronic department, now led by Jakub Frolec, and firmware department, now led by Krzysztof Slavík, formerly led by Martin Kloupek, who is sitting over there, now our CTO. And of course, a huge portion there also is a software department, because there is a lot of various processing algorithms for image enhancement, color enhancement, sharpening. Mixed reality also has masking features, and this means like basic chromatic masks or mesh-based masking.
It's settings paradise. Okay, if you like settings, we were joking at some point. We were saying in Somnium we probably should just release the game called Settings Simulator. That people can just play settings, because I know some people like it. I like to play with settings too, to really tweak it. That's the headset for you guys. If you want settings, you get settings. Okay.
Yes, so we give freedom to set almost everything you want, and we are still working on new methods and new reprojection features for delivering maximum immersion and top quality of the mixed reality. There are utilized 2 12-megapixel sensors per eye.
Which you have access to, the image and other parts of it. Yes.
There will be an API layer for that. And also, our current lens has central pixels per degree over 30 pixels, but you can improve this using a sharpening algorithm.
And here I would say the sharpening, which is developed in-house, you don't need to trust my words. First of all, you will see it today, but also, again, Steve, VR Flight Sim guy, he was testing it, and the difference is huge. Especially in mixed reality, but also in VR, it allows you to run it in a lower native resolution, but with the sharpening, you're winning a lot of FPS, but you're going sharp into the image, and it's just amazing. Like, what you guys done is magic.
That's great to hear. So there will be also some upgrades. There are a lot of settings. There will be some recommended
FOV, I think very important. The feedback we also showed in the headset in the Flight Sim Expo, great show recently in Vegas. We had more than 120 demos of the headset and mixed reality, and a lot of people said, "Wow, the mixed reality feels so right, so round. It's all the whole field of view." it's because it's wide. You know, it's not the box or anything else. So that's something what people loved, and that's what I love about mixed reality as well.
Right. So
Okay.
I think you can test it over there. So
Exactly. You will tell us what you think.
I will stop here because you can exactly test this feature with cockpit mesh masking in the simulator. And
Here I would just want to say the settings, not only you can do this mesh masking and chromatic and custom stuff, you can literally upload any 3D model if you have the model of your cockpit. It can be a simple model. You can do it in Blender. With Steve, we even tried, I just said to ChatGPT, give me 3x2 rectangular 3D model OBJ. 5 seconds later, I had it. I uploaded through this. He was able to mask his cockpit. Boom, he was flying 5 minutes later. No complication, no complicated stuff. And also, later, we're testing it. It's kind of an alpha now, but later you will be able to mask with using the hand tracking and mask things in real time, and then it will mask out that part. So this kind of things are coming too. But already today, it's absolutely feature-proof and feature-full, I would say. There's so many things. You will love it. So let's jump to the eye tracking.
yes.
If my thing will work, yes. Eye tracking.
So eye tracking, that would be first software part to be open sourced.
Yes.
Like fully open source.
Yes.
So it, from hardware part, eye tracking offers two 120 FPS HD cameras for eye capture.
Your eyes have never looked so beautiful before.
Everyone would have full access to the data streams. So experiment as anybody wants.
That's what people don't understand. This headset is, of course, for the consumers, for the prosumers, for the enthusiasts, as well as for researchers, universities. Many people who are here, you are consumers, but some of you are professional, researchers and stuff, and that's where they get to really utilize it, because suddenly, if the university needs to decide, we need to, they run things and experiments or how it is called, the programs for 3 to 5 years. Now, if they would have to depend on the third-party closed eye tracking solution, it's a very difficult decision for them to buy 10 handsets and run that research. But if they have full access to our eye tracking and it's open source, they can hire a researcher, or they can dedicate one researcher who will be working with eye tracking, and they know for sure nothing will happen to that eye tracking system. It will be working as is, or even as they design it. That is a kind of a hidden information for those who know. But those who know, they know.
Exactly, and then they can also use third-party open source solutions that are now at disposal on GitHub, for instance. But basic package would contain also heat map visualization, integration to the OpenXR, and with that also OpenXR features for dynamic foveated rendering. So
yes, and there is an in-house solution. I know some people like to download some third-party stuff, which also works. Again, lots of tweaking can be done. Both works. Here I would say that the open sourcing of this and the source files and everything will release on our GitLab probably in course of July and August, and we'll be releasing more and more data on our GitLab. So more information will come from us. You will definitely not miss that one.
Finally, it will be also used for capturing and measuring your IPD. So
right, the software can show you. We don't have automatic IPD adjuster. I honestly hate them. These servo motors and all the time trying to do something. Like, I just like the old school clicking, putting my fingers in and just doing this. So yeah, I guess thank you, Tonda. That was amazing. The next slide will be with Ultraleap, but you and your team you have done a fantastic job in this, and I hope you will all understand when you'll try the demos later today. So
nice to hear. Thank you, Arthur.
Big round of applause to Tonda and the team, guys. Okay, let's continue. Oh, there's a timer running for me. Oh, these guys are all right. I'm timed. Damn it. Okay, let's continue. So Hand tracking. Ultraleap. Is Ultraleap here? Oh, yes, Ultraleap is here. Fantastic. So, best hand tracking on the market, period, by a big margin, okay? I stand by my words. I know what I'm saying. In terms of the latency and precision, absolutely. And with the new update, which Emily will talk today about, it's even better. Ultraleap is integrated into the headset if you choose to buy the variant with the hand tracking, if you want it, which I recommend you do. It's integrated directly and it's natively built into VR1. What does it mean? It means that it's factory calibrated, that the angles and everything else is correct for the maximum performance of the hand tracking. It's not an add-on with cables and all this stuff, which can do different weird things. It's directly inbuilt into the headset. So it comes with an enterprise license. We wanted our headset to be open. It means that you buy the headset, you own the thing. No license, no hidden stuff. I don't want to breathe behind your back and looking what you're doing. I don't care. Like, you buy the headset, you do what you do. And enterprise license with every VR1 with hand tracking is huge because it allows you as an organization or as a small developer, I know Emily will talk about it later, but it allows you to do more things and worry less. Do more, worry less. I think that's the whole point of it. The software installation process directly is built into our setup wizard of the VR1. So all the software automatically installed. It guides you through. If you get the VR1 with hand tracking, within the 2 minutes installation process, you have everything you need directly in our tool, and you're good to go. And of course, it supports Gemini and a new Hyperion update, which is amazing. If you don't know what Hyperion update is, you will find out today. Hopefully, you'll be able to try out some of that in this demo booth things. But definitely something to try out because it's more precise, micro gestures. I would say one thing. If you buy a headset today, because this headset is designed for you to serve you 5+ years. You buy this headset and you just use it. This will be your main PC VR headset. And in today's day and age, where we have Apple Vision Pros with their innovative approach to tracking, the hand tracking and gestures and everything, buying a headset which doesn't have hand tracking, in my opinion, in 2024 is kind of lame. So don't be lame. Buy with hand tracking, my opinion. Now, let's go to some other facts. IPD, weight, dimensions. Now, I heard some opinions, and every time I see a new person coming and trying VR1, they say me two things. Wow, it looks smaller than it looked on pictures. So maybe our graphic designers did a bit. No, graphic designers did an amazing job. Maybe I photographed it wrongly, but it looks smaller than it actually looked on the pictures, and it's lighter than I thought it will be. So these are two common things which we were told in a Vegas convention, and I'm probably sure we'll be told today. But this is the Titan edition, and it weighs, without head strap, 646 grams, I think, and together with head strap, it's like 800 grams, basically, and it's pretty well balanced. I can do sessions of 2 hours in this headset, no problem. You will find out by yourself. Again, don't trust me, trust your head. I hope you have some good neck. Come on. So that's that. IPD, the range is huge. But again, it almost doesn't matter because the sweet spot is so big. I personally have an IPD of 64. I'm the normie of VR, okay? And honestly, for me, I can comfortably use headset anywhere between like 61 to 68. I almost don't feel a difference. That's how great the sweet spot is, which is nuts, which is insane. I think it's first time when we see something like this in the headset. Okay, headphone jack. Any woos for headphone jack? Of course. Headphone jack is important. Headphone jack is there. We of course worked on probably, I know Christoph is somewhere here. We worked probably like 6 months trying to make the microphones sound great, and boy, they do sound great. Microphones are important. We're a social VR company in the end, so we want our microphone to sound amazingly well, and I think we achieved that. Yeah, I mean, it's lots of back and forth, and you know, in the end, we were installing some anti-popping filters, the software and the hardware fixes and things like that. But now the microphones are really, really good. So yeah, overall, lots of things and thought went into each part of the headset. Now, the connectivity. The custom designed cable, which was hell expensive and long to design, but well worth it, because you know, it is, of course, specially developed for VR1. It's not a classical USB-C, so don't try to charge your phone with it, okay? I'm not, all liabilities I waive right now, okay? I'm not liable for anything what you do with this USB-C cable. Use it for VR1 only, please, but it has a lot of things in it, and it delivers a lot of things. Anti-tangling cover material. Boys and girls, whoever tangled in some cables doing some full body tracking here? Yeah, I see some hands. Don't be shy. I do too, okay? I did. So we worked on the outer cover material of the cable to make sure that it's pleasant to touch, it's soft and it's high quality, but it's also not easy to be tangled. So that's something we're really proud of, and it's 6-meter cable, so 5 meters to the breakout box and then 1 meter to the computer. Then it's, yeah, lossless display port with a throughput of 32 gigabits. Then we have, of course, the data part of it, which delivers, you know, Gen 2 USB 3 for the peripheral USB-Cs. And I'll tell you the story. Actually, I can tell you right now. The anchor points, okay? So one day, I have my PC. My VR1 is lying on the table, and I needed to copy something from the PC very quickly to my hard drive, my big hard drive. And then I was searching for USB-C on the computer, but it was in the back. And I'm lazy, and I said, okay, I don't want to crawl in the back and try to find in the dark the port. But then I remembered there's a VR1 connected to my computer, so I plugged it in, super fast speed, copied all the files directly through VR1 into my USB drive, done. And I said, wait, that's not so bad. It's not so bad. So even these kind of things you can use. But of course, you can use it for all peripherals the way you love it. I use it for headphones. So I plug in the USB-C dongle, and then I use wireless headphones. But again, you can use it for face tracking and whatever peripherals you... I even did 2 fans. I connected 2 fans on the 2 sides. Some of you know those pictures, yeah? They're laughing. Hey, you can do even that. If 2 fans not enough, you can do 4. Let's do here. Yeah, here you have the ports and the connectivity, the headphone jack, of course, the USB-C ports. There's 3 of them, 2 on the sides, 1 on the bottom for the accessories. They're all aligned with anchor points. Again, all the files of anchor points, we'll talk about that later, will be released soon. And they are positioned the way they're positioned on purpose, so that you can easily connect peripherals to this headset. Anchor points, my favorite feature of the headset. Screwing, unscrewing, if you love that, this is heaven. So you can literally there's 1 anchor port on each side of the headset, so you can do whatever you want. The top one, you can exchange strap often. So I think the top one will be one of the most often you will be screwing and unscrewing because of the straps and the adjustments you want to do. If you swap the Vive Deluxe audio strap into the VR1, you can do that as well very easily, less than 2-minute work. The side anchor ports, very rigid, designed to also swap to different head straps if you want to. Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of customization. Standard screws. We give you screws even into the box, so it comes screwed in, of course. But we give you more. We give you 10 more screws. Just if you lose some, you have some. The screwdrivers, they're in the box. Just do whatever you want. It's like everything is there. Yeah, there are rigid connection points, standardized screws, and of course, LEDs, RGB LEDs. Who likes LEDs? Everything is better with LEDs, right? Right? Yes, of course. You can customize them to do and look the way you want them to look. All in software, all great. Now the strap. We've been taking in a lot of feedback. And again, the VR is very personal thing. It's for some. So we did like 120 demos in Vegas, and basically the range of people saying to us was like, okay, some people felt that it's a little bit front heavy. I don't feel that way. But some people said that's the most comfortable headset I've ever used. And they own lots of headsets. I've seen people who came from Beyond, which is incredibly tiny and amazing headset. And they said, oh, this feels same or more comfortable for some reason. I just want to say everybody is different. Don't trust my words. You'll go there, you'll put it on your head, and then you'll tell me. But if this dark corner, okay? So what did we do to the strap? We actually, collecting the feedback, we actually enhanced the hinge for the headset to be held better when it's on the head. We also reinforced the side parts where the Somnium VR1 logo is. We have reinforced them as well to be more stable. We had made some adjustments and improvements on the cushion on the top, and we also made a longer strap so that you can put and balance the headset better on the back. So overall, I find it very comfortable, and many people do as well. Now, we'll see what you say today, but I'm very confident that you'll like it. Yeah. The software. Just some screenshots. I'll probably show you some of the software later on my computer here, or during the demos. Probably not. Maybe we'll be changing some settings because, again, many people, demos, so you probably won't be flying there for half an hour each, maybe like 10 minutes. But you will see the software today. I'll show you. Maybe come to me. I'll show you on that computer, and we'll go over those settings, and I'll show you how it works. Now, this is what we're really proud of. This headset is made in Europe with very high precision and a lot of love. The factory is 2 hours from here, near Brno. Some from Brno, yes. No woos for Brno? No, come on. Come on. All right. They didn't do it, I don't know why. Okay, so Brno, next to the Brno, there is a factory, amazing factory and great people. And it's designed, developed, and manufactured in Czech Republic. We are the only consumer headset which is produced like that in the world, which I think is amazing. Now, why do we do it? It's not just that we are altruistic here and decided, hey, we just do everything in Europe. There are reasons for that. And what it allows us to do is also allows us to do, or allowed us before we start production, is to control the QA better, faster turnarounds, and just better communication. But again, quality control is the main thing which we wanted to achieve with that. Lenses are produced fully in Czech Republic. So the whole process from the A to Z is done here. We've bought some expensive machines to make a lot of inspections on the inbound QA during the production and the outbound QA. Things like depth pixel expansion, automatic depth pixel inspection on the screens, automatic inspection of the lenses, the color gamma, do I say gamma? Calibration. So basically what we do is we calibrate the screens so that they match precisely to both eyes, because the worst thing can happen to you in VR if the colors are not matched to each other, and then in some scenes you will just want to die, and you will not even be on Half-Life Alyx. So that's bad. And of course we have built a special dust-free room there. It's certified dust-free room for the assembly of the optical stack and everything. You see the pictures. These are actually people who are assembling and making your VR1s. And great team, amazing people. So thank you, the factory. And we're proud to be producing it here locally, which is, I think, great. Now, the box. You see that pyramid? I made it. It's don't touch it, okay? Because it might fall. But it's the box is something we thought again differently. We want this to be your tool. We want this to be with you for a long time. I like glossy, shiny boxes on one hand. But then you receive that box, you unbox your headset, and then you never use it again. It collects dust. My wife is looking at me. She knows. It collects dust, a lot of dust. And it's useless. It's thrown money away. You basically, the company gives you something which you'll never use. And it's absolutely useless. We said, okay, what can we give you to better protect your device and to give you something that you can use for a long, long time? And we decided to do this because you can I carry my headset, of course, for testing purposes, from the office to home, from home to office, all the time. I mean, I dropped this box numerous times, and it's just more comfortable. You are more, you're more certain about your device that it will stay safe, and it's a very premium box. So that's awesome. The box comes in another box, just to make sure that the carriers don't know what's inside. But also, we give you a lot of things in the box. Again, screwdrivers, screws. We give you, there are 3D printed, we do it with Prusa, hi Prusa. There are 3D printed parts which hold the cable holders. We put 2 on your headset if you have a mixed reality version. Of course, 1 if you have the normal version, the eye tracking version, for example, only. But we give you 2 more in the box, so you don't need to worry about that. If you sit on it or step on it and it breaks, then you have 2 more spare. We give you the cleaning cloth. The packaging and the set of things we give you with the headset. You get it, you're good to go for many years. You don't need to worry about anything. So that's the packaging. Now, I'm amazing. You see? Planned deliveries, none. Look at my face. I'm not giving this away. No, of course, we're planning to deliver the first slots. People who ordered were ordering for July, August. We are still on track with that. Some people were hoping that there will be shipping happening today. No, there will not be shipping happening today. Because we are, still the whole process of things and preparations and production and QA, it's quite a long process. So we want to make it right. We don't want to rush things. We are here. The production test trials and test runs have been happening and will be happening more. And we're already producing some headsets for the stock. But again, no rush. We will be delivering the way, we need to make sure that when we deliver the headset, it's the headset we're proud of, and we know that it's, fully functional, QA tested, and you will be using it from day 1 for 5+ years. So delivery is still on time. We're planning to, to start shipping somewhere in July and then continue August, and everything will be beautiful. So now, I'm looking at the next slide here. There's the official trailer of VR1 before I finish my presentation. And incredibly, I'm absolutely on time. 2 minutes, 16 seconds left. And there's just video to show you. So please enjoy the video. Thank you very much. As this beautiful slide says to you, you can, of course, order it now. We actually had a lot of thousands of people who were on the reservation list. They placed their orders. Now, this is open for general public, so you can go and place your order. We're still in the, I think, we're right about to switch from September, October slot to November, December. So if you wanted to order, do it now. And then, of course, when more orders will be coming in, we'll be pushing the delivery dates a bit, again, just to ensure that we can have the smooth deliveries. But again, thank you very much. There's a small coffee break, and then we go to Somnium 3.0 platform presentation. See you later. Just a reminder, this is not time for the demos yet, okay? No demos yet. will be starting soon, everyone. Take your seats. Battle for the last open seats, okay? All right. How are you doing? Coffee good? Oh, yay. All right, coffee good, mood good. So now we are going to have, again, you remember what I told you in the beginning? Why make things simple if we can make them complicated? So today we're going to be introducing the version 3.0 of Somnium Space, because Somnium Space, of course, is not only the hardware, but we are a social VR platform. And we have been here for quite a long time, and we will be here for quite a long time still. But we have been working on this for a long time. So with me, please do a round of applause, Shota, not only our sound designer, but a great VR dude.
Hello!
He is going to be doing some interactive stuff in VR in Somnium Space because slides are boring, okay? We will be showing you some stuff in real time in VR. Some things might go wrong. I think you'll send him a lot of love if it does, but we'll try our best. So on this side, I will have my slides. On that side, we'll see his VR view, and then we'll just go with the flow, all right? Everybody ready? Yeah. Okay. Okay, can we have the full screen of the VR, please? Marek, can you put the full screen of the Shota's VR? So, you'll be seeing, he'll be hanging out while I'm presenting some slides. There will be a few slides. He will be hanging around in Somnium in VR, but then we'll switch to him, the full screen, and he'll be showing you some stuff, and I'll be explaining it. So Somnium 3.0, what it is. So we have been working on this update, honestly, for too long. For more than 1.5 years, we have been preparing this update, 20 plus people. And we have completely reworked everything, the whole thing. From what you know from Somnium, I know many of you are from our community and you know the Somnium and you know what's coming. But we have reworked the whole thing. We have added some fundamental layers, not only monetization layers, but also the SDK layers, the new tools for creators. We tried to make it easier for you to create, but at the same time, for those who know, for the real creators of the world creators, for example, they'll be able to do more enhanced things. And again, in a more open way than just trying to put you in a black box and restrict you for everything. So that's that. We optimized the performance. So we made it, if I would use like superlatives, we made it 5 times more beautiful and 5 times more performant. So, you know, we will see it later. He's in the loading screen still, and he will stay there until I'm talking.
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful, yes.
You know why?
It's so bright.
Not, yes, yes. Not, you know why? Because it's also designed nicely, but he's looking it through VR1. You know what's funny? When we were testing, I'm now going off topic, but it's okay. I can do it. When we were testing these loading scenes and stuff, because not all the guys in Somnium yet have VR1s, blame me. So they were testing it on other unnamed headsets. Yes, and they were telling me, I was telling them, like, I love it, it looks good, it looks good. And they were, no, but we see some aliasing there, like, it's not good, you need to, I said, no aliasing, I don't see any aliasing, it's fine. So that was funny to test this scene. Anyway, so we also added, not only we upgraded the SDK and tools, but we also added the social layer, which we were missing in Somnium Space in terms of the connecting to friends, creating the social layer inside Somnium Space, you know, chat, live chat, video calls, and things like that. So that all is coming together in this Somnium 3.0. Now, creation and monetization, because honestly, social VR is great, and I love social VR. But if creators cannot make money, it's very bad, because I believe that real uptick of social VR will happen when people can make full-time living just doing social VR. If you are, I don't know, if you're a yoga dancer, is that a profession? No? If you're a yoga teacher, or if you are a avatar creator, my heart is bleeding when I see creators of avatars selling their avatars for $50 when they spend, 100 hours doing one avatar. It's just not right. And I think, you know, either you need to sell with volume or you need to make more money on selling the avatars. So I think people need to be able to make money inside VR. We, of course, as many of you know, some of you don't, we use blockchain for our fundamental layer of writing down the data and the ownership of the items. I know many people hear word blockchain, and I see some people already fell down on the floor there, stand up. I know there's a lot of controversy about and around the blockchain, and I know there was a lot of scams in the blockchain industry in general, which I hate as well. But despite all of that, we continue and we will continue using the technology itself for the decentralized, ledger and writing down the data so that you own the tokens, that everything is transparent, and you can truly be as independent as it gets as the creator and as the user of the platform, because we don't put you into the walled garden. We actually allow you to choose freely what to do, and if you don't like Somnium, you just leave. You sell it not even on our marketplace, on any marketplace, and you leave. That's how drastic it is and how confident we are that we need to do a good job to keep you in, but also we give you those freedoms. So you can create in Somnium in minutes. You can upload through our SDKs. You can use those items. You don't need to use blockchain at all. If you don't want to, you don't need to. But if you want to start monetizing and you want to do it natively, then you can. Then you just mint the item, super intuitively, super easy. We made it very easy, and we'll show you some parts of those. And then suddenly you can sell it to thousands of people, not only on our marketplace, but on any other marketplace. Like OpenSea and Luxray, Rarible, they're all decentralized, and you choose what you do. That's the beauty of it. So we have a video there. Let me play a video. Will it play? It will play. All right, so before I go to the next slide, I will just explain you something. So you've seen a lot of terms there. You've seen Cube Utility Token, you've seen Polygon and stuff. For those who don't know, you can read about it and learn what it is. In general, we made our transactions costs for creators to mint and create items 20 times cheaper and 30 times faster. So basically it's instant. And that just lowers the barrier of people who want to start building and start monetizing dramatically. Now, we use, of course, Ethereum, we use Polygon. The Cube utility token, many people, when you say, okay, why do you need and what is the token? What is the blockchain? They remember the scams and they remember some bad press, but they don't understand how profound the technology is and how much work goes if you do the technology properly. And actually, to explain how much work goes into even maintaining the liquidity of the utility token, because actually the utility token, you need to have the liquidity for people, for creators to be able to sell and buy items to then exchange them on the exchange. There's a lot of work going into it. And for the next part, I would like to invite Ben from Efficient Frontier. They're our official market makers of Cube token on the Gemini exchange. And I will need another handheld microphone, please, from the sound guys. Can we have one handheld? Thank you very much. Ben, please come on stage.
Hey guys.
So Ben, I just thank you for coming and thank you for being with us. I just wanted to for you to maybe a little bit explain what does it mean to market make the token? What work goes into maintaining the pair liquidities and all of this stuff? Because you guys are, you're a huge company doing lots of volume on lots of markets. So maybe you can tell about your company, what do you guys do and how you operate?
Sure. I'll do a brief explanation about who we are. Our name is Efficient Frontier. We've been trading in markets since 2007, traditional markets and crypto. We do about $500 million to $1 billion in volume a day. Our primary goal is to essentially allow for people to buy and sell the token.
Wait, may I stop you for a second? Did you hear what he said? They're doing $1 billion of tokens a day. Not a month, not a year, a day, just to give you a perspective on the volumes.
Yeah, so generally speaking, when it comes to markets, it's not always simple. You can't always buy and sell at a given price. And our goal is basically to facilitate that. So we're always buying and we're always selling tokens to allow for users, traders, whoever you are, to be able to participate and get the fair market price. And I won't go into how that works. It's very complex. But essentially, we are a team led by PhDs in finance, mathematics, and economics. And we fully automate everything we do. So it's all basically algorithms that run 24/7. We don't have any individuals trading. It's purely algorithmic. And we basically allow for people to trade and be able to buy into the token and sell for a reasonable price. If we were not to exist in the market, then people would be basically paying what is called slippage. So let's say I want to buy at $1, but then I would get only $1.30 or $1.50, and I would be losing money just buying into the token.
Yeah, so I'll just explain briefly for creators. For example, if you want to sell if you sell an avatar for 100 cubes, okay, and you want to go and sell it on the market price, let's say the market price of cube is 131, and if they would not exist, you would go to a decentralized marketplace because again, everything is decentralized, and you can go to a decentralized marketplace and not an exchange. You would hope that you would sell all of them, of your tokens, which are earned by working and doing those avatars at 131. But the moment you start selling, there will be a huge slippage, and you'll end up selling for 77 cents or whatever. And that's what they're assuring that, or trying to maintain that price stability of the pair.
Yeah. As you said, that's basically our goal, is to allow for the best user experience and to ensure the market is liquid at all times.
All right. Yeah. So. Thank you very much. Do you want to add anything from your side in terms of you guys?
No, I don't think I'll go over all this thing. I don't think you guys are
They're working a lot in the background. You don't know about them, but
yeah.
From those volumes, I guess you know that they're everywhere. And thank you for coming. Thank you for explaining it. The goal was to explain to you guys that it's not just some crypto somewhere, something, oh my God, it's all scam. There's a lot of work and a lot of teams and a lot of power going into maintaining those things there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Let me click further. What do we have there? The inventory, the wearables. As you can see, we have a new tablet, but again, I'll leave a lot of things towards Shoda to show later. Shoda, how are you feeling? All good? Fantastic.
I'm
I mean,
amazed.
he's rocking a dark, translucent VR1. How you think he's feeling? He's feeling great. I would feel great. I love that headset.
King of the world.
Okay. Oh, all right. So yeah, we have the new inventory, the wearables. You can upload items. You don't need to mint them on the blockchain. You can use them directly on your avatar. No problem at all. But the moment you want to start monetizing them and selling them to other people, then of course our system, the blockchain, gets involved. So I'll play a video here. Let's see. Okay.
What we're doing today then? Oh, what's this? What's all this then? That's a nice looking jacket.
By the way,
Oh,
Shoda
look at that
recorded it.
jacket.
Okay.
What we got here then? What is that? A Supreme jacket. I'll make me f***ing look amazing. I want that in me right now. Yeah, I've decided I want that jacket. I want it. Excuse me, shopkeep. You got a jacket? I want it. There's no shopkeep. Ladies and gents, we have wearables. I'm going to show you how to put things on like this lovely, lovely jacket. And just have a little look around and see what we can do now. This is a whole new system, so let's get right into it. Yeah, this is going to be good. So the wearable system sets out to give you increased customization for your avatars. I'm talking like this hard hat, if you want to get nice and funky. Or we got these lovely lush jackets, which you can upload, buy, and trade at the marketplace. So we're going to show you how to do these things. You know what? I'm going to start off with this hard hat and put it on my face, because I need to be protected. Ever want to role play as a cheeky construction worker with this beautiful beast? Well, now you can inside Somnium space. And you don't do it this way. We're going to look at how to put this on your noggin and customize how it looks and feels, because this wearable system unlocks real-time avatar customization. So let's get this on your head. It's quite simple, really. Open up your tablet and there should be an app called Wearables. Here we've got a few different options for you. To find out where you can put this helmet onto your avatar, click on the Enable Colliders. This shows you points on your avatar where you can bind that helmet to. So it's just a case of finding where you want to put stuff, and it sticks there like glue. We've got this mode here, Astral Form, which lets you take the helmet, or any item really, and position it exactly where you want to put it, giving you complete and utter control over your current avatar. This system allows, again, unlimited amount of customization. You want it a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller? Easy to do. This helmet looks a little bit too big on my small face, so let's grab it, pinch it together, and we can make it smaller. Pop it back on, get it lined up right, and there we go. Now to put it into our avatar, we simply disable Astral Form and get rid of our colliders, get the mirror open, and we can see that helmet on our head. It will stay there regardless of what we do now. You can only get rid of it if you remove it from the Wearables app. So you can look as fabulous as me and do all this funky stuff with a simple few cheeky clicks. You can look so good. I mean, it doesn't really stop there. I mean, why do I have to wear a hard hat inside a virtual reality game? I won't wear one in real life, so let's go back into the avatar selection mode.
I would wear one.
And, you know, just for giggles, let's make it obscenely big, because with the wearable system, you can do that. Again, once you band it onto your character and get back to your avatar, it'll stay there regardless of what you do now. You can as well move this item around your body if you don't want to put it there. But yeah, this is all good. I'm a turtle! Let's look at getting this jacket put onto our avatar. Now bear in mind, my current avatar already has a hoodie on, so putting a jacket on top of a hoodie is going to look a little bit weird, but I've done it just to prove that you can pretty much do anything you want with your avatar. You're probably wondering, how am I going to get that jacket to line up perfectly with my current avatar? How am I going to get that T-pose to wrap around my body like a silk cloth? Well, the wearable system has got something quite impressive built straight into it. The developers here at Somnium Space are building a fine-tuned system. As you can see at the minute, T-pose is not lined up, but let's get it synced up to our bones and make it look amazing. Let's do it. What the wearable system does is give you the ability to fine-tune your wearable. So as you can see here, you can bind bones of the wearable to bones on your avatar. I'm speed running through this bit because the sheer amount of customization and fine-tuning is just out of this world. Once you're semi-happy with what you've come up with, then it's a simple case of going back into the actual form, disabling the colliders, and your wearable should now, if you fine-tune it good enough, I haven't here, but this is just an example, your wearable will now follow your arms, your wrists, your head, your legs, your entire body. It should be in sync. Bear in mind, you could spend literal hours fine-tuning any wearable you want. There's really no limit. But once you're happy with it, it stays that way for good. This applies to any wearable, so there's no need to faff about if you want to change stuff out. What I found works best if you don't want a wearable on, just hide it. That way your current setup is saved and it'll always stay there. Simple case of toggling this button and it goes away. Simple as that. And if you want to bring the wearable back, just press the same button again to toggle it back on. It's really that easy. The best thing to do is explore with wearables, try them on, try some weird combinations. Man, if for any reason you don't want an item on, you can simply remove it. And here we go, look. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle helmet is now off my back. Brand new wearables will be available on the marketplace. You can upload your own, you can create your own, you can sell your own. There's no limit to this at all. So get creating and get wearing.
All right, that was Shoda. That was an amazing video. Oh, wait. Oh, what is that?
A cheeky sword.
That was filmed. He filmed it alone with our camera system inside Somnium, which we'll talk and show you later. But let's quickly go to full body tracking. Obviously, who loves full body tracking in VR? Do we have people like this? All right, few. Okay. So yeah, full body tracking. We enhanced it. Of course, we now support 11 full body tracking. We enhanced the latency as well. We worked with some of our full body tracking expert community members to actually really fine-tune it, and we continue to fine-tune it to make it, as low latency and as precise as possible. Again, as you can see on Shoda, we'll demonstrate that later. Beautiful moves, Shoda. Beautiful moves. Okay. Yeah, here is just a small video of full body tracking. Actually, this is a little bit older video. The system looks slightly different right now, but it just gives you an idea. This is me doing calibration and doing some cheeky moves, not as his moves, of course, but so you can actually fine-tune the full body tracking right now as well to just really feel it the way you want to feel it.
Of course, he sits down.
Oh, come on, it's hard work, man.
Lazy.
I have to. Oh.
No cheeky moves. What are those?
Okay. Wait. Okay. All right. So let's go to camera. Camera has been enhanced a lot because honestly, when you create all that beauty but you cannot share it with anyone else, what's the point? You need to be able to record those epic videos, and that's what camera is built for. Spend a lot of time on that camera. Things to highlight, I would say, real-time post-processing, layer filtering. You can switch on some layers in the world and just record things you want. Light sources to illuminate your environment. Up to 10 automated drones. Those drones, you can automate them, and you can actually record some really cool footage with that. I'll show you in the next video. That is really amazing, and you can literally run the whole virtual production by yourself by clicking through those drones and making them automated shots. So that's awesome. The enhanced depth of field mode, resolution adjustments. Again, if you're a setting master, this is for you, okay? This is the setting paradise, like in VR1, but that's for Somnium VR. Okay, let's watch the video. This is just an example of someone who we asked to create and recreate some cool shots in Somnium using just the camera, doing it alone. So there was no help of other person to do those videos. Of course, the famous Matrix shot. And then there's just examples. That's how the drones looks like. There's the second one flying. Again, this is the panel for the lower panel for the settings of the camera, the Pro settings mode. So you can do the flybys and yeah, this is this tele zoom, which I love personally, when you zoom in one thing but you zoom out another thing. Again, all done by one person. There's no other people involved, so they just set up the drones, automated them, and make those shots. I love this shot. Amphitheater of Somnium Space and the headquarters. Very cool. All right. I think that's the last one. We will see. Yes. So, new worlds, SDK, and C# scripting, and much more. I think that is some very fundamental addition we did. So we wanted to keep it as open as possible, and we wanted to allow creators to create as many things as they want, and we didn't want to limit them. We wanted literally creators to be able to port direct games, Unity games, into our worlds without just going through visual scripting or designing the language and trying them to basically relearn the whole alphabet all over again or whatever. We just wanted them to feel as native as possible. There's a whole system which you can read in our documentation, which is on our website, how it works, what are the checks and balances. But it literally allows you to do a lot of things. Not only you can build great games, but you can also, increase performance, because you can do some various settings the way you want, which you will not be able to do if you just were kind of black box into a certain pseudo language or whatever. So it's something more open. Of course, speeding up the process of creation of amazing games in VR. That's one of the most important things as well. Work with standard Unity workflows. Again, those who know and work with that, that's a huge thing, and it just, again, makes things easier. And just bring your games into Somnium worlds. One big addition we're doing, because those who know, Somnium was always about the economy. People were purchasing things to build on them, purchasing things to build in them. Worlds were, traded, and they're still traded. But we said we want to attract more creators. We want creators to try Somnium and try the systems without the burden of learning what the blockchain is, earning the money and then buying the worlds. We said we will have an ability for people to have the free worlds up to 50 megabytes. You go in and you start building right away. This is the big new thing which we, hope to attract the creators with, and we will show you some more things which will attract creators with. But just a funny video of us testing some world, which one of our creators, which you'll hear from today later in the presentation, actually did import the world, and we had a lot of fun. Probably some of you will know this asset, but normally without C# scripting, it will be very hard to bring them into the worlds. Let me play the video. Hopefully it will do automatically. If not, I can press the button. Can we put the volume up, please? Production. Thank you. Of this presentation, not of that computer.
I went for it really slowly. That's mad weird.
PU1, location 0, let's just go from the top.
Oh. Well. I'm turning fly mode off.
This is awesome. Yes.
Oh!
Cool.
I see you!
Hey! This is so cool. Let's go.
This is an amazing world. Great
This is
asset,
cool.
actually.
I am wider
Yeah.
than this.
Come here, come here, come here.
Wait, what?
Uh,
I don't even get
I
these
think
portals
here,
in the base
here, this
world.
one was good. This one was good. This one was good. This one, okay, this one. Bloop. 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 Whoa. Whoa. Oh,
Yeah!
come here. Shoda, come here. Record this. Wait.
That's how we fake our users. We say we have a lot of users in Somnium.
Whoa!
It's thousands running around.
Oh!
Can you get smaller if you go through it?
Yes.
multiple times?
Oh, I'm a very small guy. Hello.
Don't use the small one too much.
Oh!
Okay, I'm normal now. Am I? Yes, I'm normal now.
I'm going through the small one as many times. Oh, wow. Okay.
Can you explain everyone what did you do with this portals?
Okay,
and
so
also
just
with
here,
the
for example, I
menu
mean,
in the
Artific
tablet?
will be
Like,
speaking
how
later
did you
here, but
incorporate-
he created the app in our
Yeah,
tablet, so
so,
you can edit the app directly into the
portals,
tablet, and
so
you
I
can
imported
inside your
the
world you can add
portals
apps,
asset.
and people
It was
can use
working,
your
so,
apps inside
I
our
made,
tablet there as well.
a lot of
So
modification.
let's continue. So Artific, that interrupted you, but you have your slot here, which is exactly at 6:50. Where I hear you fluffing. Creators Fund. That's something which many of you know, some of you don't. In 2023 and 2022, we ran Creators Fund for people, but again, we believe in VR. We didn't just do Creators Fund and people applied through website or whatever. We said, hey, why do things easy if we can do them complicated? We ran Shark Tank style Creator Fund pitches in this world where there were judges, and we actually had 2 5-hour sessions to accommodate 20-minute, 30-minute presentations of people and creators who pitched to Somnium Space to get funding, to actually build the worlds and be able to work on that full time. That worked really well. There were many great worlds created in Somnium games, and many creators were able to sometimes quit their job or sometimes dedicate the time to do things which they always wanted to do and try inside Somnium, and we're very grateful for all those who applied and who built inside Somnium. But, there's always a but, so those sessions were amazing, by the way. Those sessions were amazing. And they're all online. You can go and find Somnium Creators Fund on YouTube. You'll find all those videos there. It's all recorded live. But we said we want, with new systems, we are enhancing and prolonging the Creators Fund, and we will allocate another $250,000 for 2024 and 2025. The creators can apply, and we will be providing them funding to bring their worlds they create maybe on other platforms, or they want to create new worlds from scratch. They want to port their game into Somnium Space and try to do it in a social VR platform in our worlds. They want to build great things on parcels through our SDKs, or they want to dedicate themselves for wearables. They want to build, the line of fashion in Somnium and sell it in the stores. All of that will support the creators. So if you go into our website or on our Discord, we'll soon be releasing the apply form, and you'll be able to apply for Creators Fund. There'll be official call for action. And with that, thank you for your attention. That is not all, because I see the time, we have some time. That's the Shoda's time right now. We'll have a live VR demo. So I'll be guiding you through, and he'll be speaking to you. So Shoda, dive in.
Into the crowd? No.
Yeah, where's the crowd? I mean, you see what's happening with you guys? Come on, can you? All right. Mr. Shoda. Enter the world.
I need to limber up. Me little leggies are stiff.
All right, so he'll be showing you some stuff, because some things I showed you there, but we wanted to do a live demo as well. He will do some wearable things. He'll walk around a bit in the city center of the world, because Somnium Space is built a bit differently than other social VR platforms. We not only have worlds from users, but we also have this base reality world, which we call a base reality world, where the parcels are. I know some people call it a Monaco of metaverse. It's because those parcels, they were expensive, and people were buying them, and they were building some great museums on them, and it just looks as one big persistent space. So very special. But we also heard the feedback from people who said, listen, I come to Somnium Space for the first time. I'm in the city center. I have no idea what to do. Like, what the hell is this? Where do I find things? So we did a small, cool tutorial. So Shoda, you can play that.
This is a short tutorial to show you the very basics. The left stick moves you forward and backwards, side to side, while the right stick snap turns you left and right, and when you hold the right stick forward and release, you teleport in. setting is controlled in your very own personal tablet, press A to show it now. As you can see, there are many applications built into your tablet, from settings to social, avatars to camera. Let's select the camera to see what happens. Any picture you take is stored in your Pictures folder in your user documents. On the top left, there is a button to get you back to the main menu. If you notice your performance isn't that great, now would be a great time to visit the Settings application and dial in your preferred visual experience. To close the tablet, press A again. This universe is shaped by you, and we provide simple tools to get you started. We offer a decentralized marketplace where you can monetize your creations, custom avatar uploading, fully unlocked C# scripting, and even a free world for you to build in using our source development kit. Now it's up to you to explore, to make new friends, to leave an impact in this virtual universe. Be kind and considerate, but most importantly, enjoy your time here. Welcome to Somnium Space.
All right, so perhaps you'll use the elevator to go down. Good view, good view. What? Sky jump. Listen, no. We have to show example of safe walking, because don't do it at home, okay, guys and girls, don't do it at home. But yeah, so you appear in our headquarters in the top part. There is also some AI avatar there to guide you through. You can ask questions and we'll answer you the questions. You also see in the view all the parcels, and there's much more. The Wi-Fi here is kind of meh, and it's loading. They are loading while you are listening to the tutorial. All of the thousands of parcels, they're all built by users, and there's everything. You can find there everything. Personal houses to business headquarters for representation to museums and stuff. Shota is going to the city center right now. And that is our new enhanced city center, of course, visually. Oh, there's VR1. Can you find VR1 there?
Put VR1 inside VR1.
For those who cannot afford VR1 in real life, you can have one in VR. It's free. Ooh. It's free. But yeah, so we placed it just for people to see the size and to kind of, crisp. Crisp.
It's double crisp now.
Okay, all right. So where do we start, Shota? Do you go to wearables directly? Let's go wearables.
We can do, yeah.
Let's buy some wearables. So now, before you dive in, we've developed a system which allows you to natively and quickly buy things in VR on the blockchain without taking your headset off, confirming the transactions and stuff like that. It's all inbuilt. I will not go too deep into the details, but you will see him purchasing the item, the transaction happening at the same time. You will see the transaction, because again, transparency and decentralization is very important. You see the transaction happening. You will see on that transaction the money flow going to the creator, the small percentage going to us. By the way, we take between 5 and 10%, okay? No 30, no 50, just a small percentage from each transaction, because we also want to earn some money, please. So, Shota, please go to the shopping mall and let's show the things. Again, all happening in real time. We barely tested it in terms of like rehearsing. We didn't even like rehearse. We just said, let's do it with the flow. We go with the flow. So there's some wearables. Look around. Show us some fancy stuff. What do we have here? Oh,
a drape. No, that's a cape.
Okay. Somnium shoes? What? Look like Colombia.
I know this hat. I know someone who built.
Yeah, this hat is. If you watch my tear down video, you know what it is.
That's the same hat.
It's yes. So what do you start with?
Obviously the skirt.
Okay.
This is mine.
All right. Okay, he activated the Explorer like laser, and you can click on the item. You can see the description of the item. You can see which network. Stay still. Which network it's minted on. Whoa, now it's erased. Just stay still. Here, don't move your head. This is on Polygon. You can see that it's Ethereum. So there are different networks. We also support Solana, but this. Thank you, sir. very good friend. So yeah, so it's on sale. You see the owner. We place those items for you to just see as an example. So the owner is Somnium Space, and you can press buy now. And you see the price, of course, 21 cubes. I mean, it's decent.
He got some cubes.
You got some cubes?
I've got no cubes.
You got no cubes?
No.
Okay, bye. Yeah, I don't give you any. Oh,
no one look.
Everybody turn around.
This is my pin.
The pin, of course, is randomized all the time so that nobody can capture your pin code from just capturing the data inside the wallet and stuff. Okay, the transaction is now happening.
No, I forgot the very, very difficult pin.
You see, it's that cool and safe that... Okay, now actually what's happening in the background is the transaction is happening on the blockchain. We're waiting for the blockchain confirmation to happen and the item to be purchased. Now, normally on Ethereum, transaction can take up to several minutes, sometimes 20 minutes. On Polygon, it's up to 10 seconds most of the time. So it's very, 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 very fast. Confirm. Do we have the pop-up on the other screen? Because there's double screen. If you can move it, Mark, to this screen. It popped up on your computer, but because we have the double screen set up here, it directly popped up on the chain, and you can see that it's. Can you scroll down a little bit? Scroll down. Yeah. So it happened on the chain. You see from which wallet to which wallet. You see via which wallet it's happening, how much it cost, what was the transaction cost, how much Somnium earned, and how much the creator earned. Again, all decentralized, all on the blockchain. If you want to know how much Somnium will earn, you will just look at the blockchain in our wallet. You don't need to ask me or guess or whatever. You will see directly on the blockchain. So you bought this beautiful skirt. What are you gonna do with that, man?
I want to.
You put it on your head.
I want to waddle to the forest and get me skirt on.
Okay, go right? Whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Okay. Let's see. Show us the wearables.
Actually, no, I'll do it here.
Okay, yeah, that looks good. Looks good.
Just give me a second because this looks.
Move good. A little bit further, front. Yeah, few more steps. Yes. Stop. Perfect.
Where's my skirt? I'm gonna look fabulous. Here we go. Oh, thank you. I've not even got it on yet.
I didn't get that during my presentation. Damn it! I do something wrong. I don't know. Next time I wear a skirt.
I'm a sexy boy, obviously.
Of course. Yes.
Here we go. Skirt.
Yes.
Can I put it on? It's my skirt.
You are allowed to put it on.
Thank you.
Yes, you are allowed. You can proceed.
Right. Colliders. Ooh, come on. Okay. Oh. No, I'm not going to put it on there. I'm not going to put it on my face. You leave my beautiful face alone.
Show us the live mode, like the live stream mode on the camera. Yes. Oh, the mirror.
Oh. It's because it's down to the wrong bone.
Oh, the wrong bone?
Yes.
Okay, I don't want to comment that. I have a lot of comments on it. I'm staying away from those comments. Whoosh.
Nice mirror.
I mean, you look good.
Thank you.
In VR.
Oh. So savage. But yeah, skirt.
Make drop, but they don't like it, so I don't do it. Okay, skirt good. Is it moving? Is it like dynamic at all? Okay, yeah. It's looking good. Oh, whoa!
Wrong bone.
Wrong bone. I'm not going there again. Okay, maybe you go buy some more?
Another skirt to go on top of my skirt. Okay.
By the way, those stores, can you look around in the stores? So this is the Somnium Mall. Some of the stores are reserved for our partners to showcase their products. Of course, there will be a VR1 store in Somnium Space to have a look and learn all about Somnium VR1. VR engineers will have the store. Tesla Suite will have the store. So you'll be able to explore their items in a digital way. It's a digital, physical way, but at least you will see the size, the textures, and everything. And maybe at some point, someone will be able to help you live a few hours a week and guide and answer questions. Where are you going? It's not the movie time yet. Go back, spend your money.
What should we get?
Uh,
Should we let the crowd decide? Cape
listen,
or
I
hat?
leave it up. Yeah. The cape. All right. The crowd has spoken.
18 cute. That's a rip-off. I'm not paying that.
Listen.
I do.
We need to fund this whole presentation. I mean, you understand? It's not cheap to run this.
I hope you're not looking at my pin, boys and girls.
We are.
'Cause it's
two. No, again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
And okay.
I got it wrong the first time as well.
I mean, all the thousands of people on live stream just saw it, so it's fine.
Oh my where's all my cubes?
But okay, here is the good time to explain while we're waiting for the transaction to confirm. The way how we've done it is that you pre-confirm, so you always own your cubes. It's in your wallet. Your wallet is connected to our system, but you pre-confirm the amount of cubes you want to be able to spend in VR, meaning that you can say that your limit, what you allow, or how much cubes you allow to be spent from your wallet is 50 cubes. And no matter how hacky someone feels, they will not be able, or Somnium will not be able to touch more than 50 cubes you allowed us to spend inside VR. That is ultimate your control over it. It could be 1 cube, could be 100 cube, whatever you feel, like spending or allowing, that's the amount which is going in. So show us what you've got. Where do you put it, man? I'm confused now. You spawned the item?
Glorious cape.
Oh, very nice. On the back, right?
You say on the back. There's nothing telling me I can't wear this on the front.
Okay, challenge accepted. All right.
Okay, bear with me. Should we make it really small so it looks like a bib?
I like the logo. Make it big, man. Make it big.
Ooh.
Oh, look at the textures. It probably looks amazing in VR1, or? Okay, that was not convincing, ladies and gentlemen, but it's all good. You'll try it later. What is this?
He said make it big. Oh.
In our one rehearsal we had, we said, let's make it nice and smooth. Look what he's doing.
Oh, wait, no, that's completely user error there. Hang on. He says, there we go. Neck. There you go. Let's just leave it there. I can see it. I can see it on me. It's like a big bib.
Okay. Can you?
Should we make it smaller?
No, it's fine. It's totally fine. Everything is fine. It's perfect. Okay, now you need a yellow hat and headphones, and that's it. Let's do yellow hat and headphones. Do them in one run, and then we'll show something else. We'll show some other few systems. I'm looking the timer.
Okay, I'm going to speed run these ones.
No. We have some time, but let's do a few more. So, and that's the beauty of wearable. Again, whenever you put it on your avatar, the system remembers how you have set it up. So it'll always be that ugly on him, as he put it today, and that's cool. And when you want it removed or just hidden, you can do it. And of course, all those items are NFT. So all those items were minted by Somnium in this example, but it will be minted by other users. They will be able to sell them. The shops which are there, I didn't finish. The shops which are there, they are rentable. So people can rent the shop in the city center if they want to showcase their items. They, of course, can do it on their parcel. Or they can do it in the city center by, just doing like, psst, spawning the item and say, do you want it? And then just click on it and buy it. Also possible. Not recommended, but possible. All right. How much is that? 50. Hey, it's a good price. Good price, sir. Come on. Buy. Only for you. Today. Only today. 15 cubes. All right. After the wearables, what are we going to show next, Shota? What do you feel like showing?
I would love to waddle through the portal. The new portals.
Yes, the teleportation hubs. Okay,
yes.
Let's do that.
After I get my...
Yes, you need to walk in the portal in style, with the style, like with your hats and stuff. So again, the transaction... You don't see them in VR, but after you done your session in Somnium, you will see all those transactions opened on your computer. So you can, for your diligence, you can check if all the transactions went through, everything is fine, how much you paid. Again, transparency, decentralization, that's what we believe in. That's why VR1 is open and open source and, you know, as open as it gets, and that's why Somnium will be and stay decentralized and as transparent as it gets. Show us this tile. I have this hat here with me, by the way. I might wear it for the rest of the day after the presentation finishes. The legendary teardown hat. And some people ask me, why do you need hat for teardown? I said, like, just look at it. Why not? It's amazing. Should
Protected.
After, okay, make a selfie, man. You need to, okay. You need to make a selfie of this. Yes.
That's a terrible selfie.
Yeah,
So-
that's why I wanted you to do it, and then you'll share it with us. We'll post it on Twitter. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, save.
I've
Yes,
saved it.
perfect.
That's mine.
So
Okay.
of course, the selfies are saved on your computer automatically. And now it's time to slowly approach. Oh, someone was clapping. Thank you. Thank you. He's great. You all are good too, but could be better. Okay, so come slower to the teleportation hubs. Those who know Somnium, they know teleportation hubs. We enhance them. And, okay.
Listen to this.
Oh my goodness. Can you do it one more time? I love it. I love the sound. Crack up the sound, please. Wait. Yes. Do it again. Yeah. Okay, now, all right. Okay.
Wait.
Enough.
It didn't work.
Let's go. Let's continue. Okay, so the portal system, so in the past, how it worked is that all the teleportation hubs, which are also purchasable by people, they are on the parcels, and you just click and you teleport instantly and you're there. And this time we said, that's not that immersive. Let's do it. As you've seen the portal system, we implemented that, and we implemented this kind of system where right now another portal is in the Magic Forest, beautiful place for concerts, relaxation. We do a lot of events there. Open the portal, release the dragon. Oh, go away, go back a little bit. Stargate. Any Stargate fans here? Yeah. Oh,
Indeed.
Okay. All right.
Can I go for it?
Let's go through. And he was coming from that place where the city center is, directly here. If somebody would be staying on the other side, obviously you would see that person live. So it's all real time, and it's just cool. All right, let's go back to the city center, I guess, or show them the Magic Forest. This Magic Forest in this headset is VR next level stuff. The textures and everything. You know, we've worked really hard because this is a very often used place for concerts and gathering and stuff. And we worked really hard to make sure that it's as beautiful as it gets and as relaxed as it gets, because people like to hang out in this spot, and there's some lakes and water. Oh, don't die.
It's fine.
I see some lags, and I know why. Because this bad boy is running VR1 probably at 100% resolution with sharpening on. I'm pretty sure. So that, of course, is but this looks great. I mean, I love this place. So many memories with the Magic Forest. Let's go to the city center, I guess. Oh, you use. Oh, okay. That was not scripted. I forgot about that button. Okay. So what else? What else do we want to show, Shota?
Maybe cars?
Let's go planetarium first, and then cars. Wait. Let's go planetarium. Cars, of course. Again, you can create cars and mint them, and people can buy them and drive them. So up to you, user, to create those things. We've reworked planetarium. We have a great educational video there. We won't listen to it right now fully, but we'll just peek in and we'll go to different rooms because we wanted to show and educate people because there's no better way to learn about some things and just watch them than in VR. It's just the next level stuff and you just consume it differently. Oh, I like the slow epic walk. Should I
do it slower.
move slightly further with you physically on the stage? I don't want you to destroy the LED. No, move further. Move, no, yeah, on the right, a little bit on the right. Yes, like this, perfect. Yes. Okay, that's the room with the presentation, and then we go to... Now you'll see where they filmed the moon landing. I'm joking, okay? It's a joke. Don't quote me. These are some real assets. We also downloaded some assets from NASA. And I mean, look. Maybe quote me. I mean,
I'm on the
it looks
moon.
super real. Just a good cell. Oh, there it is.
That's
There
very
it is.
bright.
That is it. Yes. So yeah, let's go to show some cars, and you can drive to the water plaza, like next to the beachfront and stuff.
For a spot of volleyball.
Volleyball. Let's do cars and drive a little bit around.
Okay. How quickly you can get around.
Yeah, those who will want to try the Somnium Space Station, because we have all those demos there, but you'll be able to try it in this translucent headset. We'll keep it running for you, and you'll be able to walk around just to see the graphics, because I think it's just really, really nice.
Which car should I take? The Beast?
Okay, these are, man, so many stories with these cars, unbelievable. Abyssus, the left one, the blue one, the Abyssus. Left, no, go left, yeah, this one. This car called Abyssus, why I remember it? Because I bought one. It's fucking expensive. Bleep it out, okay, anyway.
Well.
So, this is one of the first cars there. It was done by a company called Crypto Motors. These are car designers. The guy, the CEO of that company, he actually worked on cars for, I think, BMW and Mercedes and a few others. And he was designing he decided he wanted to design digital cars. And he released the first car in Somnium space, the Abyssus. So jump in. Oh, we're pretty loud, I think. Okay, that's settled. Yeah, just drive around towards the water. Don't crash, okay? It's expensive. It's expensive.
Where's the nearest wall? I won't.
Try to not move your head too fast, because I'm getting dizzy just by watching it. Yeah, just go there. Whee! Whoa. Okay, let's go towards the water. On the left was amphitheater. We do some concerts there as well. Okay, that's... Yeah, why do things simple if we can do them complicated? Exactly. We're actually planning to do the race mode because we had some official races happening around the city center. We have a circuit. So we have a racing mode where we turn it on and then the roads become closed just for the drivers. And you can watch it from the... Oh, donuts! All right, showing off. No, not bad, not bad. So that building, for example, oh, look left. Yeah, that building is Authenticity headquarters, and you will hear from us about Authenticity later today, what that company is and what we do. But yeah, so maybe go to the lighthouse. Look at the wall texture. I love the wall texture on that lighthouse. It's just, again, you need to, if you'll use this station here to watch VR1, we'll probably start you here. You need to see that wall and those bricks from VR1.
Ding.
That looks great. Yeah, I think what else do you wanna show? Maybe the full body tracking. Go the live stream mode on. Turn on the live stream mode on the camera, so that we see you from. And then no, turn. Yeah, exactly. All right. So show some moves. Now it's time. Oh, the tablet is following you. All right, no problem.
I think I'm wobbling the sensors a bit.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Whoa, okay.
I'm not going to do spin because it's going to...
No backflips, please, today. All right, thank you very much. And go back from the live stream mode. What else do we have there? Of course, we have Tesla suits incorporated into Somnium. You are able to feel the rain, if someone is shooting you, the music, so you'll feel kind of the bass, and the wind when you're flying and when you're teleporting. There are different sensations. And also, creators can integrate Tesla suits in their worlds and create their own sensations with Tesla Studios and stuff. We'll probably show you that software later on that station. So you can incorporate that and work it out. There's so many for that. Yeah, I think. How are we doing, Shota? How are you feeling?
Good.
You're feeling good.
I'm feeling great.
Feeling great. Okay. Even
I'm in
great.
VR1.
Huh?
I'm inside VR1.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I guess that's there's so many things to explore. Great buildings by creators. We are we've been in closed alpha for several months. Until the end of the month, we'll be releasing open beta, so everyone will be able to register and start exploring Somnium space. I think majority of the documentation is already released on our website. We'll be adding more to our GitLab, and you'll be just able to start building and exploring, and hopefully you'll be able to also earn if you're a creator, because again, I believe it's very important to be able to learn. Oh, there's jail. Do you know what that? Okay. Do you know why jail exists in Somnium space? That's just not for fun. We said, why make things simple if we can make them complicated? We didn't want, because you are immersed. We didn't want just to kick people for bad behavior or ban them or whatever. That's lame and it's not fun. We have community moderators and they have jail gun. And depending on the level of community moderator, they can in-jail you by shooting you, and you'll automatically end up there, and they can put the timer on the gun. It's 30 minutes, 1 hour, half a day, 1 day, several days. And you will need to be spending net amount of time active in VR to get out of that jail. Because if you don't, you lose your karma levels and all the other stuff. You have to start over. So just behave well, okay? We don't want to put people into jail. But I'm pretty sure some of the people will end up there because it's social VR. We all know social VR. It's sometimes it's very much needed.
I'll be in there.
Yes.
I'll keep it warm for everyone.
Yes. So we'll have the jail. By the way, we'll have a timer in the jail, and we'll track if you're active. And sometimes there will be some equations popping up, like I don't know, 2 + 3, and you need to type in that you are there. If you're not there, the timer just stops.
Don't make it too hard for me, please.
Yes, sorry, but that's the way it is. So you'll learn something. You'll be a better person when you go out of the jail, okay? That's our amphitheater. We're planning some concerts there as well. We did a lot of concerts here, like stand-up comedy nights and stuff. We'll be doing more. And today, by the way, maybe Floating Island. Do we want to show Floating Island?
Oh,
yes.
It is very sexy.
Because today there is an after party, starting from 8 to like 11. Or open-ended, but let's say 11. And it will be in the Floating Island, and this guy and 2 more guys, they will be using Somnium VR1's mixed reality to DJ live on their, how do you call those things? Mix machines? Yes, so on those things, they will be DJing live, wearing VR1, wearing full body tracking, and being in VR. So you'll see their avatars VR views, but you'll also see them in here, and they'll be mixing live music for us here to dance. Those chairs will go away, and we'll have some epic fun. So that's the after party, and we're going towards the Floating Island, where the after party will happen in VR, and that will be the end of our presentation, and we're again amazingly on time. I cannot believe that. Beautiful.
What about the worlds?
Oh, worlds! Oh my God, we didn't show them worlds. Okay, we can. Okay, do fast the Floating Island. You're too heavy.
It's an island,
You're too heavy.
it floats.
You're too heavy, you're floating. Oh my goodness.
How does this headset know how much I weigh? It's an island,
when you're flying like this, and if you're wearing Tesla suit, you will feel it, basically. All right. Okay. That's the place for the after party. Whoop, whoop. Let's go to the world, to the city center. Press the magic button. All right. Go to some world. Which world are we going in? Do you have an idea?
I quite like the portal world.
Oh, to the portal world. Okay. Let's do it.
Oh, is this the last thing on Somnium?
Hmm?
Because there is a giant world here that we could go explore.
Oh, let's. No. Let's go. We'll go that later. We'll
Okay.
go there later. Let's do this one. That's important. So whenever you upload the world through SDK, if it's active, it automatically appears here, or it appears on your parcel, or the free worlds are also appearing on. If there will be more and more and more, they will be appearing on the outskirts of Somnium map, so you'll be able to go there or teleport there. All right. That's the last demo. Hopefully the internet will work, because the Wi-Fi, again, is not the most reliable one. Oh, you recognize that world? Oh, we had a lot of fun here. Simple things. Sometimes simple things are the greatest, okay? I just want to say. It applies in VR.
Small, big.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Stargate fans, this is amazing. It just even looks great. I mean, I love this place. Never-ending labyrinth.
Huh?
Yeah, keep moving. We're totally not dizzy here. It's all good. And by the way, move few steps further. No, front. Yeah, go front. Yeah, more. Don't worry. If you fall, if you'll fall, you'll feel it. Okay.
If I fall, it'd be hilarious.
Yeah,
Yes, you're right.
Okay, so I guess with this beautiful ending and this crazy cool world, we will finish our presentation of Somnium 3.0. Again, we've done many more things. There's social app. Do you want to open social app?
Oh yeah.
Is there anything? Yeah, just a quick peek into social app. There's the karma. Oh, great picture. Great profile picture. There's the karma level. So you see how people liked you, and also how active you are in Somnium affects the way how your karma is calculated. We want also, because whenever there is economy involved, we also want to see and let people see the level of trust the other person is. And one of the indicators could be the karma level. If a person is liked by many people and people made business with the person, or he builds a lot, or he uses SDK a lot, you know that person is probably more involved in the community in Somnium space, and you can trust him more. So that's just one of the indicators. But yeah, you can chat with people. The live video calls are coming too, where you can actually dial one person to another, whether the person is in the base reality world or later in the worlds inside. So you can be in the base reality world, someone can be in the world, you can just give him a call and say, hey, where you are, and they will show it all real time, all in VR. So that's great, that's coming too. The chat is already working. For the chat part, we'll be at some point releasing the iOS and Android app to be able to chat with friends while they're in VR, and you'll be able to chat with your Somnium friends there. So we really try to kind of enhance the social experience to make it more personal, to start collecting the friends and making the kind of like friend ecosystem inside the world. So I guess that's it. Thank you very much, Shota. Round of applause for Shota, please.
Thank you.
And now it's time for lunch and VR1 demos. So, thank you everyone. Enjoy the food. It's being prepared for you there. And then slowly but steadily, one by one, enjoy the demos. And I'll be there mingling around. If you have any questions, come to me. Enjoy it, and then let me know how you felt. We'll probably record you if you wish. We will not if you won't. Enjoy. Thank you. Just one thing, everyone, just attention. Not only we have VR1s here, of course, which I hope you will try, but we also have our guests from Ultraleap, Hypervision, the next gen Pancake Optics, the Half-Life Alex, the TG0 company with the controllers. So give them warm try and also try their products, and I guess you will love it. Hypervision is amazing, Ultraleap is amazing, so enjoy. By the way, everyone, just for your information, for the geeks, all the demos are running, or most of the demos are running on 4070 Ti, okay? We're using 4070 Ti graphic cards, all right? Just saying. There's one demo with 4090, but the rest is 4070 Ti. Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Just a small announcement. There is 20 minutes left for your demos, and we'll continue with our program. But don't worry, you will have time later for more demos, okay? So 20 minutes. When you're having a demo, be mindful of other people that are waiting in line, so maybe don't sit there for half an hour. Thank you. In 20 minutes, we continue.
Hello.
All right, everybody, let's stop the demos. The demo people, stop the demos. Kick the people out of those headsets. We are starting our next session in a few minutes. So all those who are having the demo right now, sorry guys, you'll have to come back. We are going to start the next phase of the presentations. I know, guys, it's hard to get rid of those headsets, but please come back to your seats. Everybody, take your seats. Shut the headsets off. Turn the cables off. They will see the darkness, perfect blacks, like in OLEDs. Don't make me walk personally there and do it, okay? Because I can. Thank you, thank you. All right, I guess we're ready. So, I'm super pleased to announce our next speaker, which is my good friend, in the first place, great business partner, and someone who created an amazing company, which in return then helped to create many amazing headsets and simulators, and now VR1 as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, give the big round of applause to Marek Polchak.
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you so much for the introduction. Hello, everyone. So, as said, I'm Marek Polchak. I'm co-founder and CEO of VRCheers, and I am honored today to stand here and to share with you part of our story. And before I start, I would like to thank everyone who participated on the development of Somnium VR1. Big applause, please. Everyone from all the companies, from Somnium, from VRCheers, all the YouTubers, all the testers, beta testers, everyone, because it's been quite a long journey, but we got here. We are here today. You can test the devices. They exist. They have exquisite picture, and we are super proud to work with all and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So, a brief introduction. VRCheers is a lean virtual and mixed reality engineering company. We do deep technical solutions. Part of the guys sitting in the front row, they are leading and designing PCB boards. We have optical designers that Antonin introduced. We have mechanical designers, and of course, big part of it is also software algorithms. We are interesting in different ways, but one of them is that we are small enough to be flexible, to be lean, but we are big enough to develop more or less anything. Almost any complex electronic device we should be able to build, design, build, and manufacture. We were established in 2017 when we introduced VR Hero, our first prototype, but that was the prototype. It was bulky, it was heavy, it was big. It also has buttons on the top, but we had no idea what they can be used for. Big difference back then. Since that, we developed multiple versions of our most iconic product, X-Tal headset. And today, on this presentation, I would like to speak about two main topics. One, virtual reality as an industry, and the other, Somnium VR1, of course, and X-Tal Kavu. So two more things to add into our pipeline. And just before we get into that, a brief introduction. Like VR engineers, we develop the headset. We are assisting with manufacturing together with other partners. But the father of the headset is Arthur. And the big thing is that he is the true enthusiast, super user, and product manager. And what that means is that he is the guy who comes back to our offices every week, multiple times, and basically what he says is, yeah, that's not good enough. This needs to be better. And this sound is like clicky and so on. But that's what pushes us to make things better. Because very often, even we don't know what are the limits of the technology. And that's the reason why this headset looks like that. We utilized years of our technical experience in building this awesome headset. But the thing is, it wouldn't be that good if it wouldn't be for Arthur. So please, a big applause for Arthur, because wow.
And I can say a lot of superlatives for them, because assembling such a team and having such a company, this headset wouldn't exist without, I guess, both of us and of course all the guys who worked on the headset. And of course also those who tested it with us, like YouTubers and all of you guys who gave us feedback. We took it very seriously, to the heart. I cried a few days after you left in December. But then I said, man up, man, you have to deliver.
Yeah, and that's how it should be. So, virtual reality industry. There are some expectations, and there is a reality. And it's great that we are here as a community, as people who, few of us, we started this industry, or we participated in it for a long time. And there's been some thesis. One of them, it will grow very fast, and it will reach similar size, share size, as mobile phone industry. As of last year, we saw that there's been about 8 million headsets sold, but about 1 billion mobile phones sold. And that's a big discrepancy. We are speaking 1,000 times, more or less. Another one, we expected that gaming will be driving the innovation. But that's also not true, because what drives the innovation is industry. It's simulation, it's enterprise, it's automotive on one side, it's military on the other. And one last thing that I would like to elaborate a bit more on is public thinks that VR, MR industry is profitable, which it's not. And it's good to point that out, because we, as enthusiasts, as specialists in our own realms and expertise, we should know that most companies that manufacture or develop hardware, VR hardware, MR hardware, are subsidized by investors. And if we look back, we see that Oculus raised hundreds of millions of dollars. Then it was sold, but it never turned profitable. We know that Vario raised, I believe, around 200 million, more or less. Did not turn profitable yet. Pimax over 100 million. The Pico also around 100 million. None of them turned profitable. I'm here as a co-founder of VR Engineers. We raised about $15 million, and I would say that we are the closest one to reach break even, which in this industry and environment is a huge achievement and will be one of the big milestones of the whole industry. The other thing which we also should to keep in mind or remind ourselves is that we experienced a lot of bumps in getting virtual reality and the whole realm mature. meaning we saw attempts of Intel building their own headset, which ended up with minus $80 million and no headset. We've seen Star VR, which was, for me, especially painful because everyone was telling me for like 3 years, you cannot compete with them, you cannot compete with them. Also raised in early days like $20 million, then went to IPO in Taiwan, and then also more or less closed. We've experienced Fovi. I don't know if you remember, the first headset with embedded eye tracking. Great idea, great product, I really liked them. They also downscaled. And till today, we see those upcomings that does not end well. And one of the recent one, for example, Deca VR, also raised money, raised awareness, never delivered till today. And we want to do it differently. We want to do it right. We want to do it sustainable. Sustainable without the need of external funding, and in the way that we are able to continuously provide innovation. And that's what this partnership is about, because you see Facebook throwing money into their metaverse, which from my point of view is like years after what we see in Somnium today. And that's similar with the headsets and us. And that's what we are trying to achieve. So, moving on. Here is a pie chart that we prepared in cooperation with our closest friend, VR enthusiasts, and based on the feedback from YouTubers. Because I was thinking, who is focusing on which part of the market? And I never seen any such a chart, so the idea was let's come up with such. And it's changing. I'm not saying it's 100% accurate, but it's the idea that we have a big part of gaming, but we have also professional simulations. We have geeks that are just testing it. We have maintenance training and so on. And we have different brands that are established. They are offering some solutions. Some of them actually don't know what they are offering, so they are all around, but some are focused on different parts of the market segments. And what this says is there will be multiple devices for different use cases. VR and MR is not a mobile phone. In the mobile phone industry, the usage, the interface, the experience can be almost same for anything what you do. But if you are doing maintenance, or if you are training in the cockpit, the difference of the whole process, your requirements, and even the comfort, how long it will take, how heavy the headset can be, etc. Does it have to be wireless or can it be tethered? Are such big differences that there will be always quite variety of different devices. But let's get into where we are heading, because one thing is to somehow summarize what was in the past, but what can we experience in the future? And I would like to point out few quite interesting things that happened. So, we have Meta. Meta announced that they are opening a software environment. I believe that we somehow heard about that rumor. So, if I'm a user, that sounds awesome. Finally, third-party applications, I can download something, or I hope that I will be able to do. But when I get this information, I have different understanding, right? I am filtering the data and I'm trying to... Me too. Yeah, and I'm trying to filter the noise from the signal. And what it says to me, okay, if someone tells me exactly this, like we are opening the software environment, that means we are writing down the losses of manufacturing and subsidizing headsets. And that's one of the biggest things that happens this year. Because if Meta stops subsidizing its non-recurring engineering and they stop pumping money and basically selling the headsets for manufacturing price, we will see that the market will very fast readjust. At the end user experience, that will mean that the prices will most likely go up. We can expect that more companies like hardware manufacturers, ODMs, will be releasing different types of headsets to fill in the gap. But at the end of the day, this means that the market is getting mature, that we are ending a life cycle of pump and dump and hypes, and we are actually stable. Another thing, Apple entered the market. A lot of people asked me, what does it mean, the reporters, what can we expect? Apple does their own thing. They are creating new demand, they are creating new market, and they are focused on virtual office. Again, it depends how we understand it, what we take away from it. But for me, my filtering of information is quite simple. Like, if I am sitting in the CTO or CEO role of Apple, and I am thinking, okay, so my biggest products and cash cows are mobile phones and notebooks. How do I secure that revenue? Is there something what can replace them? If it's VR or AR, I should build something, device, which utilizes the same capabilities, but basically subsidizes the mobile phone or notebook. The Apple Vision Pro is a proof of concept for us to see if we are able and if we will be comfortable spending most of our time working in that environment. And that's for me what Apple Vision Pro is about. And they are doing a great job in testing that. We are their test bed. We are just bigger test bed for the technology. And that's interesting to understand or interesting to foresee. Then, of course, we have HTC, which I believe when HTC Vive was more or less the only convenient headset on the market, and I loved it. I loved it. I remember that time, the lighthouse tracking that came with it. We're using it till today. It's
the best.
The best. The reason why we use it is because Arthur says it's the best. That's it. There is no other thing, right? But what we saw was continuous decline of their popularity, of their market share. And the question is, again, why? I don't know. From my perspective, it's because the original Vive was cooperation between Valve and HTC, and we don't have it anymore. But someone who was basically holding the grip over the whole market is disappearing. Then we have a Pico, which great competitor against Meta. We had at least 2 options before we had 1. Always better to have 2. But it's been acquired by ByteDance, and we don't know what will happen next. If, again, you are seated in the board of ByteDance, and then you will be making decision, it's about numbers. They acquired Pico for, I have no idea how much, but I would guess lower hundreds of millions of dollars, let's say 200 million. And you are sitting in that board, and you are making decision. Will we continue with developing the headsets on one side, which means some investments, expected revenues, etc. And on the other side, you will be approached by someone like Meta or someone else, and they will tell you, we will give you 200 million if you just scrap it. These are the decisions that will be happening in near future, and we don't know what we can expect of that. So, and then we have Vario. We have here also guys from Vario. We're happy that you are here. With Vario, what happened is that XR4 was a little bit rushed. And there are rumors that there are some malfunctions, etc. But we are trying to innovate, and it's hard. We are also trying to rush and deliver as fast as possible. But it's always a balance between what you can do, what you are forced to do, and what you are willing to do. And with the grain of salt, we have to still admire that we are trying to innovate. But there are also changes because XR3 is discontinued, XR4 is experiencing some issues, and the big change is that Vario Aero is also discontinued. So the big part of the market, which was here in the gaming, is also disappearing. And we see that there are gaps opening on the market that we are trying to fill in and provide again one of the options, one of the solutions with Somnium VR1. So that was all about the industry overview because I thought that it will be great to share at least something. Yeah, and I am running.
The timer is ruthless.
Yeah,
you can run a little bit longer. It's no problem.
Okay, but I will start.
Because I'm the boss of the program, but
thank you so much. So let's deep dive into two things that I wanted to share with you on the technological side. One, Somnium VR1 military and professional pilot version. VRgineers is an exclusive distributor of Somnium VR headset for two specific purposes only. One, military, because we as company have military equipment trading license. We work closely with US Air Force, Navy, and other defense branches around the world, and for professional pilot training purposes. What does it mean? Why is it different? The aerospace and military segments require a variety of additional integrations. Support of simulation software, also known as IGs, image generators. Headsets needs to be certified for TAA. We have to provide memory security, papers, etc. Those companies that operate in this environment, they need additional services. They need to test headsets before they purchase, so they need free loans, they need additional integrations with the IGs. They test it with human factors because they need to check it would not harm pilot's eye, because pilot costs to train about $7 million, and you don't want them to lose their eyesight. So these are the extra costs that adds up, and that's why we had to differentiate somehow. Even though we would love to make it for everyone.
By the way, just a comment. He just named you all those things to do. I didn't want to have anything common with that because it's just complicated, and they do it already for years. We have no idea how to work with military, and yeah.
Yeah, so that means that for that we need something a little bit different. So basically, for the mixed reality Somnium VR1, the price adjusted for military and for professional pilot training is what you see on the screen, so slightly under $6,000. For the VR, it's about 4.3, and the difference is the extra service, extra effort that we have to put in. We are still trying to make it as affordable as possible, and we would like to accelerate the mass adoption of mixed reality, because with what we have including the hand tracking, eye tracking, mixed reality, the lighthouse tracking support, we are, if we look into price quotes, around half of the price with the TAA certification in comparison with our closest competitor, Vario, at this point. Around so. I don't know, I don't have the precise numbers. But that's what we are trying to do. We are trying to deliver the highest quality in around half of the price. And that applies at the end of both, right? On the side of the end customers as well as professionals. So, few points to just mention. If I do location-based experience, do I need the more expensive tool? No, of course not. If I'm a university, do I need more expensive version? No, you don't. You need it only if the end customer, so end user certificate in our jargon in defense, says this is the military usage personnel, this is the professional training center. So, moving on. When we've been building Somnium VR1, our thesis was, how do we do the best experience? It can be as good as the last immersive part.
And I would say, as I said before, we tried and didn't want to cut any corners. Like this headset is over-engineered in a good way.
We internally evaluated public opinion and somehow marked it. This is our internal evaluation. It's not something that we are claiming this is the truth. It's just point of view of our internal product evaluation.
100% truth, okay? 100%. Trust me.
And basically, based on that, we were trying to achieve, I would say, balanced experience, balanced delivery of everything. We were trying to manage the expectations of the cost as well as expectations of the quality and all the other aspects. Because something can be great, but if you spend 5 hours fine-tuning it and you have to spend additional 5 hours next month, it's not convenient. And with that in mind, we try to basically lever up all the aspects of the headset. That's everything I wanted to say for the Somnium VR1, and we'll move forward, really fast forward, to the X-Tal Kavu. So, woo! X-Tal Kavu, why we are showing it? It's something different. It's a new architecture. And the same way as new motors are first being developed and proved in Formula One before we get them to be available in our normal cars in 10 years later, X-Tal Kavu architecture is something similar. What we see here is a standard architecture of mixed reality that is being used by our current X-Tal, Vario XR3, XR4, or Somnium VR. We have image sensor, we have some co-processing unit, we send it through USB to computer, some processing, CPU, RAM, then it goes to GPU to enhance the quality, run some algorithms to increase fidelity, readability, and then we process the VR image and we send it out. As you can imagine, this takes some time and it adds latency. The data that we are processing are quite high. They are basically the same as the data we are trying to send out with VR. But if you stack those two next to each other and you remember, okay, we had quite significant issues to render only the VR and we are adding one more time the load, it's incredible. Normal motherboards, their USBs are getting crashed, and it's really demanding.
Crashed and crushed.
Yeah, both. Sorry. So with X-Tal Kavu architecture, we wanted to sort this out. And what we are presenting is our patent-pending solution that we are working on currently. And we want to share it with you because this is something that we will afterwards, when it's affordable, try to take it to the masses, to bring it to all our users.
VR2.
So X-Tal Kavu, we are simplifying the pipeline, we are changing it quite a lot. So instead of normal, I would say high quality, but still mobile phone chips, we are using high quality Hollywood type chips. Much higher resolution, much bigger color depth, 12 bits. And the other thing is we are not compressing it. So this part headset image processing, where we do a lot of compression to be able to send it over USB, is not there. We are saving latency, and we are sending the raw data of the picture. So with that, we are able to then fast process it on dedicated card. This now needs a dedicated card, similar to additional GPU, but dedicated only to process the mixed reality picture. We are able, because that card is quite powerful, it has its own DDRMs, and it is able to do a lot of calculations. We are able to run their AI enhancement algorithms, something what you are unable to do in the headset, the power consumption, the data, everything. The big thing is we have to somehow transfer the data. That's being done by 16 optical lines. There is no other way. Yes, we have USB-C free, we have Thunderbolt. There is no way you are able to push that data through. It will work on maybe 1 feet, but that's more or less it. And for us, we have to go full optical. And then the big advantage of this architecture is that you have free GPU resources. You are almost not calculating mixed reality on this. And thanks to this approach, we aim to revolutionize the mixed reality as we know it today. This is how it looks from the hardware point of view. So we have the headset, we have the optical cables, we have dedicated card, we have GPU, and we run it through. And we're making the whole thing much more clear without any latency. And with that said, I would like to thank you for your attention. I would like to thank Arthur that he did not grab me out of this podium.
It's big expensive, 9 minutes, man.
Yeah, I know. I will pay for that. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Marek. I'll just add one thing, which is important to say, that the friendship and partnership we have, and we as Somnium invested in VR Engineers. I'm also on the board, and Marek, you will hear some other news in the next presentation. This allows us to faster and more efficiently innovate. Where you innovated on some parts, we utilize it in VR1. What we have learned and innovated in VR1 will be utilized later in other headsets. So this is something unique, and you don't see some things like that often, and I'm very grateful for that. So thank you again, Marek.
Thank you.
So we'll need 5-7 minutes right now to prepare next presentation. If you want to grab coffee, toilet, whatever you want to do. No demos, though, no demos. Just grab a coffee and be back here in 5-7 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Paul Swigart, Managing Partner of Extelis Ventures and CEO and founder of Extelis Partners in New York. We are a long-time shareholder and a big believer in Tesla Suit and the fantastic applications of
All right, we'll be starting in 1 minute. Everybody, let's get back to the seats. Don't run away. Get back. All right, everybody. It's me again. Can you imagine? It's me again. So, today I will be speaking about the Tesla Suit. And I myself, how I'm related to Tesla Suit, many of you know, some of you don't. I am one of the biggest investors, or Somnium space, we're one of the biggest investors in Tesla Suit. We love the technology. We integrated the technology in Somnium space, of course. And I'm also on the board of the company. And today I'll tell you a few interesting things and kind of the story of the suit, what's happening next, what's coming. And we have some great partners who will come up on stage to show how the Tesla suit is actually being used in the wild. Because many of you, when we speak about Tesla suit, you think about Ready Player One and kind of Half-Life Alyx things. But in reality, the most of the use cases for the Tesla suits are being used for universities, research, and other use cases which you will see today. So, what is the Tesla suit? What's the mission of Tesla suit? As I said, it's improve the human performance, and that is not gaming. This is more of a what you can do with your human body, how you can improve it, how you can heal the human body, what can you do better, and as we live in the digital age, I would say, with more of the spatial computing, headsets like Vision Pro or like VR1 with mixed reality, you kind of breaching and bending together, or blending together rather, the digital and physical. And of course, in the digital space, we as humans, we're used to feel things. We want to feel environment. We want to feel the feedback of environment or of other people or of everything. And that's where Tesla suit comes in. The Tesla suit in general, it's combining the haptics, the motion capture, the biometrics, and then it gives you this one holistic view of a body and of your performance inside the XR spaces, but also in the medical realm. So, just a general slide of, there are some moments in life and in history where the technology is, you know, converging, and I know Robert, he will talk about that as well, partly next. He saw, as well as myself, we saw a lot of changes and steps happening, and personally, we at Tesla Suit team and myself, we believe that the next steps, you know, are, first of all, VR, XR, mixed reality and virtual reality, but also the haptics, because without haptics, without that missing part, it's very difficult to imagine the true experience in virtual or mixed reality. So it's a bit of the timeline of the company, where the company has been formed, when the company has been formed, what has been happening. You all, or many of you, know the company really well. Many of you tried the Tesla Suit. Hopefully you also tried the Tesla Suit today with a Half-Life Alyx. If not, you better do it. I want to hear screaming. But you know, there's many big milestones. The suit is being used in hundreds of universities and hundreds of applications, also some for gaming. Recently, from what, you know, I can also remember, is the DK1 of the Tesla Glove. Again, some of you could have tried it. If not, do it. Then we were featured together with Tesla Suit, Somnium Space, and then we were featured in a great episode. The CNN did a show. They started a new show called Decoded, and they did a first episode about the technology, and that's where, you know, Anna, she was wearing the Tesla Suit. The host of the show, she was wearing the Tesla Suit, and she was in Somnium Space, kind of dancing with other community members, and just they try to show this blending of virtual and physical. Great episode. I recommend you watching that. It's still online on their webpage. The medical part and the medical suit of the Tesla Suit, the partnership with HSS Hospital in New York, a lot of rehabilitation, a lot of research happening there. And of course, in 2024, the new investment round, you know, the new board form, the new product roadmap, and many great plans ahead. So this is one of our co-investors who is one of the leading investors, or he's the lead investor in Tesla Suit. Great friend, and we work together. We're also on the board together of Tesla Suit, and he has a message here. Hope it will play right now.
Hi, I'm Paul Swigart, Managing Partner of Extelis Ventures and CEO and founder of Extelis Partners in New York. We are a longtime shareholder and a big believer in Tesla Suit and the fantastic applications of the Tesla Suit technology. You know, we're part of this shareholders group along with Somnium Space, who are leading a reinvigoration of the business. Very excited to share with you the progress that we're making. Really wish I could have been at Somnium Connect with our partners and with all of you. Unfortunately, my schedule did not allow for this, but you are in great hands with Arthur and the Tesla Suit team. And I really hope that you'll be as excited about what we're doing as we are.
Thank you, Paul. We definitely are excited. Here a little bit of showcase of what the technology of the of what we use of the tech stack in the Tesla Suit, of course, the suit itself. Then there is a Tesla Studio and the software where you can actually create those haptics by yourself. So there are some which are already created, but there are some which you can just use to create your own, you know, your own haptics and enhance that the way you want to have it. And of course, Tesla Glove. It's very impressive product which allows, you know, for a lot of great interactions. And again, when we merge XR, Tesla Glove will also be one of the key products, and you know, something which will be needed for the future of interaction inside the mixed reality. And it's an amazing product, of course. With amazing technology comes higher price, but that's what we're trying to combat in the long run and try to get it more affordable and cheaper, but great products. So what is the tech stack in general? How does it look like? Let's say we have the motion capture. You all know what it is. It's kind of the full body tracking, but done differently. And it works and is being used by many research applications mainly. Then we have electrostimulation. where you have the feedback system inside the suit, which allows for certain applications, certain use cases. Then you have the biometry, which again reads the biometry from your body and allows you to analyze what's happening with your stress levels, the heart rates, and other parts. And then you have force feedback, which many of you know, which many of you tried. When someone shoots you in Half-Life Alyx, that's what you feel. I know it hurts, but that's the part of life. So that's the. I would say that's the holy grail of the haptics, honestly. When you have all of those that combined together, you're there. Like you're almost there. You're as close to be fully immersed, as close to that Ready Player One vision and emotions as you can be. What markets and industries Tesla Suit is active at? Medical for sure. XR training, we'll hear about it later. Academic, lots of research as well. And consumer, it's something it's not being actively used in the consumer market. There are some, we sold some limited editions of development kits with Somnium Space to our customers. It's being used by some customers, but it's a minor thing. But of course, we want to enhance all those 3 pillars with the consumer as well in the future, because we also believe that consumers will enjoy this level of quality and haptics inside virtual spaces, social VR, or games, or whatnot. Anything goes there. So definitely something we're looking forward to. These are just some global partners. Again, we cannot fit, there's not enough globe to fit all the partners of Tesla Suit, so we had to choose. So if someone is not there, sorry. But yeah, we just put some of the highlights here. Thank you for the partners to be with us, who are with us, for being with us. Here are some select partners and showcases, which we have in the next slides. So I'll just go through them, and there will be some videos as well. That's amazing. And thank you. Yeah, it's incredible. That's not just a gaming toy at all. This is a professional tool which helps many people and research, and will help many people in the future. And that's just a great use case for that. So let's go further. There's another video.
The Avert system has been designed to provide the best in free roam wireless VR training simulation, and that also means working with the best innovative technologies out there. That's why we're really proud to introduce a strategic technical partnership with Tesla Suit. The Tesla Suits provide us with haptic feedback to police officers and our soldiers. It provides us with biometrics that allow us to really scrutinise the decisions that are being made during training, and it gives us fantastic motion capture facilities to really highlight the best we can get out of VR training.
So the experience itself is incredibly immersive.
Stay where you are, stay where you are.
Just get out of it, right? No, mate, I don't care. Just stop telling me what to do, right? Just get out. I didn't call you.
You've been tasered because you went towards that fellow over there with a knife and go for that knife again. I might re-energise, right?
The actual scenarios that you're put into are so realistic, whether it's the virtual reality headset or the noise, which is obviously 360, and combination with the suit itself, it makes it all the more immersive and a great training environment.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, you know, if you want to crank up the suit to really make it hurt, it's not like playing the game there. It can get really real very fast. And of course, for police guys and girls, of course, to get used to a situation where they can get hit or something happens and they're not in shock, that's, you know, great tool for training. And then the University of Maryland.
As more complexities emerge, stress increases for the pilot, especially when there might be a degraded visual condition. It's a lot easier for mistakes to happen.
Now to major developments late today in the Kobe Bryant helicopter crash investigation.
The veteran pilot may have been disoriented in the fog.
They say that he couldn't perceive up from down.
Divers today found the bodies of John Kennedy, his wife, and her sister in the wreckage of his plane.
Spatial disorientation.
According to the FAA, it causes 5 to 10% of all general aviation accidents, 90% of which are fatal.
Traditionally, pilots fly aircraft using their vision as well as their equilibrium. Now, sometimes there may be a discrepancy between what the pilot feels and what the instruments are indicating to the pilot. And this creates a dangerous scenario called spatial disorientation. What if we could use more senses in order to overcome this phenomena and increase the safety of flight?
We should test haptic and visual first. Our lab's called Extended Reality Flight Simulation Control. We'll start with a baseline. You use visual only, and you rely on the indicators in front of you. Visuals take some time, like to process what are you seeing. Audio takes some time, what are you listening to. But haptics are perceived through our brains in a faster way than the other cues. So we tell the pilot how to fly using the sense of touch. You have to stay within the inner core for the scoring time. We start with the easy patterns and increase the difficulty based on the performance from the pilot. We do the first trials with vision.
Okay, ready.
And then we degrade the vision using goggles. And then we go with the blindfold. You will not be seeing the screen. When we go to the haptic and audio, we are expecting you still be inside the inner core. After we do this experiment, we go over the simulators. We try to create a very immersive flight simulation environment for pilot training. So, what do you see now?
I'm in the cockpit and I have a heads-up display in front of me.
We have access to multiple flight simulators.
Right, motion base is on.
We can recreate a wide range of flight conditions.
In the clouds or at night or where there is no visual reference outside.
Now I have no visibility in this cloud. It's very disorienting without the environmental cues. I'm pretty much relying on the instruments as well as the audio and haptic cues.
Imagine that the aircraft is rolling to the right and it should not. Then the pilot will feel a haptic sensation on the left shoulder to indicate that they should be rolling back to the left. If the aircraft is banked pretty steeply to the right, then the sensation will be pretty strong.
I'm feeling haptic input now on my left shoulder, and it's more intense now. It's definitely helpful now that I can't see anything anymore. We use 3D audio cueing to deliver audio cues that also correspond to the same control input that has to be made. Now that I'm in this left bank, I have a really intense right cue on my right ear, so it's a really high frequency. The audio cues match the haptic cues pretty well with respect to intensity and frequency.
It was really surprising for us to see that the pilots actually reacted faster using haptics rather than vision only. Whenever they were flying at night or throughout the clouds, they relied on haptic feedback to hold attitude. And hearing from the pilot the fact that they weren't relying on vision anymore to fly was both surprising and particularly pleasing, because it meant that these ideas actually turned out to be useful.
We got it. We can fly by feel, just relying on our haptic feedback.
Yeah, that's amazing. And now maybe for some of you it makes much more sense, when you combine VR, Tesla suit, and simulation, that it actually can work really well together. So yeah, we are of course always open to collaborate. But before I finish the presentation, I would like to invite Pascal to stage from Crytek, and he will tell you in person how they use the Tesla suit technology and how it enhances their research and their development. So if I can ask to switch the presentation, please, right now. Pascal, introduce yourself. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Arthur. Can I get a clicker, maybe?
Yes, clicker. I can give you.
Thank you so much. Hello, first of all, thanks for having me. I just arrived. I had a slight delay with my plane, or actually it was canceled, and so I just came. I'm very grateful to be here on stage to present what we delivered, or what we have done the last 2.5 years, almost 3 years with Crytek. So we were subsidized by German government to research on specific topics which are light AI within the security environment, especially within the education of police forces, first responders, and many more. So we created this little project called KITE. That's an acronym which is more or less AI-supported tactical training for police forces and first responders. It makes sense in German. It doesn't make sense in English, but that's the name of it. So we had two partners. The former called HFPV, which is the University of Applied Science and Security Management of the Police Hessen, as well as the Technical University of Darmstadt. And with them, we developed this prototype of KITE to research on it and to find evidence-based information about how AI and these kind of augmentations by using the Tesla suit can improve tactical training. So we had different kind of motivations. Most of the time it's not so easy to train like police forces in different kind of environments all the time. It's quite intense with personnel and stuff. And also to observe all the given actions and the curriculum of the police, it's not so easy. And therefore we thought, of course, it's proven already so many times a VR scenario in general can help. But what if we implement like different kind of AI systems into it? So, so we developed with our partners together, we developed like 2 different kind of AI systems. One acts like a kind of supervisor, sits on top of everything, monitors all the actions given by the parameters that we introduced to the AI. We trained the AI to understand the 3D room, to actually get a kind of concept of a 3D room, also with furniture and everything, to give the AI an idea how and where a potential threat could be hiding in a virtual environment. And also, we made sure that all the environment is like physicalized, so every action can get you some kind of physical feedback. So that was the very beginning when we started. So this cube just represents what one of the AI sees and how it reacts, because our focus is on back protection, covering, secure your partner. So this means whenever your back is unsecured, is in line of sight of a potential threat, these cubes will not just change their behavior, but they also trigger some kind of actions. We can define what this action is. If it includes like an intruder, it can appear everywhere, whether it could have potentially been or not, as long as it makes sense. We define that sense. And then we developed a second AI, which used body pose detection to make sure that we always train on the curriculum of the police, to make sure that they perform in a way that is aligned with what they actually want to achieve. So, and therefore, of course, Tesla Suit was of great help with having a very light system, using all the capabilities that Arthur presented before, like the mocap, but also the haptical feedback, and also the biometric, like stress level measurement and stuff, which gave us like valuable insight of how people react to it. So we used a very generic threat because we don't want to. What we tried to avoid was to have a specific kind of threat trained to the police forces. So an intruder can be anything and everyone, and therefore we choose the generic one. It's a kind of alien. So I don't have to talk about the Tesla Suit anymore. You did that perfectly fine, so everyone, I guess, already understood what Tesla Suit was capable of. For us, it was a great tool. Otherwise, we could not have achieved this, what we tried to research on and do like empiric measurement of all the functionalities. So what we did at the end, we just created a sandbox system, like a configuration tool, where you can just draw 2D blueprints. They will extrude it to 3D environments. You can fully furnish them as you're liking. So there's a library included. We have some logics included. So everything snaps on a place where it makes sense. You can just define an entry area, but you can also do different kind of things where you set the behavior of the so-called intruder or the NPC. So as I said, this cube system was just for us to get a better understanding of how the AI actually works. And but we also learned that with our review tool, with the action review tool, everyone who went through that kind of training had a better understanding, like immediate understanding of their behavior, what had they been doing wrong or maybe right, because it's so simple within the interface. This also brought us to a completely different kind of approach, how these kind of action reviews should be done in the future. So as you can see, the system is based on different kind of technology. Of course, we're using like pathfinding, ray tracing. We had to shoot a lot of raycasts to not just make sure that we always follow the POV, but also that the AI actually has an understanding what we are seeing and what is a potential, like let's say hideaway, or a potential coverage space for the threat. And this also caused a lot of performance issue. We had to work around that, debug and stuff like that, but that's normal development. So, so to give you an idea, what the AI is actually doing and why a threat is happening, you can already see some areas turning red as soon as you turn your back to them. So, and as soon as you turn around and look straight at them, it's not a threat anymore. This is something that is highly important to the police forces, because when you go into a certain kind of setting, and now you see there's a threat over here, because the guy just turned the back on the potential threat side, and the raycast could shoot immediately into the back of the police officer, and therefore the simulation was stopped. It was a 100% success. These sessions are quite short, but we trained different kind of police forces, like from absolute beginners up to like people who are very close to leave the police academy because they're fully trained already, and we found significant improvements within their training while using the system. So we built like a fully functional prototype where you can do all different kind of, you can also, you can also address this is gone now. Doesn't matter. You can have different kind of actions for the NPC that an instructor can always choose and pick for, but you can also let the AI decide completely by itself based on given parameters what kind of interaction it should be. So obviously we did something like two of the partners that just showed and combined these technical possibilities, because we also use the haptic feedback system of Tesla Suit to correct like body poses. Let's see, you have to enter within a specific setup, and within the Hessen police there's a very specific posture to be in if you're covering your partner and how you hold your weapon or your flashlight and stuff. Whenever this was not achieved, we gave some haptical feedback to correct this. Either it was a slight tingling on the arm or on the shoulder, just to give you some kind of notice. Then you had to correct yourself, up to the degree where we really puppeteer someone. That means, let's say you are too low within your body posture, and then your arms are way too much open. You cut a room, as they say, and this was all wrong. Then we could also decide to let's not just give a haptical hint, but let actually use them as a puppet and get them into the right posture, because the learning effect is it's amazing. So we did this in so many levels, and then we increased the capabilities of the system with resolution and stuff like this to make it the most efficient that we can do. But overall, I can say this project was like a full success rate, because we measured through all the training methods. We had a similar setup in real life, and we had a virtual setup which was identical, and could measure a significant increase of the learning behavior of these police forces, which was exactly what we were looking for and hoped for. And without Tesla Suit and the combined technical functionalities, we would never have achieved that. And therefore, we're very grateful that we could partner up with Tesla Suit on that regard. And of course, now we have different kind of contributions and outcomes, and we're really looking forward into what can be built with this kind of technologies, also how they can be built up more in serious applications, but also, as you already mentioned, like within games and stuff, because that is where we're coming from. We're highly interested in that. We have the right range of games, so to say, the right IPs that would fit pretty much within the technological capability of Tesla Suit, and therefore we're just very happy to be here, and we're very keen to see where this is going to in the future. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, this is amazing. And, these kind of applications is exactly why I personally and all of us who are working on this technology love it. Can I ask to bring back the Tesla Suit presentation just for a second? Yeah, perfect. So, we are, since, we also raised the new round of financing for Tesla Suit, there's new board is formed and being formed. I'm on the board. Paul you've seen, he's on the board as well. One of the news is, we try to have a board of industry leaders and industry insiders who understand this industry, whether it's XR, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's, location-based entertainment. So one of the board members of the Tesla Suit will be Marek Polchak, the CEO of VR Engineers. So round of applause for Marek. And another board member will be the CEO of another company you probably all know, The Void, who are doing location-based entertainment and more than that. So we'll be announcing that soon. And very happy about where it's going, very happy about the product and how we want to enhance the product, because not only these current suits which you are testing are being further completed, further developed, and made more perfect, but also the new generation of suits is being developed with a completely next generation technology. So I would say this year and next year you will see substantial improvement of the current generation suits, but with lots of improvements based on the customer feedback and also on some of our research and development. But in upcoming years you will see also the completely new gen products. One of the hints I can say, I will not tell the final prices or anything yet, but one of the hints I can say that there will be special sales for those who will buy a VR1, for example, headset, they will be able to purchase much cheaper suits as the bundle. Stay tuned for those. I see someone already doing this, and I'm not sure whether it's like a trickle from the Half-Life Alyx and Tesla Suit or they're happy, but I hope they're happy. And yeah, there will be much more things which we'll be doing together with VR Engineers, with Somnium Space, with Tesla Suit, and other companies, and with The Void. So very happy. And before I finish, I would like to just invite on stage the part of the team of Tesla Suit, not all, but part of the team, just come by, say hi, wave at people. These and many more people make the Tesla suit possible, and made the Tesla suit possible across the whole spectrum of years. And from me, thank you very much for all of you. Perfect posing. And we'll go to the next presentation. Thank you very much, guys and girls. Thank you. Let's roll some music, and we'll need 1 more minute, and then we'll start with the next presentation. All right. It's my utmost pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Emily Savage from Ultraleap. We are big partners and also believers in what they're doing. And without further ado, Emily, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. And is the clicker around? Sorry. Aha. Fabulous.
I tend to hide it all the time.
I know, keeps us all active. Thank you so much. Thank you, Arthur. Thank you, everyone, for having us here today. It's so exciting to watch this launch of the Somnium VR1. We've been involved from the beginning, and it just feels like such a great moment for the XR industry overall. So I'm here just for the next 15, 20 minutes to talk through a little bit more about our vision of spatial interaction and what we've been working on at Ultraleap, what's involved in the Somnium headset, and then also some of our future plans, which we've got some prototypes here for you to have a play and a test. As Arthur so nicely introduced me, I'm Emily Savage. I look after the business development at Ultraleap. I'm based in our UK office. So I think an awful lot of you know what Ultraleap are all about is having the world's most advanced hand tracking. And we are here ultimately to try and break the boundary between the physical and the digital world. To start off, I'm going to just talk a little bit more about where we're at today. What are some of the latest things we've been doing this year? What are some of the things that you've been experiencing already and hopefully can continue to experience with the headsets that are on the market? So I think this is something that some of you will know a lot about. Some of you may be a little bit newer to our technology. But Ultraleap for the last 10 years has been working on very bespoke machine learning models which allow for this perfect digital replica of your hand in real time. And the way we do that is that we use infrared cameras to capture the image of your hand and then in real time turn that into a 3D point cloud of all 27 points of your hand. And quite uniquely compared to any other hand tracking out there, we track all the way up to the elbow, so you don't just have floating hands. And then that point cloud is turned into that digital twin of your hand, and that can then be used to interact with any digital interface. And as I say, this is something we've been working on for a number of years now, and that is why we're so confident in it being the best in the market. And what I mean by the best is that it's incredibly reliable. It works with all different hands, all different skin colors, lots of different lighting types, so it will work even in quite challenging environments like here where the lighting's been a bit dimmer. That infrared allows it to always be lit and always be reliable. The speed, and in fact it's been really nice just to hear people today who have been trying out the Lynx headset as well as obviously the Somnium headsets and say, wow, that latency is really, really low. It's exactly tracking my hand. And that is really, really vital, particularly when you're doing things like simulation environments. And then, of course, the accuracy. So we're very, very confident in having that sub 5mm accuracy, the ability for you to have your perfect digital hand looking and doing exactly what your physical hand is up to. So the reason that we're able to confidently say all those things is because of the whole stack that we have built and created over the years. So it's not just about the software, it's also about the cameras themselves. So we have a whole bunch of bespoke cameras, and then with some partners, we also will work with them at that manufacturing level to make sure they've got all of the components that are going to make it really great. We then have the tracking software. That's the magic. That's the stuff we've been working on for 10 years that's heavily driven by our engineering team. And then on top of that, and I'll talk a little bit more about it, we have the developer toolkit. And that is really where we are inviting all of the great creators out there to build really good experiences that make the most of our hand tracking. And we really like to think that we've been at the forefront of the design thinking that is required for you to naturally use your hands in that environment. And all of this has allowed us to power hand tracking within some of the latest and greatest headsets that are on the market. Yes, all of whom are here today, which is great. It's been a really big part of our story to be in this evolution, this really organic market that actually, in this beautiful representation, is very European focused, which is also a massive highlight of this. So we've been working with Virgin Ears for many, many years now with Marek and all of his team. More recently, of course, with Stan, who is going to be speaking later today as well, over in France with the amazing mixed reality Lynx headset. And then, of course, the brand new player in the field, the Somnium VR1. So this is the story for us with Ultraleap is, it's great that people can attach our technology onto headsets, but it's even better when you don't have to fiddle around and think about adding extra accessories. It's really great when you turn on a headset, and exactly as Arthur said earlier, it's already there, it's already working, and you've already got a license to do whatever it is that you want to do. So, those of you who have been very up to speed with Ultraleap in this last 6 months will have realized that we've also spent a lot of energy releasing our latest hand tracking software. And this is called Ultraleap Hyperion, and it is the 6th generation of our hand tracking. So as you probably, those mega fans would have realized, we were with the Gemini 5th generation, and then we launched Hyperion a few months ago. Most importantly, Hyperion is a platform. It's not just one bit of software. We are now very much in the field of having a platform that is capable to be there for delivering what's needed in that next future spatial computing era. So I'm going to talk about some of the features of Hyperion, and of course, all of them are present and available to use with your Somnium headset. So I'm going to whiz through this list, and then I'll highlight some of them in a little bit more detail as to what it means. But with Hyperion, these new features, these things that just weren't possible previously, you've got hands handling objects. I'll go through that one because it's one of those things that sounds confusing when it's in a one line. You've got low power mode, you've got high performance models, You've got hinting APIs, which means you can ask it to do certain things at certain times, micro gestures, and this is really important, you now have the ability to have direct camera access. So if you want to fiddle around and do something different with the camera that isn't hand tracking, but you want to have that access to what's going on and the kind of raw images that the camera is taking, you can now do that as well. So these are some of these real highlight features that I think are going to be very interesting, particularly this one, when it comes to the Somnium headset and using it for things like simulation training. So one of the biggest challenges with hand tracking is, let's take this tracker out of my hand. It's all great when the camera can see my hand for real, and it's a nice naked hand and there's nothing in the way of it. It is an awful lot harder to track a hand that has something in it. And whether or not you want that something to appear in the virtual world, or whether you just want it to keep tracking your hand, by having the occlusion, it makes it very, very hard work. So we wanted to focus on this, and we did. We focused on this for a long period of time. We put all of our research engineers through their paces, and we now have this specialist model that is for hands that are handling objects. And it's far, far more superior, and so it means that we've got 22% increase in that robustness. So a really good example is this little video. Here we go. So this is for some training here where people are learning how to use a blowtorch and how to use it correctly. And therefore, they want to hold something in their hand, either exact replica or maybe just something that represents it. And your hand is still able to be perfectly tracked and understand where the fingers are. Now, this is another really great model that's been getting a lot of attention, and I'm going to come back to it at the end in relation to one of our other future projects. But micro gestures, something that started to get a lot of attention, particularly with the Apple headset release, but the idea that not all hand interactions need to be massive. And actually, the more that we are out and about and using XR technology in public, then there were very real scenarios where we don't want to be making massive gestures, and actually we want to be doing quite discrete gestures. So this is something that we now have available with Hyperion for whichever headset you're using, where you can just make these small micro finger gestures and they can have a relevant output with your media. And I've got some other examples later on as to how you might use this. And then I think, again, this is a feature that's very, very relevant for Somnium users. So you can now decide to crank up or crank down the performance that you're getting in regard to the power that you've got available at the time. So if you want to go in a low power mode because you don't have availability to heavy compute at the time, then that's fine. You can turn it on to a lower compute mode and you'll still get the core function of good hand tracking. But in those scenarios where you've got lots of computer processing power on hand, then you can crank it up and you can get that next availability of very, very high accuracy, very, very high robustness. So we want to put the power in your hands in that sense. You decide, depending on your environment, depending on your compute at that time, what kind of performance you want, and you can get the best from it. As I mentioned, toolkit. So because we've been doing this for quite a while now, for 10 years, we've become rather good at the design thinking about how you should design experiences that need hand tracking interaction. And with that in mind, we've now got very, very wide toolkits available. So they have huge amounts of information for how to build experiences, all of the many things you might want to do, from locomotion to menu navigation to handling objects, and they're all free. So we really, really do want to invite everyone that is making new content at this time to go download the Unity or the Unreal or whatever it is that you build in and play around with all of the Ultraleap toolkits that are available, because that's how more experiences will come to light. And that's a good place to kind of leave this first section. So we've already got a really wide ecosystem of software partners, of resellers, of people making great training content, and we want that to just keep expanding. So very much invite you, make more content, start to increase that availability of hand tracking, and we will start to have a wider ecosystem of what's available and out there. I'm gonna now switch forward slightly and give you a little bit of a taster of the juicy stuff that we've been working on a little bit more internally. Some of you may have seen some of this from AWE, but this is where we're focusing the next step within Ultraleap. So I think we're probably all pretty clear on the fact that AR smart glasses are definitely coming into the market. We're seeing more and more appetite, particularly from the big players, that this smaller form factor of everyday XR is where the trend is going. And we want to stay on top of that at Ultraleap. So we've been preparing. Now, when it comes to hand tracking, and when it just generally comes to technology, we have quite a few new challenges with AR smart glasses. They're a lot smaller, they're a lot lighter, they tend to have a lot lower power availability, and most importantly, no one has quite worked out what the best way for you to interact with that pair of glasses is going to be. And there's a few ideas out there. Some people are looking at voice, some people are looking at capacitive touch, but the reality is these new glasses that are coming onto the market, they're beautiful, they're delicate, and as soon as you start touching physically the side to press a menu button, then some pretty awful experiences happen. Things like this, you're trying to take a photo and you're having to press a button and you've just knocked the whole pair of glasses off to the one side. Equally, if you're having to swipe them to maybe choose some different options, then you're highly likely to also get this kind of scenario, which is just not ideal. And we at Ultraleap, we think we can do a little bit better than all of this. But, as I say, there are challenges along the way. Let me go back, yeah. So, we're very confident that we can do better. And I mentioned earlier about the micro-gestures. And the micro-gesture model, we've already got very much alive and active within our general hand tracking. And when it comes to smart glasses, it feels like there's a lot that can be gained from these micro-gestures. So just to go through a few different things that you might engage with smart glasses, you might be flicking through some recipes, and actually using micro-gestures is absolutely perfect to do that. You might be choosing a new interior design for your sitting room, and again, these small micro-gestures are absolutely perfect. Whether it's selecting media, selecting a filter from your latest social media app, just interacting with a reminder to turn it off, or doing basic menu navigation. All of these things work perfectly with micro-gestures. But the next challenge for us was, of course, we can't use the same stack of technology that we've been using so far. As we've already said, smart glasses tend to be quite lightweight, quite low power. So how do you achieve the power and size needs of the AR glasses and deliver the kind of micro-gesture hand interactions that I just showed you there? And the answer comes down to low-power event sensors. And this might be something that's quite new to a lot of you. It's certainly quite new to me. Luckily, I am here accompanied by our SVP of Engineering, Rowena. So she is also in the room, and you can ask all hard questions to Rowena. But in short, in layman's terms, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about a different type of sensor. Ah, yes, I'm going to let this play out quickly. This is exactly the demo that we can show you at the back of the room as well, although this has some graphics, whereas the one in the back of the room is just purely music. But what we're showing here is that using the micro gestures with a pair of smart glasses, you can navigate some basic functionality. In this example, it's about exploring some different notifications, exploring some different media on the glasses as well. But the key point here is that they're being powered by event sensors instead of frame-based cameras. Frame-based cameras are what we're all used to, whether it's our infrared frame-based cameras, whether it's the frame-based cameras that you have on your phone. They are your standard kind of camera. Event-based sensors are very able to understand and translate information really, really quickly. And this means that they are effectively either in an active state or an inactive state, and the power consumption is incredibly low. So you've got low latency, low power, and a lot less data bandwidth. And again, just to pull up one graph, because we need to have a graph. This is what I mean by them being active or inactive. So they are going between roughly 5 milliwatts and 100 milliwatts, and therefore they have a very, very low average kind of medium point, where they're just staying at roughly 20 milliwatts of power usage. And all of this means you can pack a lot more into a lot lower compute, and of course, it will use a lot less battery as well. So I'm going to leave it there, because ultimately, when we have the next time for demos, I want to invite you all to come and give it a try. We have basically a prototype, and I must stress this is a prototype. It is not a perfect, beautiful product yet. So on the prototype, you've got a pair of the Meta glasses, the Meta Ray-Ban glasses, with the event sensors on the side. In fact, you can barely see the event sensors. They're very well hidden. And then at the moment, it is running from a Raspberry Pi that you just put in your pocket. And you can get to grips with this idea of how could hand gestures be used to interact with these very low light AR glasses. So I will leave it there. Once again, thank you so much, Arthur.
Thank you for coming. I mean, it's hands down, or rather hands up, or rather hands down, best hand tracking on the market. I know. Thank you for coming, and try the demos later when it's demo time. Okay, not now, not now.
Yeah, not that.
Okay, now we need 2 more minutes, and then we'll start the next presentation.
Click, click, it's a
All right, everybody. Hey, those demo people, come back. I see you there. I told you no demos right now. Yeah, I speak to you. Come back to the seats, okay? Exactly. Ay. The cameras, we need the crane camera. Zoom in on their faces so we remember who didn't behave. Anyhow, I'm very, very excited to introduce Aram Sharkawi, who is representing TG0, and he will tell you all about ET controllers and many more things. So round of applause for him, and the stage is yours.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Arta, for the stage. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming to the event. I'd like to ask a few questions. I'd like to make sure the audience is interactive, because I know you guys have just been sitting there and not really been doing much. So who here know about ET before I came in here? Okay, so we have a few fair hands. That's cool. Who here has pre-ordered the Somnium VR1 headset with the ET controllers? Anyone? We didn't send them codes yet? Okay. Sorry, guys. Well, you can get a discount. It's about a 20% discount if you buy with our controllers instead of getting a Valve Index. Anyway, so my name is Adam, as you saw. I also go by the name Rocket VR online. So anyone that's known me on Somnium Space, I see Blake over there. I'm a DJ as well, so do stick around for the after party, because I'll be mixing live with the ET controllers right on the stage. Anyway, so a bit more about me. So I joined ET about 6 months ago, working with them officially. I'm a community manager, but I'm here today, obviously, setting up the demo booth. Hopefully some of you guys have tried it out. Any share of hands? We've got 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, not bad, not bad. I'm not sure if we're going to be doing more demo booths, but you guys feel free to try them out after you've learned a bit more about ETs and how to use them. Maybe you'll be a bit more confident. Anyways, let's move on to the next slide. So TG0 is the big company of ET. ET is just the VR division that we have. And basically, what TG0 owns is the patent technology of touch sensing and pressure sensing surfaces. Across various industries that we work with is automotive, medical, and home electronics. And we'll be discussing more in the next slides. So you may be asking, how does this relate to the ET controllers? Well, we saw a clear advantage for VR and gaming, and we apply this technology to enable an immersive VR 360 experience. And we'll be discussing more about these in the next few slides. But the ET controllers, you may be asking, is, are they durable? Are they more robust? Are they reliable? Well, yes. Like the whole environmental factors, such as differences in temperature, humidity, and even wear and tear, you don't have to worry too much because we've embedded a sleeve around it that is silicon and polymer. Sorry about that. So the patent technology that makes it more robust and more reliable than our competitors guarantees you don't have to worry about joystick drift, such as something that you may experience with the Valve Index controller or the Quest controller. Can we have a show of hands? Anyone had any of these issues? Oh, okay, well, it seems like we've got more hands this time with this question. So, yeah, so we're guaranteeing sweat, water, and dust resistance. The issues that you may experience with, for example, the Index controller with the skin oil, you don't have to worry because you can disinfect these controllers very easily based on the technology and how it's housed with a silicon sleeve. This one doesn't work, this clicker. Where's the other clicker? I think you got it, brother. Do I have it? No? Oh, is it working? Okay. TG0's touch sensing technology doesn't just hold to the consumer, which is what you guys have been testing out with the demo. We also work with other businesses. So we've been working directly with global brands, such as Zwift, where we've incorporated the technology on the handlebar for the inputs for your ride. We've also have a strategic partnership with Nova Res, so with the Nova car, and it's creating unique human-machine interactions And you can see that when you look into the car and how you interact with it, with our technology. But if you're a business out here and you'd like to work with us, feel free to reach out, especially at the very end, with your contact details and stuff, and we can figure out how we can embed our technology that's patented into your device and your projects. Now, in terms of research and development, TG0 invests not just in winning businesses and creating new products, but also pushing the boundaries of human-machine interactions and machine learning. We have a strong track record of grants and partnerships, including EIC, European Innovation Council, also the, oh, what's happened? Sorry about that, guys. Okay. Sorry about that. So the Royal College of Art of London, University College of London, and Kingston University. And also the Alan Turing Institute. Next slide. It's not working. Okay. So let's dive in deeper and let's talk about ET now, okay? We're going to move away from the business and we're going to look into the controllers. For some reason, the clicker is not playing nice with me. So here's a video demonstration of the ET controllers. As you can see, these are prototypes as well, showing back when we launched this in Kickstarter in 2019, 2020. These can also be used for flat screen gaming as well. You can also track the pressure, so you can squeeze like you saw on Moondust. And these controllers are also modular by design. So you can hot swap the ET trackers, or if not, you can also plug in the ET adapter and have, for example, a different tracking solution, such as a Tundra tracker, if you need more battery life, and something much smaller. You could have the Vive Ultimate tracker if you want to be wireless and have the freedom of being base stationless. So we make sure that when you buy these controllers that they're not just a one-done deal. You can use it for many different use cases. And we've also seen people using them to operate with cranes, to fly drones. And we also give out a SDK, so you can also incorporate this into your own projects using Python and Unity. I'm not sure if this is working. So as you can see here, we have the ET tracker that we discussed. So this is a tracker that we've made ourselves, very comparable to the Vive trackers and the Tundra trackers out there, so they are Lighthouse-based. We have the ET controllers. The ET controllers themselves are tracked using a 3-axis IMU, but obviously paired with a tracker. You can use it for Steam VR and PC VR gaming. And obviously you can see the ET adapter. We also sell these separately, so if you did end up buying the SVR editions of the controllers with the Somnium headset, you can obviously pick up an adapter and then use any sort of tracking solution for that headset and any other headset, thanks to our partnership with Somnium. Okay, so here's a video showing the finger tracking. As you can see, you can track the thumb, the index, the middle, the ring, and the pinky finger. Now let's move on. Imaginative capabilities. So we're going to dive in much deeper into ET. Oh, slides are different from the board, sorry. Okay, so you can get into immersive gaming, such as playing Beat Saber. You can unleash creativity, so you can use this for example, with myself here, I'm DJing with the ET controllers with my setup at home. And you can also have enhanced social interaction thanks to the finger tracking and gestures. So you're not just pressing analog buttons like a trigger, or grabbing onto, for example, just a normal sensor, but you're actually having something where it is more digital and feels very close to how you would have with the glove experience. Oh. I am not able to operate this clicker for some reason. Let's try and minimize this video. Sorry about that, guys. I don't think we can do that. Which button? Oh, is there? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Use ET, yes, we should use ET controls instead of clickers. I mean, that's definitely another use case that can be done. Okay. So, embrace freedom beyond buttons. So just have a recap with everything that I've been discussing, especially with the technical difficulties of the presentation and this clicker. So you get full optical tracking. You could set up custom bindings in SteamVR and chords. So if you're sitting there thinking, well, how do I, for example, use a trigger to shoot someone in, let's say, Pavlov or Population 1? Well, you can make a binding where you're resting your thumb on the touchpad and then doing just a trigger touch on the controller, and you can operate a weapon and fire a weapon. These are lightweight. The controller's base of themselves are 142 grams, which is way lighter than our competitors. You have 360 degrees of field of view of the base station if you look at the ET tracker, because it's shaped as like a boomerang. They're very modular, so as I discussed previously, you could hook up a Vive Ultimate tracker to them, so you can be base stationless, or you can hot swap to other trackers just to continue your sessions if you're a prolific VR user. And thank you for listening, and thank you for coming. Apologies for my presentation having a few technical issues. I'm going to give this to Arta.
There is no such technical issue which we cannot overcome, okay? So everything is all right. Thank you, Adam. All right, so we'll have the next presentation. Or let me reiterate, we have planned a coffee break, but you are all listening so greatly that we overshoot a little bit. So instead of 20 minutes, let's grab some coffee, some toilets, whatever you want to grab, and then come back in 5-7 minutes and we'll continue. All right? Thank you. Thanks. Sorry? Yeah, that's the standard. I don't know why. be starting in half a second. Quickly. You know this game where you have to take the places as quick as possible. And who is the last space for everything? Okay, let me see. All right. Well, there's some still eating, but it's okay. People are hungry, I get it. All right, so the next presenter, again, great friend, amazing entrepreneur, and built an amazing product and a company. And I'm very excited to introduce Stanley Rock from the company called Lynx, everybody. Woo!
Hello, thank you very much. You might not be aware, but we've been working with Arthur for quite some time. Arthur is a strong supporter of Lynx, and I'm very happy that he's on our board. I will talk today about what we do at Lynx, why we do it, and why it's important. Today is Arthur's big day, so I won't make any big announcements. That's his job to do today. But I will update you on where we stand. But basically what we do is this, we do hardware and software in mixed reality, and you might know our first product, Lynx R1. We designed 100% in-house, and if I knew how hard it was, I wouldn't have done it. But so far, I would say we're quite successful in the sense that we are still here. That's how success is defined in XR these days, right? Sorry, guys. Yeah. But we produced some of that R1. We have 400 more shipping during the summer. I know we have a container shipping next week with 275 units. And we are mass producing it in September with more units coming down the way. And the R1 is going to live a long time because it's a product made for enterprise, and the customers that we have, I'll talk about them later on, have very long timelines. But we design everything in-house. We're based in Paris. We are very proud of the work we do because we are the only OEM in Europe doing standalone headsets. And I'll talk about it later, but it's not the same job as making a PC VR headset, for example. I'll talk about the pros and cons of that. But the production of R1 has been a great experience. We are the only company that partner in Europe with Qualcomm. We have access to the XR2 Gen 1, the Gen 2, and everything that's after. We see the roadmap of all the displays, cameras, chips. It's super interesting, and I think we're at a crossroads right now for XR. There are 10 other headsets on the market that will come between end of next year and next summer that are going to be also very exciting. But Lynx has this position of making something a bit different in the positioning of the company and the position of the product in terms of specs in itself. We are making a transparent one. I will just update you. We have a transparent version, just like Archer made a transparent headset as well. It's coming before the end of the year. We made a lot of progress on our optics for R1. But about next generation and what's coming after, you might be aware that we use an untraditional lens. It's the lens that we have. There's a Lynx R1 headset right by the Ultraleap booth if you want to try it. And I have one with me as well, so just grab me somewhere and I'll put it on your head. But the optics was a catadioptric lens. It had 12 freeform surfaces. It's just impossible. And so we worked with Limbac, which was a Spanish company in Madrid. Like, imagine 10 researchers in a university. And in January 2023, they were acquired by Apple, of course. And so they disappeared in the Death Star. And we had to find other people to work with for our future generation of products. And the next talk right after me is hypervision. And Archer will explain to you what they are working on. It's super exciting. When I tried their optics, I had the same excitement I had when I remember trying the Limbac lens for the first time in 2018 now. And this meme is part of the problem in XR. The problem is that this market is consolidating in the sense that the big ones are buying the small ones. And when they can't buy you, they will buy your suppliers. They will buy your partners. And this is exactly one of the issues I ran into those last few years. So that's a public example. But you have problems in Asia as well. We manufacture with a Taiwanese supplier, Compal, they make the Apple Watch, make half of the computers on the planet. We're in these factories. And we are also dealing with, for example, very big companies, I won't give any names, but it's not Apple, it's the other one, buying cameras that they would not even use, but just so we don't get our hands on that. And when you're a company like Lynx, remember, we're 25 engineers in Paris. We are very low on the food chain, right? In Asia, compared to Chinese OEMs or US OEMs. But we found the hypervision before the others. Yeah. And with Archer, we partnered with them very early on, and I'm super proud of that. And I'm really excited about the work we do. I can't share anything by respect to my team, but we are, the fact that we made something very different in R1, you're going to find the same thing in R2. And not only about the optics, but also the form factor, the materials, the recyclability of the headset, the entire life cycle of the product. We are, everything we compromise on with R1 and everything you might see that is not working very well, we see the same thing, all right? Don't worry about that. And we try to improve our product over time, and you're going to hear more about that next year. Yeah, hardware, it takes a long time. We're also working on controllers. So I know ETGO gave a great presentation, but we built entirely in-house our controller that will be compatible with R1, with R2, and with other products as well. I won't show them to you today. I will just show you what our industrial designers produce as sketches and ideas. But you can deduce that they are AR tracked and quite conventional controllers. But they're entirely built in-house, and everything around them will be open source. So not only the mechanical design, but also the firmware in the controllers, and they will work great hand in hand with hand tracking. That's a preview video of what the headset sees when it looks at the controller. So we already have the software running. This is actually seen through the ultra-deep hand tracking. So Emily in the talk before said that there is camera access with ultra-deep cameras. That's exactly what we're doing. We're tapping into the sensors, and when we sense that you're picking up the controllers with the IMU on board of the controller, we turn off the hand tracking and we turn on the controller tracking. It's working really well. It's really intuitive, and it saves a lot of power on the headset as well. So far, our company, we made a Kickstarter 2 years ago now, but we also had a lot of attention from the biggest companies on Earth, and that want to use a headset that is a bit different on the technical specs, but also that is not coming from a social network company or a very, very big US or Chinese companies. And there is a huge opportunity for that. And I think in Europe, especially with the two companies that are VR Engineers and Lynx, there's an avenue actually for building headsets that are not tied to one ecosystem. And when you talk to our customers that are playing with our headset, they don't really care about the specs, they don't really care about our optics, but they really do care about how they can deploy the headset in their company safely and without the risk of delivering a black box and having cameras looking at very confidential information, which is the case with HoloLens or Meta or even Apple in that case. And also one other feature that sounds a bit stupid from the outside is again that camera access. The camera access is a great feature that a lot of people in B2B were waiting for, and I'm pretty sure also in the commercial application we'll see a lot of boom once there is at least one headset with camera access that will hit retail and have a very low price. So that brings me to why is Lynx important? Again, I told you that we're the only OEM in Europe making standalone headsets. And a standalone headset is basically the full computer, is this what Apple calls the spatial computer, right? And the difference between making a PC VR and a standalone is absolutely huge. And I'm telling you that, and you can hear about Marek and Archer telling you how hard it is to build a PC VR headset, and that's 100% true. So imagine there is another gap you have to cross, working with the biggest companies like Qualcomm and suppliers in Asia, and making a full computer like that, running on your head, consuming less than 8 watts. It's just insane. So I'm extremely proud of my team. Again, 25 people in Paris were able to deliver that headset. Thank you. So we're still standing. And at the end of the summer, I shared online a month ago that we had a lot of difficulties. Actually, I'm going to tell you something that is not entirely XR related, but part of the market and part of what we're going to see next year, and explain why the XR market will look a lot like the mobile market, with the same big players building the same ecosystem once again with the same recipes. But end of April, I was supposed to close a huge fundraising. It was around 30 million. It would have made a huge difference for us in terms of production for that headset and what we're heading for. And unfortunately, that did not happen. And it's part of the problem we have in Europe, where financial institutions and VCs in general don't have the punch and can't really take the risk as financing a company like that. You have no idea how many people ask me or told me through the years that I have zero chance of succeeding compared to Meta, for example, or even Apple. And they are, those kind of pee in the pool problems with other startups that gave a really, really bad image to the industry in terms of pure financial performance. I think that the best example in that case is the funding rounds of Magic Leap a few years ago. They raised $4 billion. It's a lot. Even when you compare it to the spending of Meta, just in absolute amount, it's a lot. And the problem we had, and everyone in the industry making headset had, is that because they failed, we had a lot of the financial institution telling me, well, you guys are trying, and these guys tried as well, raising $4 billion. How will you succeed raising 30 million, for example? And this kind of, short-term thinking or not taking enough time to enter in our market and our industry and not see the opportunity is part of the problem. Fortunately, at the end of the summer, I will be, so end of August, I will be extremely delighted to make an announcement. So this is the announcement of the announcement. But at the end of the summer, I will be very happy to share with you some news with a huge partner that we are working with that will completely change the XR ecosystem. So we are a very small company, but we see a lot in the sense that I think since we started, we discussed with all the very big players making headsets, like the Chinese OEMs, like ByteDance with TikTok, the American ones, and you have to be, that's my word to you. You have to be very positive in the sense that you think those companies are huge and there is no way the open source community or other people can get a foot in the door and try to do something as what we're doing. But I'll tell you the exact opposite. That's my positive view of the XR ecosystem, is that there is no magic with those big brands. They're not they have the same laws of physics. I think the proof of that is the Apple headset, right? They had to compromise just like we compromise when we make a device like that. The cable, the comfort, the weight distribution, they're things that are hard to understand from a product perspective that are explained by the fact that we are playing with the same tools, and we can play with the same tools as these very big companies in Europe. And Lynx proved that. In our factory, the assembly line next to ours are the Amazon smart speaker from, Alexa smart speaker. We are using the exact same industry tools and software tools that these big companies are working with. So it's possible, it's absolutely possible. And remember that our biggest fundraising, besides the Kickstarter, was 2.7 million euros, which is like, I don't know, like 20 minutes of meta funding. I don't know, it's ridiculous. So my message is that it's possible. My other message is that it's only possible for us, in the sense that we started that in 2019 with a focus on video see-through, and I think we're right? And at the time, HoloLens was the big thing. Optical see-through was the way to go, and because Microsoft, the big mighty Microsoft, did that. But it's, the history proved otherwise, and you'll probably never see a HoloLens 3, by the way. So we're happy that a small company in Europe can have an impact in the XR ecosystem on the long term. And getting back to the beginning of my talk, I told you that the big ones are buying the small ones, and with the thing I'm going to announce in a few weeks, I think you're going to perceive that Lynx finally reached that inflection point where we're not a small one, we're going to be a big one that also buy smaller ones. Yeah. So thank you very much, and talk to you soon.
Amen. Never give up, never surrender. Thank you, Stan. Amazing. Thank you very much. All right, 1 minute and we go to the next presentation. All right, so this is something I'm super passionate about. This is a big passion project, and something I hope, I'm doing it. I'm not entirely sure where we're heading in terms of, where I want it to end, but it's something I really believe in. And with that, I also want to introduce Mark DeMar on stage, a long friend of mine, and also one of the longest standing community members in Somnium. He runs, I know some of you are reading that, he runs Somnium Times, the independent journalistic, how would you describe it? The newspaper of Somnium space. If you want to learn what's new in Somnium, what's cool, that's the place you go, actually. And we see a lot of publications actually taking I think Sky News and CNN and BBC have taken these articles, on his articles, and rewrote things and wrote about it. A But today we'll be speaking briefly about authenticity. And as you have probably learned from me from the past several presentations about Somnium VR1 and Somnium Space, we believe, and I believe, in decentralization. I believe in transparency, and I believe in control, so users control their own destiny. These are the things which I truly believe. And how do you know I truly believe? Because I put my money and my energy where my mouth is, and I think that's the key. And today we'll present you authenticity, if we can put the slides on. Thank you. Authenticity is I would say, a different take on social media. And with that, I'll give a word to Mark. He will give you, he's helping me to run this for a long time, and he'll give you the presentation, and I will just comment on each slide some takes from my side. So a little bit different thing, but very important for us to mention.
Yeah, thanks, Arthur. Let's dive into this. One thing, authenticity, don't try to say it, but not too often, because it might break your tongue. We've had some interesting talks with people who tried to do that, and nobody really kind of figured out how to say it properly, but it's authenticity. So let's have a look at that. You could say this idea was really born, and Arthur talked about it, is you could say and mentioned before also, creators owning their creations, right? So that's really, I feel, the link with what we've heard before. Not only that it's a brainchild of that man over there, you know, that's the common thread, but also the fact that that creators should own their creations. And this idea is really born from, you know, the realization that there are some serious problems with centralized social media. And one of the biggest things is the lack of ownership and control over your data. Like many users of centralized platforms, they think they actually own their content, they own their posts, and they own their profile, but it's just not true. Because these platforms, they can take down your content at any time, right? And that is for obvious reasons, because these platforms have, they hinge their business models on profiting from user data. You know, that's how they work. So they will take down your content if they feel it goes against their business model, and they risk jeopardizing their profit. And that's a huge problem also for free speech. You know, it's not even about extreme content. This is simply content that they don't like. And I know of many YouTubers actually that are really struggling with that. They have put so much effort in building their community, in building their channel, built this community, built this income stream, only to find out that it's like they are demonetized overnight. And worst case, their accounts are closed and they have no clue, they have no way. They turn often to the community saying, help, help, what should I do, you know? That really is a problem. And that brings us also to the whole monetization thing. You can think you have you work hard and you create this income stream, but it's at risk all the time. It's on shaky ground, it's a shaky foundation. And one thing you need to realize as well, and that's like fundamental also for what we will talk about in a minute, is the fact that, for example, a platform like YouTube, a large chunk of their income is generated through the long tail of small YouTubers. You have to realize that. Because they will monetize anyone who puts out content from day one. But these smaller YouTubers, they can only monetize if they reach a certain threshold, right? So they have, like, let's say 1,000 subscribers or a number of watch hours. That is really smart of the platform, obviously, because they will monetize you, but you can't monetize. And they can kind of turn the dials to make them as profitable as possible. And of course you can reach, and there are successful YouTubers out there, I don't deny it. So of course you can reach a point where you can make money, right? But it's still it's it's the platform that decides, basically. You know how much you get. So authenticity is different. It's built on Web3 technology. It's built on the blockchain, and that solves like some problems immediately. And a key feature of authenticity is that every single post that you create is turned into an NFT and lands directly in your wallet. So the ownership is undisputed. The ownership is immutable. Authenticity cannot even touch it, cannot delete it. Authenticity is not in that sense, authenticity is not a database application like the centralized systems. It's a portal to the blockchain. So it behaves very much like a social media platform, and we'll see that in a minute, but there's a fundamental difference because every post is simply an NFT, and we will see how important that also is because these posts become assets, right? We will see that, what that means for monetization. But also, like, the problem with the centralized platforms is the problem of your security and privacy, and that is also solved here, and also the fact that if that's important for you, you can connect your wallet, you can anonymize access, and you can start posting right away. And every single post is yours. Now, another very important part of the authenticity platform is the fact that what we want to do, and this is key, this is very important, is the fact that there are two sides of the equation. The one side is the content creation, right, which is really important, but equally important, we work on the premise that like it's equally important, the consumers of content are equally important. So who like content and subscribe to content creators. So what we wanted to do is build in a monetization layer into authenticity that incentivizes both behaviors, so the content creation and also the consuming the content.
Yeah, and I'll add to that you're absolutely correct. And what is important in this slide is it's direct peer-to-peer, meaning that you don't go through third-party providers like Patreon or PayPal, and I mean there's so many examples where you just get wiped out or you get access denied to those platforms. You are basically depending on other third-party platforms. Here, it's between you as the content creator and them as someone who consumes the content directly. And I think that's just something which is much more efficient and something we believe that is right.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're not going to go through, you could say, all the details of how exactly does that work. But one thing, and it's in the white paper, by the way, so you can go to the authenticity.io and you can find the white paper that has all kind of the algorithms and how we try to achieve that. One thing I can say, though, is that let's say you're consuming content, right? So the way that we build it is like Arthur was saying, it's direct support. So you find a content creator who you really like, and you say, I want to support that content creator. What that essentially means on the platform is that you obtain a stake in that creator's profile. So it's a bit similar to, you could say, maybe obtaining like the staking mechanisms in certain blockchain protocols. You get a share of that creator's profile, and if that creator then attracts more value over time, then some of that value, because you hold a stake, will flow to you, right? And not only that, we went a step further because we said, one thing is the content creator, but what do these content creators do? They create content, and you all know that certain content goes viral, there's really quality content out there. So what we said is that what you can do and support a creator and get a share in that creator's profile, we can do the same thing for every single message and every single post they create. They're NFTs, and you can maybe recognize that here is a post, here is an NFT that has viral potential, So you can support that particular message, and that means that you obtain a stake in that message in the exact same way as you would obtain a stake in the creator's profile. And then if that message goes viral or it attracts more value over time, then some of that value will flow to you. And does that mean that the algorithms that we currently have is set in stone? No, we can kind of turn the dials and we can kind of adjust it here and there. But the bottom line is that we want to incentivize content creation, and we want to incentivize those who consume content and support the creators. That's the bottom line of Authenticity. But more than just a social media platform, we find that Authenticity is much more like a hub for your social identity, because it's quite fundamental, you could say, that that these posts that you create, they become NFTs. So the way that we see it is not that Authenticity replaces all these other centralized social media platforms, but we see, you could say, Authenticity more in the middle. It's a hub. That's where you start. That's where you create your content. And then it's okay. You could say you could spread out your content over other platforms where you may have communities, and you want to share, of course, your content with those communities, and you can do that. But let's say that one of these centralized platforms, they take down your post or your content. You will still have the Genesis version. You still have the original content in the form of NFTs on Authenticity or through Authenticity.
Just want to say that every message you write, you know, like there's common problem that in NFTs that you might have just an NFT, but the image itself stored on NFT is gone. It's on some centralized server. In Authenticity case, everything you write is engraved directly into the token. Impossible to delete, impossible to change. Directly there for everyone to see. I mean, it comes with negatives and positives, but it's there, and you kind of own it, and nobody can take it from you, and nobody can change it. Nobody can delete it.
We launched in August 2022 with an amazing event, actually. We did that at the HQ. I think Arthur pointed it out when we had the Somnium 3.0 demo. So that was a great moment, and after that, like, we saw a lot of activity on the platform, and that was really great. And here is just, of course, I can't show much, but there are artists who premiered their music, artworks, memes, entire blog posts also, and I'll come back to kind of the features of the platform, but entire blog posts. And one guy, actually, he is a graphic designer. He was working on a graphic novel called Autopsia. And what he did was quite interesting. He said, I'm going to post like my progress. So basically, the sketches of his graphic novel turned into NFTs. And that opened up, like for me, that like brought home like a very important point, is that you can post your content and start monetizing as you're working on your artwork, right? It becomes like a trail of your work, and you can monetize on the go. And he could use that you could say that income to further support his work. So that was a great example as well.
I would highlight just the message below that is written by Ultralord. This is the
secret message there.
But it's a quite unique thing because it's a private public message.
Yeah.
And the way it works is it's end-to-end encrypted, and only person who gets tagged in that message can actually unencrypt the message. So the content of the message, it's on the blockchain. You can see it's kind of written in a nonsense because it's encrypted, so nobody can decrypt it, except that one person who gets tagged, and then he or she can decrypt the message. Very interesting concept. So you kind of see that someone has written something, but you don't know what. So the conversation is happening, and it could be, jokes aside, this thing, we all know story of WikiLeaks and many stories like that, where they had to go some really arm's lengths to make sure that they provide content or store it somewhere where it's not deleted, but someone can tag it, or read it. Imagine if they would just tag, I don't know, New York Times in an encrypted public message, and then governments can see that something is happening, but they don't know what's inside, and it's forever encrypted on the blockchain. So that's kind of a powerful tool as well for things like that, for the free speech and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a public record of a private message. It's really interesting, and we saw them coming in, and we were like, "Whoa, what did they say?" You'll never know. So yeah, that was a great content we're seeing on the platform, but also the monetization in action. Obviously, like we said, okay, one thing is the NFTs, and you have great features and create all these posts, but also on the monetization part, we had some great success stories, like the lower left corner there premiered a user, and within a matter of days, it attracted like we use the auth token, which is the platform's utility token, worth $1,000 or something in a matter of days. That will never happen on Spotify, right? Like, so they were quite amazed, like in a matter of days, that they got so much support. Totally different model, direct. Like on Spotify, you would have to, I think, like wait for 6 months or something like that before you can see like some money coming in, depending on the plays, right? And depending on the platform's rules and percentages, etc. Yeah, there's a lot of great examples there.
We have 3.5 minutes left. Just.
Yeah. So if we look at features, because we talked about like the fundamentals of the platform, but in terms of features, a lot of features since the beginning. Obviously, we started already in April with an alpha, but we had like already back then rich posts. But we've added a lot of features over time, and right now you can create a wide variety of posts, video posts, live streaming, super posts, which are posts behind a paywall, which is yet another way to monetize in a way where you say, I have some special content, I have recipes or whatever you want to share, but you can put it behind a paywall, and then people will pay some utility tokens and they can unlock the post. And you can embed, like that's also amazing, is that you can embed a host of file types. You can regular and spatial videos, images, 360 images, audio, 3D models, documents even. And I have an example here where I just in one post combined some different types. File attachments, a document, Word document, 3D model that you can view directly on the platform. You don't have to use another
it's also inside Vision Pro and stuff. But just one thing I'll add here is that you talk about utility token, just to mention that when you write, you get the utility token. The whole tokenomics is working in a way that basically when you write something, when you post content, you also get rewarded the tokens. So you need to buy them to support you. Actually, if you are active, you're earning those tokens.
Yeah, but you can be really flexible here and combine lots of different types of content. And again, I could have put this, for example, something like this behind a paywall. Maybe you've developed some 3D models, right? And you could put that behind a paywall and say, okay, you pay a few of these tokens and you unlock access. So that's really great. But of course, it doesn't stop here. We're still only at the beginning, I feel, of the ride. Like we have a lot of ideas. So just briefly, a few of the highlights. One thing that is very important, because the tokenomics is obviously fundamental for us, because it incentivizes this behavior that I talked about. People need to really understand that. So one of their focus items is to really make the analytics and dashboards and live tokenomics to visualize that, and to make sure that people understand. I call it the game. You could say, because they want to. If you understand the game, you want to play the game, and that is something that we knew all along, and that is something that we're really going to focus on as well. Is to make these visualizations. You can really say kind of how big of a stake do I have in what profiles, etc., etc. Mobile apps and Vision Pro app. Arthur, you can say a bit more about that, but they are coming very soon.
They're there already. Yeah. We just didn't release them yet. We're testing. Basically, on iOS, we've reached feature parity, I would say, with the web platform. And on Vision Pro, we're getting there, but main aspects of the part, plus the spatial videos, of course, are there, the support. And again, with all the other aspects of authenticity. And just for the live tokenomics, I think one of the big drivers is to bring that next level of transparency of the whole flow of tokens, because sometimes it's hard to follow the blockchain transactions. So we want to visualize that and also make it interactive so that people can see what's happening, click on it, and then see the receipt, like you've seen on the Somnium 3.0 demo we did, where you buy something and suddenly it pops up and the blockchain token has been purchased. It's a receipt for you to understand the flow of the tokens so that you know what's happening and who is, where the tokens are flowing from whom and how.
Yeah, and that brings me to the last slide. I just wanted to have this Vision Pro there. And I think we're done.
Amazing.
Time's up.
19 seconds left. Oh, wait, we're 20 seconds over. Sorry.
Yeah.
I wanted to
Sorry about that.
Then I realized, like, oops. Okay, thank you, Mark. It's something we're passionate about. We'll continue building it, whether many millions people use it or thousands people use it. It's okay. We're just believing in that, and definitely I'm posting there as well. Now we have a very exciting presentation in a few minutes. Arthur from Hypervision will tell you everything you need to know about the future of optics and pancakes. So stay tuned. Whoop. Okay. As I told you, very excited about this presentation because, as Stan said, we discovered this amazing company, obviously, and they do great stuff. I hope you all tried the demos. If not, when the demo time will come, please go there and try the Hypervision optics. It's truly next generation in pancakes. We're very happy to be investors in Hypervision, and Arthur, take it away.
Thank you. It's amazing the ecosystem, Arthur, that you're building here. At the end of my presentation, come back to here, and anyone wanting to make a wish can come between us. So, yeah. So, Hypervision, we are a company developing visual engines for mixed and virtual reality. And visual engine and virtual mixed reality could be like a heart in our body, because everything is visual information is the most important information in the virtual and mixed reality. And at the beginning, I want to talk about two important features of visual system. The first one you might be familiar with. This is a Sneller chart. If you're coming to ophthalmologist, so 20/20 is a normal vision, and this is abnormal. And here the vision that you cannot drive car with this vision. And about field of view. We as a human have very wide horizontal field of view, actually 270 degrees. Why so wide? Actually, when I'm looking straight, I can feel what is happening behind me. It's 210 degrees. But once I feel something happening, I rotate my eyes about 30 degrees each side. So actually, we as human use 270 degrees every moment. And vertically, we use about 170 degrees. Now, if we will talk about optics, I used, for instance, in Apple Vision Pro, that using micro OLED displays, and we will talk about micro OLEDs, about fast LCDs. So with micro OLED displays, that's all field of view that is covered. It's a very small field of view versus what we are using as a human. Now, Apple Vision Pro, for instance, with the 4K micro OLED display can provide above 40 pixels per degree. It's still not normal vision. Normal vision is here. It's 60 pixels per degree. And by the way, this is a super vision, analogous to 120 pixels per degree. This super vision, some percentage of population has like pilots. Now, here, when we use fast LCD versus micro OLED displays, we can get much more field of view, as you can see here, and you saw in the demos. It's not just theoretical, it's practical, you saw in the demos. Now, right now, we getting only 22 ppd because of limitation of the fast LCD displays with the resolution. And we want to reach 60 ppd in the industry. This is industry goal. How can we reach this? With micro OLEDs or with fast LCDs? This is the question. And we published on our website article that making analysis if by micro OLED we can reach 60 ppd or not, and our conclusion that fast LCD is the candidate, not micro OLEDs. Maybe this is a good message because micro OLEDs are extremely expensive, and with fast LCDs it will be possible to reach 60 ppd under normal price. Okay, so, but yeah, field of view and visual acuity, it's not all in virtual reality. Let's talk about other vectors here. And for you are pretty much familiar with Quest Pro or Quest 3 and with Apple Vision Pro. So if we are looking on those vectors, and if Apple Vision Pro is reaching 40 ppd here, the eye box of Apple Vision Pro is very small versus Quest. The form now dynamic range is small. No solution for vergence accommodation conflict. Field of view is very small, and the form factor is very big. So here, this position of hypervision, we have very large eye box, very large field of view. You saw that. Also, our visual engines are compact. Now, we already supporting 60 ppd condition that there are such displays of 6K, but no such displays. Now our eye box is very wide already. Field of view, we're reaching 100% horizontal field of view. Now we are working today, we got condition grant of European Union with another company to resolve vergence accommodation conflict. This is a project that should be started, but we need matching financing for this project. We have another project with American company to improve dynamic range, and also with the same European company, it will be contribution to improvement of dynamic range. And with Lynx, we also have a project to make very compact sunglasses size mixed reality device. So this is our vision in 2 years to get to this position of almost ideal visual engine solution, and our mission as a company Hypervision to make ideal visual engine the sense of ideal visual engine that we cannot distinguish between reality and virtuality while looking into visual engines. So this is our mission, what you see in the green, maybe 2030 to be here. Now, some evolution, history of evolution of virtual reality optics. So everything started with the spheric lenses, maybe from spherical, but very fast it began as spherical. Then we remember Fresnel lenses. Here, what you see is hybrid lens. In the middle, you have a spheric lens, and here is double-side Fresnel lens. That's what we did in Hypervision when we started our company in 2020. This was our first generation of optics. But when we showed that on AWE and SPIE, it was too late because everyone was working on pancake lenses. Now, about pancake lenses, there are two types that we distinguish them between by display. The first type based on fast LCD, and second type based on micro display. There are pros and cons for each one of them. So the best advantage of micro OLED based visual engine, it's much compact, but it's very expensive. And when we are talking about fast LCD, we get the biggest field of view, biggest eye box, edge-to-edge sharpness. for both of them, there is a disadvantage. Light efficiency, it's reaching about 16% versus 90% of previous solutions. That's why we cannot use regular displays that were used here. We cannot use them for pancake optics. For pancake optics, there are special displays that are very bright, at least four times brighter, and with special thin films for polarization. Okay, now this is a technical slide that I wouldn't go into the details of the pancake lens model, but I just want to show you complexity of this model. Who wants to know the details could discuss with me, but today when you say pancake lens, it's not lens, it's module. Module that consists of number of lenses, of thin films for polarization, of special coating like anti-reflective coating and semi-reflective mirror, the electric coating, and different layers of polarization films. Most exotic is reflective polarizer. Okay. So a lot of challenges to resolve to improve the pancake lens-based models. Now, let's compare pancake models based on microdisplays versus fast LCDs. So what is important to show here, what you see here, this is called back ray tracing. The collimated rays that coming from the eyes eventually hitting the display. Actually, the pixels generated on the displays generate light that is collimated over the eye, but we're doing back ray tracing. And what you see here, RMS, root mean skew, is a very important parameter. It defines what spot size, not point, but spot size when all rays are focused. And this spot size should be less than pixel size. In this case, we will see very sharp. Now, what the difference? You can see here, when we use fast LCD, we have very big eye box margin. The distance between pixel size and the RMS curve. And here, you can see the distance is very small. So here, the eye box margin is very small. So when we have this alignment between optical axis of the lens and if IPD is not regulated correctly or height of the headset is not regulated correctly, immediately we get out of focus. So here we show what displays are available for both types of implementations. So the winner right now is micro OLED-based display because Sony introduced 4K display. They call it 4K. It's less than 4K, but still it's very high resolution that used in Apple Vision Pro. And there are two other displays that on the way for micro OLED. As for fast LCDs, there are no 4K displays today. Only announcements. 3 companies announced 4K displays. So currently the industry everyone wants to make optics like Apple. Wants to compete with Apple. We're getting a lot of inquiries about such optics. For our other optics, a lot of inquiries about what we do with 4K display. We like your optics, but there is no 4K displays. What we do? So here is the example to compare a real visual engine based on our hyperocular 140 pancake lens that in the demos. And here is the visual engine by Apple. You see the difference in the size, so the field of view is different. You also can see the interesting concave shape by Apple Vision Pro and also our concave shape. Now, here you see the table when we did summary of our analysis. that with this architecture we can reach 60 ppd, and with this architecture where the pixels are much smaller, we are limited for 40 ppd. So we believe that the future in the fast LCDs and optics based on fast LCDs. Here is our implementation of micro OLED based optics. We don't show what is inside, but there are several lenses inside. So we can work with all those micro OLEDs that are coming. And for the smaller pixel, we can reach 57 ppd with our optics. That we don't show today, it's theoretical right now. It's based on simulations. So here, just to summarize, with micro OLED based, we have much more compact implementation, 1/8 of the volume, while it's small eyebox, high cost, less field of view. Another thing, this is the future implementation of the lens stack. Here, what you see, very important parts. Quarter wave plate, known also as retarder, reflective polarizer, cleaner polarizer, all of that should be one stack. And right now, we are working with American company, Light Polymers, doing liquid crystal-based polarization to make such single stack and take the costs of such lens production down to consumer level. So to summarize, what we do, visual engines, and visual engines is not just lenses, it's also polarization control, thin films, special coatings, and precision optomechanics. So we're resolving bottlenecks of visual engines. We provide reference design kits for visual engines, also the process for mass production. And we also provide architectures. Next slide, I'll explain what the architectures to improve the field of view. In reference design, it's hardware and software. In mass production, customization before mass production, and cost reduction. So here, what you see, you can see also in the demo area. This is architecture when we tilt the displays one to other to get more field of view. Even when we have monocular field of view up to 140 degrees, we can get even more by tilting. And here is another application based on 4 displays that could cover complete human visual field. So our go-to-market model, business model. So as you can see, visual engines performance is increased each year. And our business model to make it faster than others, to increase the quality of visual engines. And right now, they are very expensive, and the most added value are getting companies, the enterprise companies, like Virginis, Vario, Somnium, and Lynx, and maybe more companies. This is the curvature of cost reduction. Currently, we can serve enterprise companies. In our final goal to serve consumer companies, when we will reduce the costs, and in the middle, prosumer companies. I'm skipping that slide. You know what? I just say our difference from other manufacturers of optics, because we doing non-standard manufacturing process, so we have more freedom in optical design and special architectures. Now about the team. So company is in Israel, but everyone here is proud to say about we are a European company that only doing such, and such. So this is my co-founder, Michael. He is a Ukrainian guy, European one. I'm Lithuanian, also European. This is Dutch guy. And he did those optical designs, Shimon Grabarnik. And also Artur is a European guy, is our director. So actually we are a European company. So we have another European company doing visual engines for virtual reality. Yes. And yeah, this is the summary. So just want to say, we getting financial support from Israeli Innovation Authority. Also, this is Bination Industrial R&D, Israel, United States, but also from Eureka. And our last investors, Somnium Space, Virgineers, and Links, and thank you very much. Yeah. We are preparing ourselves toward 27, 28, when we expect explosion on virtual and mixed reality market. What Marek said, we expect that VR and MR will be like smartphones. So we need to be ready. We're preparing our technologies for that. Right? We will open a round A next year only for 3 million, very modest. Right now, we also open for investment with discounts to match financing for a European Union project together with another European company, and for a project with American company doing polarizers based on liquid crystals. Yes, that's all.
All right, thank you very much. So, two things, okay? I like how you bent the truth about being a European company the same way how the light goes through the pancake lens, you know what I mean? And the second thing is, I love optics, and to me, this is better than any meditation presentation. I just love listening to Arthur and the optics and the presentations he does. But try that optics, it's truly next level stuff. And thank you very much, Arthur.
Want to come to here.
Oh, what? Someone wants to come here? Because we're both Arthurs, I mean. Okay, the Vario guy come. Okay, what's it? Sir, hello. Thank you for coming, by the way. Thank you. It's amazing having you here. And what's your wish? I don't want to go bankrupt. Sorry.
I will not say that.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we have a secret here. All right, thank you very much. All right, now we have something very cool and interesting. We'll need 3-4 minutes to prepare it, to put some chairs. We have a panel discussion. You know that I'm a YouTuber too, okay? It's 800 subscribers. No, but we do for fun a show we call Pixel Slaves with Shota. Shota, say woo! Oh, here he is. Yes, hello. And we decided to invite those beautiful gentlemen to join us on stage and discuss what do we think about XR, where it's going, and what the hell is happening. So give us several minutes. We'll prepare the chairs, and we'll be back with you. All right, so the way we'll do it, because we have 2 handheld microphones, we will be giving the microphones to each other. So Shota, you will be giving from that side, and I'll be giving from this side, and somehow, who are we missing? Why are we having? Oh, Taro. Oh, okay, all right. No worries.
He's gone to film some through the lens footage.
He's coming.
So what?
He's gone to film some through the lens footage.
Oh, through the lens footage. Oh, right,
He's
right,
over there,
right,
look.
Cyril. Of course, of course. I'm sure he did. Let's wait for him. But thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on stage. I hope you enjoyed the program so far. And okay, we have summed up number 1. Very good. 2. All right. Fantastic. All right. So I would start just asking you, based on what you heard today, and of course you're writing about XR all the time. You're into the topic. What do you think? Where do you think the XR is today, and where do you think it will go in the next few years, and how you basically think about the whole industry? Let's start with you, Scott.
Hi, Scott Hayden from Road to VR. So the state of VR, state of XR rather, we've witnessed that today, right? Every presentation we've seen has been literally the state of how things are. And where it's going is a big question, because right now we're seeing sort of PC VR, despite standalone onlookers, people that use standalone headsets, it is growing. It's not obviously growing at the expected exponential rate that standalones have taken with, vis-a-vis Meta, but all, how do you say it, like rising tides lift all boats. So I'd be interested to hear what David Heaney has to say.
Yeah, I think I'd echo a lot of that. I think with VR today, it's definitely multiple sub-markets. People really want to categorize it as this one giant thing, but it's not. There's PC enthusiasts who many of them are doing, flight simulation and racing sim, and that's where Somnium VR1 seems like it's well positioned to enter. Then you've got a lot of people doing social VR. But the main market right now of VR that is very, very large is obviously generalized gaming, right? And what we're going to see, I think, in the next few years is VR expand out. It's already done that in the enterprise sector, in training and visualization, in collaboration. But I think in the next few years, we're going to see the consumer market expand beyond gaming, and we're going to see things like, there's productivity use cases that are only barely just doable now on headsets like Vision Pro, as well as entertainment, as we see headsets that are, lighter and slimmer and more focused to watching traditional media on like an aircraft or in your hotel room and things like that.
I have no idea of the question.
He wasn't here for the question.
Yeah, listen, you have to improv.
I think that.
Okay. The question it's where do you think VR is now, and where do you think it's going in the next few years?
Okay. Where is now? I think is a very weird spot, because we have a lot of enthusiasts that really love pushing it as much as they can. I'm one of those. And we also have a lot of people that are in complete disbelief of this technology. So we found ourselves in this constant battle to actually get our words out and bring a message, when at the same time we have deniers that don't really want that thing to become a thing. And I see, of course, I'm one of those people that keep pushing as much as possible. And I see a future, a path on this technology, because we all do, we are here because of that. There are people working on headsets, there are people working on software, and I feel like we are going much faster than what everyone is actually believing, but no one wants to realize it just yet. I feel like it's good that some big companies like Apple are stepping into this thing to just bring some awareness, but you can see that even Apple is not enough sometimes to give this breakthrough in the technology. So as much as I would like to say that I know where this thing is going, I absolutely have no clue of what's going to happen. I just think that is a great thing for every different application we can imagine, and I hope it's going to be something for everyone, because I see the appeal, I see the potential of it, and we just need everyone to be able to see it as well.
Surely you have to give the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, this way. Oh, that's okay. I am too. Hi. VR is still for weirdos.
frankly. That's not a bad thing. Like, every technology starts with weirdos, and like it takes a while for it to break into that non-weirdo crowd. Like, I think the industry has been just humbled, really this year especially. Like, we had this entirely huge funding boom with the metaverse stuff that happened recently, and like now we're kind of coming out of that, and we're kind of seeing sort of this more humbling and like more organic, slow growth going on, which, in my opinion, I think is very good for the industry in general, because we're truly figuring out what things will work, what things actually resonate with people, and instead of just like throwing stuff at the wall, we're still throwing stuff at the wall, but it's getting a little better. So I think it's just gonna be, the next few years, it's still gonna be mostly slow growth, I feel, but it's all gonna be more organic, and I think people are gonna be happier in the long term over time as that happens. So, yeah.
What do you think, Shada? How do you rate their answers? On a scale from 1 to 10?
I like Brad the best. 10 out of 10. No, I think we need more of Apple Vision Pros going on. We need more clones. Stuff like that. Yeah. Is it a good place? Look, we're all here today for this. And I think it's only going to get better.
I think the beauty of it is, like, I love my Vision Pro, but I also love my VR1, PCVR. It's just different use cases, and I enjoy them all. Maybe I'm the weirdo, probably, sure, 100%, but it's something, you know, I agree with David. It's like, you know, there will be crystallized use cases which are just barely touching the surface, and we don't know what's going to be the mainstream use case. But I also believe that wearable spatial computing, kind of like the next gens of Vision Pros, I truly believe that, you know, when I first time put the Vision Pro on, I kind of said to myself, yeah, in 10 years, whatever the timeline is, because we're always wrong in the timeline, but in some years, okay, in some years, it will be weird not to wear a visual spatial computing device, and it will be weird to take it off and see this empty world around you, not having all this additional information coming. And I'm not talking about those like stupid videos where like it's overload of advertising and stuff, like popular videos on LinkedIn, but more of a realistic use case where you'll see things you want to see. You know, if you're traveling, you'll see those pop-ups and restaurants and whatnot. So that's that. And on the other hand, for the true immersion, I believe that PCVR is and will be still a thing, because that's where you can drive this last pixel to the last limit. And then of course things like Tesla Suite, if you combine them together, that's the holy grail. Why I started Somnium, to have this full immersion and to be able to kind of live that through. I guess maybe, by the way, guys, if you have any other questions or thoughts, just raise your hand and I'll give you the microphone. David?
Sorry, go ahead. You go ahead.
I really believe PCVR is more important than what many people think, because it has this power of creating wonder, making understand the possibilities of the technology. We are seeing trailers from like standalone games, small applications and everything. And it's hard to convey the fact that those can be immersive too. You know, like you see like 3 polygons together and they tell you that it's an amazing face. Like, I don't believe it. I want to see the next generation avatar in front of me. I want to see that next generation graphics. And even if it's not something that everyone can use, it's actually something that everyone needs to see, I think, because that is where it's going to be. And it's just like years ahead, where the technology still needs to, you know, unfortunately not everyone can afford like a 4090 to run some applications. But I feel like those applications, PCVR in general, it's very needed because that's where we see what we can actually have in the future.
Yeah, at the very least, PCVR, where it is today, is a North Star. The kind of graphical fidelity that standalone headsets can deliver today is simply nowhere close to what's going to bring this mainstream. But one thing I do want to echo the sentiment is that this industry is very, very early. In the wider tech media, the more general tech media, there's this tendency to treat everything like smartphones, because a lot of these people who are doing the analysis started in sort of 2010, that kind of era, and then followed this industry of what is really pocket computers, thinking that this just came out of nowhere with the iPhone. But the iPhone was the culmination of decades of advancement in portable pocket computers. Right now in VR, this is more akin to like the late 1980s of personal computers. This is still so early, and there's decades to go. This is something that's going to be measured on the scale of decades, not a few years.
Just to add to that, I think that some of that comes from the fact that we are seeing, new headsets almost every year. 2019, first Quest, 2020, Quest 2, And so I think the consumer base they are looking for the next thing, but as Brad stated, we are the weirdos. We want literally something better every single year. I know I do.
Yeah, and just want to say that in terms of the graphics, what Chiril was saying, it's true that the PCVR is delivering that next generation graphics. What at least it's benchmark, And one thing I would say is why we have a lot of simulators here to show. It's not because we have chosen the simulators as our market. It's the simulators have chosen us. Well, I speak us as Somnium Space, like a VR1, because the simulators are one of the best VR experiences which could convey to people the immersiveness of the application, right? Because it's hard to maybe, we do social VR in Somnium, so it's hard to convince some people, the mainstream people, like social VR, hey, it's great. Then you have weirdos and weird avatars and God, you all know what I'm talking about. But so you have that, and then they will look at it and they say, okay, what's in that for me? But then when you put them behind the steering wheel of the car in VR or an airplane, they say, wow, that looks absolutely one-to-one real. And they kind of get it instantly. So it's good that that crowd drives the kind of also the PCVR forward, because they want that immersiveness. And thanks for the games like DCS and Microsoft Flight Simulator, they're actually bringing it in a big way, because you can feel really immersed. Shredder, what do you think?
Why is Beat Saber still like the main game for VR? Of all the things you can do, all the PCVR, the graphic quality in that is massive. Why is it the simple games that seem to attract most people? Make sense? Do it make sense?
I mean, I think, yeah, no, it's a good question. I think it's because the other aspect of VR that draws people in is that direct embodiment and interactivity, right? There are experiences that are incredibly graphically simple that people still like to enjoy. These are the absolute best experiences in VR combine these both things at once, right? You have this direct hand interaction, embodiment, and incredibly immersive high-fidelity graphics. That's something that you can only really see on PC today, but you can imagine that eventually standalone headsets will get there. But one other thing I wanted to just say is that we are talking a little bit pessimistically about this is early, this is a small market, and this is for weirdos. And in some ways that's true, but it should be noted that there are millions of people out there, regular, normal people who own a Quest. And as someone who's been following this industry for a very long time, I remember like 10 years ago, you would talk about VR and nobody would really even know what you're talking about. Today, I talk to my Uber driver or my barber or someone behind a bar and they go, oh yeah, my brother or friend or cousin or son or daughter or me has one of those. And I say which one, and it's, oh, the white one that's wireless. And it's usually the Quest 2. And a lot of the time you get this kind of sentiment of, I've really enjoyed some of the games on there. I can't wait until it looks like the same graphics I get on my PlayStation. And so you can see that the reason I bring that up is because you can show that there is this appetite there. You have this direct evidence that there is this appetite for this technology. It's just that it has a long way to go to get to where it can be mass appeal for hundreds of millions of people.
I just want to know where Valve Deckard is. Brad, can you tell us where? No.
No. You will know.
It's not real. It was all a hoax. You all fell for it and subscribed to my YouTube.
But Brad, wait. No. Don't give that microphone back. Wait. Keep it.
Okay.
I have a question for you. So
yeah.
You are you're one of the most probably heavy users of Vision Pro. Like I use it probably on average right now, like an hour a day or something like that, maybe 2 hours sometimes. You're using it much more.
Yeah.
Tell us your findings, because I'm literally genuinely interested. Like how did you evolve in your usage of Vision Pro over the time, and what do you find interesting, and what do you want from the next gen Vision or whatever that will be?
So I guess the things I'm finding is I want more from what you can do in terms of like, I'm still kind of using it mostly as a peripheral to my PC and stuff, because a lot of the actual tools that I would do for a lot of like video editing and stuff is on the PC. It's kind of crazy to me that there's like still, not even by Apple, like a version of Final Cut on the headset and stuff like that. And I think that's really frustrating because the one thing I like about Vision Pro is it made me come around a lot on the idea of standalone as for computing, because it's got a lot of power in there from like the compute side. But it is doing a lot, but it's also, I feel like it could be doing way more in terms of that, just having those sort of apps on there. But like in terms of the hardware, I love it. I really do. I think it's pretty awesome to have like this flagship product on the industry that's pushing like all the components that you really can get. And I think that's really good for not just like, you know, Apple doing their thing, but I think them with their control of the supply chain is just really good for the other players here. And like, hopefully as time goes on, some of those components will be available for people like, you know, Stan was talking about on stage, how it's so frustrating how not only do these big companies do these things and like also lock them out from the components, but like over time, I hope that companies like this can get access to it. But no, the hardware is great, but at the same time, it's still not good enough. Like it really isn't. It's just still not good enough. And I want more in terms of like, especially brightness. That's a really valuable thing. I think brightness is one of those things where like I like to take it out in public because I'm a weirdo again. I went to the beach and I did all my work at the beach because, hey, that's actually kind of relaxing. You can like look at the waves and you can put your freaking windows on the waves of the beach, and that just seems kind of surreal but amazing. But it's like I'm wearing the most polarized sunglasses in the world. It can't replicate what I'm seeing through the pass-through, not even just the VR itself. And more of just the resolution and I think the actual eye tracking as well. There could be a lot done
But
there.
you have a virtual beach in Vision Pro. Come on, you have the beach right there. You have mountains.
I know, but there's something, even though they have base environments and they're pretty great looking,
They're good.
right? But like there is still something to having, like, I think that was kind of the sleeper hit for me when it comes to mixed reality, is just like, I was talking about this with my wife who's in the audience, and it's like, I kind of want to become a full-time like RV backpacker or something, and like literally travel the world in like all these national parks and stuff, and just make the world my background for mixed reality, and just do all my work in all these areas.
All right.
I know it's really crazy. I'm a crazy person. I'm not.
We're
but
back
like,
at weirdos, okay?
yeah, and it's just really interesting to think about how, because people are like, oh, doesn't that like disconnect you from the world? But I feel less disconnected doing my work in a headset than I do on a laptop, because I look down at my phone like this all the time. Yeah. You know, I don't look at my friends. I don't look at nature or anything. The same thing with the laptop. I'm like this. Whereas with the headset, I'm more so looking at the environment I am than any other technology, which is kind of interesting that I think people haven't really realized. So yeah, long answer, sorry, I talked too much.
No, it's perfect. I just want to say something. It's I always give this example because it kind of stuck in my head. But when I was giving presentation about Somnium Space, like a social VR platform in 2019, 2020, in Prague, actually, and I remember one woman just out of the blue, she just stood up and she said, like, why do you hate reality? I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. I like reality, I like Prague, but you have to realize that actually us doing this, we're much less social than us being in social VR and talking to people in social VR, because we have, you know, non-verbal communication. We're looking and listening to the person. We're being present at the conversation, whether it's virtual or real, different. But us typing on WhatsApp is horrible. David, you want to say something, right?
Yeah, I was just going to agree with that. Not only is VR more social than the current remote communication technologies, as you say, WhatsApp or disembodied voice call, which people don't realize, right? It's not about, VR is not about replacing real life. It's about being a better telepresence technology. There's currently nothing like being in person, but VR has the potential to be a much closer bridge. The other thing I really wanted to agree on is what you said about brightness, Brad. That was one thing I really enjoyed with VR1. And a while ago, I tried a meta prototype called Starburst, I believe, which went up to 20,000 nits. And I think you tried it too. Remarkable, the effect it had. It was much more impressive than I thought. And people's instant reaction is, oh, is that going to burn your eyes out? No, of course not. You walk down that street outdoors on a summer's day and you're getting hundreds of thousands, if not millions of nits to your eye. It's just about how your eye can adapt in time. And one question for you I was going to ask, Brad, is the point you make about Vision Pro being in many ways limited by the software and apps more than the hardware is a very good one. And it seems to be the also complaint with the iPad Pro, to go slightly off the industry, you know, it's the same issue where it's this incredibly powerful mobile computer and it's running mobile apps, not a desktop app. The first question I have for you is, do you think Apple will eventually let the Vision headsets run Mac apps? And secondly, if they don't, do you think that's Valve's big potential with Deckard? Well, it's a specific question. If they can bring a PC-like operating system, obviously a SteamOS, Linux-based thing that can run full desktop applications, if Apple doesn't want to, do you think that's Valve's opportunity?
The way I see Apple doing it personally is I think they will expand on what they're doing with Mac Virtual Display, because just like how they don't want iPad Pro to cannibalize their Mac sales, I feel like they'll do the same with Vision Pro, where they'll be like, oh, you want to run Mac apps in its own window compositor on the headset? Well, we have this, we're going to build up the software so you can buy both the headset and the Mac. That's how I see it going in the future, because they have full control over all that Mac OS compositing and stuff. Eventually they'll do it. Now they're just kind of dipping their toes in it, and I think they're realizing that a lot of people are connecting their MacBooks. I took off my monitor off my MacBook, and like it's a headless MacBook, and it's very cursed, but it's actually really fun to use and bring around with the headset. But I'm working on an article. I heard someone say that is cursed. Yeah, it is, I know. I'm working on an article. I know I'm the crazy Deckard guy, but like, the most recent stuff I've been writing about is actually, I do think Valve is working on kind of bridging that gap, because talking about Steam Deck, if you don't know what it is, it's basically a PC handheld device, and what they built for it is not just the SteamOS, which is based on Linux, but the main thing was the translation layer from Windows to Linux apps, and it works very well. And me and my data mining nerds have been just going crazy recently, finding out they're working on a lot of translation layers right now, not only to Windows to Linux, but x86 to ARM as well. So it's very imaginable to imagine one day not only a translation layer would work only for just games that Valve is good at on Steam, but also everything else that runs on Windows, and try to get, they're also working on freaking, it's more of a container, but like getting Android apps also running on their SteamOS as well. So you can just imagine, like, there would be something pretty magical if you could have a all-in-one headset with enough compute that can run Android, Windows, and Linux apps all under one umbrella. So that's an article I'm writing. It's going to be a really convoluted article, but yeah.
If I can say, it's a very unpopular opinion, probably, but we already have that in a way, even if it's going away because the company that created it decided to ditch it completely. But we have Windows Mixed Reality that did exactly that 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Like, the technology probably wasn't there because we didn't have the great headsets to actually see those windows. Like, I wanted to use, Adobe in there. I couldn't because I couldn't see the timeline. But the framework was already there. I could open every single Windows app in a single spatial computing way, in a much better way, in a way that what Apple is doing right now. I feel like they're catching up on that idea. We didn't have pass-through in that moment because they were pushing HoloLens, and unfortunately HoloLens had a very bad chipset in there, so they weren't able to actually run anything. Opening the browser was crashing the entire Windows on ARM experience. But I feel right now the thing will be different if they, of course, didn't abandon everything completely, and also kill headsets for all the users that bought it during the years. But we kind of already had that. Why do you guys think that nobody thinks about it? And second, what's the reason why it didn't go through?
So I guess to answer your question with a question, who else is capable of doing it? If it's not Microsoft, is it Valve? Who is it? I don't think we have that answer because Valve is so cagey when it comes to building out Steam VR and making it that sort of environment where you not only have multiple windows, but you also have spatial computing. You have everything in a spatial computing context. I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe Google, we'll see. They'll try with Android XR or something. Who knows? But just a little bit a different question to you guys, because you are writing and talking about XR. You are in the middle of all of this, and just from a different perspective, how did your audience change from within the years of you talking about this industry? Because one way we know how the industry has changed, but how did audience change? Because you see different people a lot, so maybe we can start right there.
My bad.
It was much closer, actually. Sorry. I saw like the audience change a lot. I don't know, like I even changed a lot. So it's hard to understand where, like the thing about having a YouTube channel, like you keep evolving and you keep changing and adapting to things, but also you want to retain your own roots and like your values and everything. But what I saw, it was at the beginning, it was very technical. Everything needed to be technical. You needed to go very in details about everything because people were really interested in that. And then we moved to, I don't give a beep about details. I want to just know if it works, what's the experience, because things like the Oculus Go, the first Oculus Quest were starting to come around. And the interest wasn't anymore like just how does this work, but also like how can I have fun with it? So there was a shift in the audience also because much more people actually arrived from like not having an interest completely, or from people that had powerful PCs, willing to spend money on headsets, to people that spend like $300, $400 on their first headset, and they want to just have fun. So you needed to start to think about like introducing people more than start to be just technical. And then now we're coming back a bit on the technical side because like these people are also growing and they're starting to see the potential because they were, they entered the market, they entered the appeal, and they want more because we are humans, we always want more. And now they want, again, some of the technicality behind. Like, it's just a full circle, and I'm pretty sure it's going to start to repeat this again. With Apple, like, it's even different because, like, the interest is more like on the hype in a way, like on the potential right now. It's not really on what it's doing. Nobody's talking about the fact that most of the time you need a Mac to use the Vision Pro, like you're saying. To use the actual functionalities, you use it like a very expensive monitor. And it's fine, it has its own functionalities for it, but what's there? You need to talk about like, oh, in the future, we're gonna have that. Oh, super cool, thank you. Like, it's like complete an involvement and like going up and down, let's say. You already have one.
I'll just say my audience, I'm a very cynical person online, very, very, very cynical. I'm sorry if I ever cynicaled you out of existence from my Twitter and stuff, but anyway, get it cynicaled, like, okay. Anyway, yeah. I noticed actually though, how do I put this? I noticed because my audience has been mostly just the extreme end of enthusiast side, and me being cynical, they actually just, my audience grew more cynical of XR in general as time went on, to the point where I think they might out-cynical me, which is crazy. I don't know how you do that, but yeah, it's gotten really wild, which is good. I love them. I think it's pretty fun to have a cynical take on an industry, but yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I think before Quest and Quest 2, a huge percentage of our readership were people who hadn't actually themselves jumped in yet. They were still very much so watching the industry develop as a thing that was not quite ready for them. And they were waiting, like, when is the headset that I jump in? When is this ready for me? A lot of people, you know, didn't have a gaming PC, or they just didn't feel like the content was there. And then around the time of Quest, and also around the time of Half-Life Alyx on the PC side, you saw a lot of people start to jump in. And then for maybe the past, 2020 to 2023, it was a lot of just, as you were saying, people who weren't looking at the tech specifically. They were just saying, I have this headset. What can I do with it? What are the best ways to make use of it? And now with Vision Pro and some of the other things we've seen this year, you're getting a lot of those same people coming back into this interest in development, because they're saying, I have this headset, even if it was just something I paid, $250, $300 for. I want to know, when can my headset or one at that similar price point start to do some of the things that we've seen in Vision Pro, these use cases that expand beyond gaming? There is this huge interest now, again, in how quickly will the lower end of the market, because there are a lot of people who simply either don't want to or can't afford to buy a $2,000, $3,000 headset, or even a $1,000 headset. There are a lot of people who their budget is $300 to $500, and that's what we're seeing now. A lot of our audience say, what are we going to see in that price range in the next few years? Are we going to get spatial computing? Are we going to get the ability to download and watch 3D movies? When's that going to happen for us? So I think that's what we're seeing in our readership right now.
I think obviously a lot has changed, a ton has changed, but that has pretty much remained the same. That's the same sort of conversation we could have had maybe 5 years ago, maybe with a different headset, maybe with a different set of technologies, not necessarily spatial computing, but mobile VR instead, Oculus Go. Everyone was really pinning their hopes that they could transfer the library of Gear VR to Oculus Go and saying that's what's going to break through, that's what's going to get the consumers ready. And we look back at that now and say, no, thank you. You can't even sell one. I found one in Tokyo for like literally $2. Like, I found an Oculus Go wrapped up in plastic for like $2. So yeah, I mean, we're going to keep having this conversation over and over and over, because that's the cycle, and that's the cycle that we have to repeat in order to continue forward. Think, what do we need? Where are we going? Answer that and continue forward.
I was just going to bring up the term, I thought someone was going to bring up the idea of the eternal September, the constant influx of new users. It's always a huge percentage of the people who are reading engaged about this at all times throughout that entire history have been people who are just jumping in, and there are people jumping in every month, every year, and they're the ones that are most interested, because they're probably the least cynical if they've just jumped in, and then as they get older and more jaded by what they see and maybe lack of progress, then that's when they start to sort of engage less with what's currently going on.
Yeah, Ty and I were having a conversation off stage yesterday, and we were talking about, like, why do you add, not specifically at me, but reading an article, like at the very bottom of the article, there's like this big old context piece. Like, I'm so tired of writing that same context piece. I'm so tired of having to explain the same things over and over, but it's not for us. It's for the new users, the onboarded users that want to be a part of the conversation, and they want to enjoy this niche, and we can't be gatekeepers to that. So, I mean, that's a different conversation entirely, and now I'm totally going off rails, but yes.
By the way, I love those people who are commenting always like, Archer, if your headset would cost $500, you would sell a ton of them. Like, thank you, I know. I'm aware of that fact. Before I start to wrap up, just maybe showed up from your side. You recently, like a few days ago, you tried Vision Pro for the first time. I know you use Valve Index and Quest 3. Just as the first time Vision Pro user, how did you find it? What do you like? What didn't like?
What did I like? Well, I think it's the first headset I could happily sit there and watch a film in. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
The demo video of where they're throwing the ball at you, I kid you not, I went to grab it, and I've been in VR for years. If that blows me away, what is it going to be like for the average user? What I will ask though, and you boys live and die VR, and you're in it all the time. Why is there so much hype I mean, I like new shiny toys. Everyone does. Why is there so much more hype on the hardware and not the software, the games and stuff?
I'm already quite comfortable with the software I have. I know that's very small, like very weird, but like that's why I also like the spatial computing concept, like taking things that you do on your other devices and just kind of like doing that in a spatial context is something I really enjoyed, especially with Steam VR. Like a few years ago, I was the weird guy who kept talking about Steam VR overlays and like how that's going to be the big thing one day when Valve does something. No, but like I think that's really exciting for me. As far as gaming, I'm not really aligned with VR gaming personally myself these days. I wouldn't say there's too much fault to anyone in there. It's just I just kind of grew out of that, waiting for the next Half-Life Alyx, right? Like it's you know, there's been good stuff here and there, but I love playing Dota 2, and now I can play Dota 2 on a headset, which is really crazy to hear for some people, but that's what I like to do in it, so, yeah.
Well, you said it like who doesn't like new shiny things every time. Also, like, I feel like, I don't know, I'm a big hardware guy. If they could release like a headset every week, I would be very, very happy. So please, guys, do that. Because like, I don't know, it's the excitement to see like how much this technology is growing all the time. I feel like the hardware is the benchmark that you need to reach with the software. Like, if you don't have the hardware, the software is not possible. But the software, yes, the software drives sales. The software gives the experience to everyone. But you need the hardware. You need the new hardware all the time. You need like the new lenses. You need the new screens. You need the new tracking capabilities. Because like, it's not perfect yet. And you want it to be perfect. And if you give me a new headset every week, it will be that little bit more perfect no other time, right? Exactly, 1%. For me, it's enough. Just giving me the 1%. We're going to arrive to the 100%.
Marek, you heard him, right? We have a lot of work to do.
We are 1.1.
0.01.
Yeah, I think the answer to the question is simply because the hardware isn't good enough, right? It's like, if you look at the smartphone industry, for example, it is deep, deep into the territory of diminishing returns. A smartphone you get from one year to the next is almost identical at this point. Like a lot of the time it's, oh, the camera's like 4 megapixels more and we changed the material of something. The average person could not tell even a phone 3 years apart at this point. In VR headsets, we're nowhere near that, right? We're still in the area of maximum returns. It's like the headsets of today will look ridiculous in 10 years. If you give someone a headset today in 10 years, if they'd never seen it, if this was like someone who's just born now, they would almost think it's not real. They would think like, surely this is something from decades and decades ago. This is why the hardware is so important, because it's not comfortable enough, right? The majority of headsets are still, if you put them on the average person, they'll still say, ow, this hurts my face, right? That's not going to be, a product that hurts your face cannot go mainstream and be used by hundreds of millions of people. It's still not high resolution enough, even the highest resolution headsets for, the most detailed work use cases and productivity, though we are starting to see headsets that push that. VR1 on the PC, we're seeing, Vision Pro, they're just getting to that territory. The field of view still isn't wide enough. That's one of the things I'm happy to see VR1 push, because it's stagnated for far too long. The whole idea of VR is this idea of feeling that you're in a different place, that you're somewhere else. If you're only seeing this in like a binocular feeling, constrained scuba mask view in front of you, that's not good enough. So to me, the reason that hardware is so exciting is because eventually we will get to a point where the hardware isn't the issue anymore, and people put on these headsets and they're lightweight and comfortable and highly immersive and powerful, and then that's when the software matters. But we're just not there yet. The hardware is still really bad, and I don't mean that because I don't like the hardware. It's just that we're so early. But in the same way that any personal computer from the 1980s by today's standard would be bad, or the 90s, it's just, this is the very beginning.
We're still very much in an evolutionary uptick on what is going to be next and what's next, and our expectations still haven't leveled off like that. We're still not to the black rectangle in our pocket stage of things. If it's become abundantly clear that all I can do is offer like banal platitudes, but photons are easier to ship than atoms, and so it's the value of software right now is inherently lesser than the value of hardware. Hardware is really difficult to do, and especially when you're in a niche, it's very difficult to create. So, you know, I love UI updates as much as anyone, but we really do get jacked about the hardware because it's so important to unlocking software.
Also, like, just looking at where, like, if you were today in the HTC Vive, and then you were today one of these, like, you really feel the difference. Like 5, 6 years in development, like what changed is crazy. And so you can just imagine what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. And in terms of field of view, for example, like Hypervision, if you tested those optic stacks, like you can kind of see, you know, where it's going, or at least I can see where it's going. It's not going to happen overnight, and that's one thing which I see commonly in the discourse, like, you know, like your discourse sometimes, Brett, and our Discord, and like and comments. Like people think like, oh wow, okay, hey, there's a new screen announced, or like I saw the screen on the display week somewhere. So basically, they just slap the optics on the screen, boom, and you have a new headset, and it's like amazing, it's double resolution, right? It's coming tomorrow. It's like, no, it's not coming, not even 3 years probably, or not even 4 years from now. So that's something which what people don't understand. Okay, we have 3 minutes left. Maybe some closing words you guys want to say? Just, it's your floor, your time.
Anybody have any spicy takes? I've been trying to ask people about spicy takes. Anybody? You got one?
I don't think spatial computing is productive. I don't think it's good for productivity.
I think the PSVR 2 is alive. But sorely neglected. It is the latchkey kid of the VR community, and that's one of the saddest things that happened recently.
I think the kind of AR glasses that people want are much, much, much further away than anyone wants to admit.
I can do one while he's thinking. Or two. Can I do two? Am I allowed to do two? One is like taking full money for pre-orders and not delivering the hardware is bad. Okay, I don't like it. And now I forgot the second one I wanted to say. What was that? Anyway, I'll think. Brett, now it's your turn. Oh, I know what I want to say. Affiliate links. I'm not a fan of affiliate links for some reason. I don't know. I just feel like they're. I understand why they exist, but sometimes it's just.
Why do I feel like more pressure than I've ever felt in my life right now? This is weird.
Good. Good. Mission accomplished. Shoda, give us this spicy take. Oh, wait,
even though I love VR, I love XR and all that stuff, I don't actually believe that VR has shown any clear path for like the mainstream all ages to actually succeed yet. So, yeah.
I was going to say that.
What?
No, I love it.
Then we take the microphone.
Sorry, it amplifies my voice. As much as I love it, as much as you love it, I think it'll always stay niche.
Always. There's a long term.
Exactly. All right. I think with that optimistic. Oh wait, you.
I was just going to say, Steve Wozniak, the co-founder of Apple, said the same thing about personal computers. He said himself, the inventor of the Apple II, the co-founder of Apple, he is on the record many times back then saying, all the people that think that computers are going to be in every home and used by everyone are crazy. What are you talking about? This is going to be a small niche for enthusiasts. And I think the same exact pattern will happen in this industry.
We do literally have VR behind both of our outlets' name. Upload VR, Road to VR. So just take that with a grain of salt. No, it's true.
You don't know which form in VR is going to be. VR can be like in different forms. It doesn't have to be in the headset. So probably you're imagining the headsets not going mainstream, but you know, it's going to be different.
I want to see non-invasive brain-computer interfaces as soon as possible for VR. I think that's like probably the thing that will activate. So this is not a hot take. I want a last comment thing, but like The one thing I love about the eye and pinch thing is it almost feels like a brain-computer interface. It's so close to that. If we have like even just EEG, I think there was a slide earlier talking about that. I think that will really freak people out in a good way. And maybe that will be the thing that might activate VR more for the mainstream at some point. But today, no.
All right. Amen. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on stage. I really enjoyed this conversation. In 5 minutes, we'll have another great conversation and another great keynote from Robert, but we'll need to clean these chairs. So thank you very much. See you in 5 minutes.
That was horrifying. I want to die. Oh, yeah, that should help with that. Are you sure? Okay.
One more minute. So you will take this one, right?
And do you have a clicker?
This clicker or
USB with this thing?
yes. Yeah, but
This doesn't work.
It has half.
This is actually mine.
Here. All right, come back everybody. We have an amazing keynote I have to say, it's first of all incredible to see you here, Robert. Finally, we meet in real life. I still remember the day when you came to Somnium Space. It was a long time ago, like 4 years ago or something. Yeah. He came to Somnium Space, and I was touring him for all those beautiful museums and Somnium in VR. I was showing it to your wife, to kids, and we had a lot of fun. It was like probably a two-hour tour. And since then we were, chatting and, definitely online friends and had a lot of conversations, and you convinced me to buy a Mac and iPhone, and Jesus Christ, and I love it. So okay, someone is clapping. So, yeah, and I'm excited to
in the Apple world.
You got me. Damn it. So I'm excited to have you here. Thank you for coming from US to Prague, and the stage is yours. Take it away.
Woo! Thank you. I had dinner, I'm Robert Scoble. I had dinner, and I'll talk a little bit about who I am. I had dinner with Robert Rodriguez, who's a famous film director, and he told me how he made a film for $7,000 that made a couple $1 million. That's really hard to do in VR. I talked to Edward Saatchi, who created Fable Studios, Oculus Story Studios spun out, and he made a thing called Wolves in the Walls, which was amazing. It's the first time a character in a movie or an entertainment product handed me something virtual in the experience. But he told me that cost $15 million, right? And it's very hard to recoup that kind of investment with the numbers of headsets that are out there and the number of people who are buying things and stuff like that. So we need to make content cheaper. And it's really interesting, I haven't heard AI too much, if at all, and I haven't heard much about content. So I'm going to try to spice it up a little bit as we go into the party part of this experience. I'm Robert Scoble. For people who don't know me, I've had a famous blog for a long time in Silicon Valley. Siri was launched in my house. I had the first ride in the Mercedes-Benz autonomous car. I've been doing this for a while. I was Apple's first child laborer. I built Apple II motherboards in my mom's kitchen in 1978 and learned how to solder on Apple II motherboards. So I've been around, and I have lots of stories. Where I want to go is, we need a new dream in this industry, and it's a dream of taking us to the Sutuverse. This is my favorite artist, Sutu, which I just saw in New York at the Museum of Art and Technology there, the Mercer Art and Technology Museum. But people like him want to bring their content, their ideas, their visions to all of us, and maybe put it onto the real world, right? But we're living in a new world where we have autonomous cars. And this new world is, the world that VR1 is going to live in is a world of autonomous cars, maybe humanoid robots, we'll talk a little bit about that, and virtual beings coming soon. And here in Austin is an autonomous car from General Motors. We're heading toward a new way, a new story about ourselves as human beings. We're able to capture our world in a new way. This is me on vacation. I'm in the car is driving, it's an autonomous car, and I'm using an Insta360 3D 360 camera to capture this. When the founders of Insta360 came to my house, they said, we're developing the first AI camera. AI is used to see features in the world and steady the ball of pixels that's around the camera. But this gives us, it's sort of like the last panel. It leaves us wanting. It's like, okay, we have a way to share and capture the world in a new way, and with a VR headset, we can experience this in a new way. But it leaves us wanting. We go back and let's study a little bit of history. This is the HP garage in Palo Alto where Silicon Valley started. At least that's what the plaque on the front says, right? I believe it didn't start here. I believe Silicon Valley started with the Transcontinental Railroad, which is what gave Leland Stanford the wealth to start Stanford University, which started this company. Let's get a little bit more history from Silicon Valley. This is the first computer in Silicon Valley. It used to run the train track there. Still up in this little building. By the way, I'm using my Vision Pro to capture this. I love the Vision Pro as a camera because it lets me see you the way the camera sees you. And in fact, here you'll see my hands. I can talk with my hands and capture these things. But soon we're going to capture these things by walking around them and then giving the video to like Luma AI, which can create a 3D scene of this. And I have some examples of that coming later. This, by the way, the computer up here is an interlocker machine. It's a mechanical computer where you pull a slide out and it's an if-then-else statement in the slide. If this thing gets pulled out, then switch the track, else there will be a crash. A train will go down the wrong track. This is my house, a little augmented with my Vision Pro, but this is what my living room looks like. And we're heading into a new world with new kinds of volumetric pixels all around us instead of 2D pixels, and we've been talking about that all day long. I do Twitter Spaces every week with a researcher from Unity Labs, and that's what we dream about, is what is this voxel world, the volumetric pixel world going to be like? And those of you who have a Vision Pro or a VR1 know that it's coming, and it's real interesting. But this new world that we're going to create for the VR1 and the Vision Pro might not be captured with a camera. It might be created completely from AI, like this scene is created on Unreal Engine from AI. Even if we capture it, you might think this is a drone video. It's not. It's you flying through a data field, a neural radiance field. We're learning new technologies to do 3D scenes. Neural radiance field is one, Gaussian splats are another. And these are quite exciting technologies because these can be created, the voxels that you're seeing can be created or driven by AI. And that will let us create new kinds of content to do new kinds of things very, very inexpensively. So what you're seeing here is a neural radiance field, but you're seeing 3 separate neural radiance fields captured from 2D cameras, and the AI then takes those images that you're seeing on the left, and let's replay that so you can see it again, and is creating this scene. This is not real people jumping around. This is AI creating this scene out of the videos that are on the left. You know, Unity talks about cutting up your living room into voxels, but it's going way beyond that. A guy at Unity told me, you know, someday soon, we're going to have a large language model underneath every voxel. So think of this room cut up into little voxels, a millimeter by a millimeter by a millimeter, and each one is going to have a virtualized microphone, a virtualized speaker, a virtualized LLM, which means you can talk to it. Just a little LLM, I could talk to that one right there, right? Think about that world. We're a few years away from that world, but not many. This new world is going to let us create new things for our customers, our gamers, that are going to understand the world that they're in, the reality that they're in. So if I'm putting something virtual here on this stage and the lights come on, the reflections all have to change in real time around that thing. You know, the Gaussian splats, I should have cut this part out, but that's okay. The Gaussian splats are letting us do new things with AI, with content. You soon are going to have everything in the world segmented. So think Arthur is segmented, and it's different from the chair he's sitting in. And the chair is segmented, and it's different than the floor that it's sitting in. And now we can do fun things. Like, maybe take a little video of our cat, and a little video of a toy. and then create a new story on top of the neural radiance field or the Gaussian splats here. Now, this isn't yet moving, but the AI papers I'm seeing are all about Gaussian splats that are going to move and be animatable. So you can create something very, very quickly that will be very interesting to view and experience and walk around. And here's another example where they took a picture, took a 3D generated thing. You can go to Luma and ask it for a horse, or Midjourney and ask it for a horse. Bring those things into a 3D scene, and now you can create a new story for your VR1 in the future. VR1, I think you said this is designed to be used for 5 years? Well, we're going to get to use this kind of stuff in the next 5 years.
I hope.
Oh, no, I know it's coming. There's a whole industry coming that is going to create virtual cities, procedural cities, all sorts of things cheaply. So you can create new kinds of stories for the customers that are going to come and use VR in the future. Now, AI, it's funny that you didn't talk much about AI because you're a VR headset that's joined to a NVIDIA 4090 card, 4080 card. That has a large amount of AI inferencing on it. It can generate all sorts of new things like this little dude, right? And let you create that with other people because we're all going to be immersed in VR headsets soon. And I'm showing some of this stuff to be a little challenge to Artur to get some of this stuff into VR1 because this is going to continue to drive this industry out of a niche and into a mainstream thing. AI lets us create new kinds of characters, new kinds of animations, new kinds of scenes. This is all AI created, and new kinds of lighting, because everything in the voxel world is controllable and changeable and can be computer-driven by the light source itself, and it can change what you're seeing, right? This is another one where the lighting is changing because the system is AI-driven and is able to relight every object in the scene in near real time soon. Soon we're going to be able to remove things from scenes or add things. You don't like that character in there? Get rid of it, right? Put a different one in. We're soon going to be able to capture ourselves and tell new stories about ourselves, new kinds of selfies, new kinds of things, all because we're capturing things with new kinds of cameras that are going to let you create 3D scenes like this one. Notice that this is moving. Gaussian splat style technology that's moving that you're going to be interacting with. You don't need a weird kind of camera, though. You just need a phone camera. This was created with an iPhone by walking around these people, capturing a video, sending it to Luma AI or another service like it that creates the 3D scene for you. Now, it's not yet moving with a single camera. That's hard to do. But there's a path to creating new kinds of content, a path to capturing new kinds of content, path to capturing our world in a new way. And we're soon going to see new kinds of cameras that not only capture the world, but know the world really deeply. Last week, I took a vacation to New York and Washington, D.C., and I was using ChatGPT's vision features on everything I saw. Skeletons, paintings, sculptures, buildings. It knew about everything. I took a picture of the Holocaust Museum, of a wall in the Holocaust Museum, and ChatGPT told me what wall I was looking at and what the story was behind the wall, right? It's absolutely amazing what's coming from the AI models. And we haven't even, how many people have done that, by the way? Used ChatGPT's vision feature, sent it a picture, and asked it to tell you about the thing. It's crazy, right? You take a picture of a church in Sitges, Spain, it tells you about the church, right? But soon, I hinted at it, this voxel world is going to have smarts to it. Each voxel can also know how the surface feels. And with a suit or a pair of gloves on, you soon will be able to feel that world and interact with that world in a whole new way. But let's go further. Why can't you just talk to the computer and tell it to do something? That's coming soon. Notice the prompt on the bottom is a vase with flowers. Make it shake, and it did. Let's watch it again. Right? All of these things I call Metaverse 2.0 and the beginnings of a true holodeck. Soon we're going to be able to mess with reality in a way that, if you did some LSD, you could get something like this, maybe. But we're going to create this for everybody and mess with the voxel, because there is no rules to this visual experience. You can create anything you want visually. And I hinted at it that the AI is going to know everything about what's in your world, so you can do searches on the visuals in the world around you and find things like Nerf gun. Oh, there's a Nerf gun. This search capability is just really amazing when you start understanding, oh, wait a second, it understands everything in my home. You aim it at a Coke can, it knows it's a Coke can. You aim it at a Tide bottle, it knows it's Tide. You aim it at Waldo, it knows it's Waldo, right? But the opposite is also true. Soon we're going to be able to take a 3D scene, a Nerf that you caught on your iPhone or on a camera, and talk to the computer and change that scene with a prompt. Make it look like the desert. Make it look like it's snowing, right? Make it stormy. Imagine this world in your VR1 where you just are talking to the VR1 and making things happen with the AI computer that you're already running on. Here's another one. Make it Christmas. Make it Halloween. Make it Easter. Now, I said Metaverse 2.0. I have hundreds of examples like this on x.com that I've shared with the word Metaverse 2.0. So if you put Metaverse 2.0 in quotes and put my last name, you'll find a lot of these. Metaverse 2.0 has three things. One, it's photorealistic. We're not quite there yet. Some of the demos I saw today, a little vectory, a little bit still. We're going into a full photorealistic world. Two, it's going to be driven by AI. And three, it's not going to be owned by Mark Zuckerberg. You're going to be able to create new things for your 3D worlds, new kinds of characters, just by talking to them. And you've talked about changing the fabrics in your suit. Imagine you're just talking to it. Hey, I want a blue suit. I want a green suit. I want a bunny suit. I want this suit. I want that suit, right? And it just does it and creates it for you and you put it on. Soon you're going to be using AI to create horrible new creatures and new kinds of stories, new kinds of entertainment products. This is created by AI. Very scary. But we can remake old monsters. My son is totally into Godzilla and has been teaching me about old Godzilla because he likes old Godzilla. But now we can take old Godzilla and make it funny, right? Put him into new scenes, new stories, new ways of thinking, right? This is all created with AI tools. By the way, I'm collecting all the AI companies on x.com into a list that you can see. There's more than 5,000 already. I just passed 5,000 while sitting here. 600 of those are building what I call the holodeck. So like Luma is one of the companies that's on the holodeck list. Luma, you use this, you just prompt to it, and it creates things for you. It's quite remarkable. Who here is using this already? Just one person. When I come back in a year, that's not going to be true. Everybody here is going to be using systems like this to create content, to create things to enjoy in your VR one. Might create some weird new creatures that we've never imagined before, just with your prompts, right? I have friends who are AI artists who have done 300,000 prompts already to Midjourney and other tools to create things like this. And now you can bring a 2D picture that you created in Midjourney into Runway and create a new 3D scene out of them. And further, we can take anything and edit it to anything. We can stylize a video that you've created or a picture that you've created and make new kinds of content for your users just by talking to it with a prompt. Here's some other examples of taking a 2D video that this person shot on their phone or on their camera, bringing it into proper prompter and stylizing it for a new kind of scene. Soon you're going to be able to create whole new scenes out of one video, which is going to be pretty crazy. I don't know if there's audio on my thing. Is there a way to get audio? Because I think I might have muted it because I didn't hear audio on the other thing. This is a story created completely in AI. The music is created in AI. The pictures are created in AI. The narration is created in AI. Just a year ago, this was impossible to do. This industry is moving so quickly that it's hard to keep up with it. And in 18 more months, what are we going to be able to do, right? Of course, after a video like that, you need a cute puppy with some weird stuff being done by AI. We're seeing new kinds of tools come along that take 2D videos and create new kinds of neural radiance fields, which we call NeRFs, or Gaussian splats. And we can do all sorts of fun things with these splats now. Move the camera in a new way, light it in a new way, change it, add virtual characters, add things to it, change it, cut it, remix it. It's going to be an explosion of creativity is coming at us. Share it, right? It's a new human story is coming. And it won't be an excuse for you to have a bad hair day anymore because AI will change your hair, or if you have a digital assistant like this woman, you can have her look however you want, or maybe it'll change automatically based on what your mood is, what your preferences are, what your interaction is, what you're talking about with her. This is all coming. We're seeing new kinds, We're seeing new kinds of reasoning systems, new kinds of AIs coming along that take our human world and cut it up and allow us to talk to it and understand it and change it. Oh, I don't like Arthur. I want to make him a fish. And all of a sudden, he's a fish, right?
I like you, okay?
Who doesn't want to be a fish? And this brings new kinds of privacy problems because you're going to be walking around your house with 6 cameras on the front of your face, and it's going to see everything in your house, and it knows everything in your house. So therefore, it knows everything about you with just a few minutes of walking through your home. This is a scary new world for many people. We have to take them into this world and show them the benefits of this world and how to minimize the downsides. Why do we want to go in this world? Because who doesn't want to play a video game in their kitchen, right? Now, that's sort of a funny prototype that's coming, but soon we're going to have a digital assistant next to us while we're cooking, and it already knows how to make my wife's Iranian soup. I took a picture of her soup. It told me the name in Persian of the soup. It told me the cultural relevance of the soup. It told me what was in the soup. It told me how to make the soup, all from a single picture. And soon you're going to have all sorts of things in your home that are going to be mixing realities into reality, right? You all have seen enough of that today. Of course, back to the camera, we're going to be able to bring the camera into these headsets. And then we just got an update on ours, right? Are you running the 2.0 beta? Yes, you do. Have you played with the 3D photos, where you take a 2D photo and
Yes,
it makes
I did.
And what do you think?
Amazing. Very
Yeah.
fast and incredible.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to do all sorts of things like that. Now, this leads into a new world because Adrian Kaler, who wrote the computer vision system for the first Stanford autonomous car, he went on and ran core software for Magic Leap. And then he left Magic Leap and started his own humanoid robot company. And now he's building augmented reality screens for cars, for windshields. He says all of those are the same. Huh? He says they all see the world the same way. They all use the same digital twin of the world to move around. They all capture the world in a neural radiance field and then walk through the neural radiance field. That's how it moves through the world. So it's really weird when you get a humanoid robot and you can embody yourself in the robot with a VR headset like a VR1, right? In fact, I bet a lot of your customers, that's what they're going to be doing, is wearing a VR1, training their robot to do new things. This does not live apart. In the next 5 years, we're going to have a lot of humanoid robots come at us. I've visited several companies that are bringing robots next year to consumers. Now, they might not be very good at the beginning. For instance, the one robot I saw, they spilled a coffee on the table, and the robot had to be told to clean up the coffee. It saw the coffee, and it knew how to clean up the coffee, but it had to be told. AGI, when AGI comes, and many of my friends think AGI is coming in the next 2 years, when AGI comes, the robot will clean it up automatically because it'll understand a mess was created, and before you even ask the robot to clean it up, it's coming over to clean it up. We're about to get new kinds of shopping. I don't know why I put this one in there, but you know, it sort of gets you to dream. What would I do in a retail store with some of these things, right? Or what would I do to create a new kind of retail store? But this doesn't go far enough. The founder of Somnium Space came to my house, and on an iPhone, he scanned my living room, which you saw earlier, and then he ran a fashion show in my living room where the models were walking on my real floor by me, and I could stop the show and buy any of the clothes that the models are wearing. We're about to change everything in society. Surgery, factory work, retail work. It's all going to change because we can see the world in a new way. A surgeon who I was working with told me that his partner died from the old technique. The old technique relied on him to lean into an X-ray beam that was X-raying the patient so that he could perform surgery and cut out a tumor. Now they're using a HoloLens to see the tumor on the patient live without using X-rays, so it's much safer for the surgeon and much faster. This technology is changing everything from surgery to landscaping. Here is electric sheep company who's making a new kind of lawnmower. The old kind of robot lawnmowers required you to put a wire around your lawn so that it would know when it got to the edge. This one doesn't need that. You just sit it on a lawn, it sees the lawn, and starts mowing and keeps track of where it's been. Back to robots. Robots see the world the way the VR1 does, or the way the Vision Pro does, and then can plan out a path and can interact with the world in a completely new way. This is a real robot, and that's how it sees the world. This is in my house again. This is a new, one of the new robot vacuum cleaners.
So it already knows that
can I get sound off this? I don't know if I can get sound off this.
And what are the rugs? So because it knows all this information, if it's cleaning, it knows that, hey, I can never mop a rug. So as it moves onto the rug, it already figures all that information out right here. As it moves onto the rug, it knows that, hey, there is a rug here.
And it said, oh, there's a tassel here.
Yeah,
I'm going to study that a little extra.
That's exactly right.
So did it really know that there's a tassel there?
So it knows it rug, and then there is a tassel, and then there is also the other, it also started, so all the blue color things you see are wires, actually. So it already knows that this is a bunch of wires on the floor over there, and capturing that information. So that's how we figure things out. So tassels, wires, all kinds of stuff, it does it.
You know I'm not going to let you leave with this, right? So my question to him was, why can't you take the SLAM map that the Vision Pro, the digital twin of my house that the Vision Pro made, and use that instead of having to make up a new one as you drive my robot around? Because the Vision Pro has a much better, it's a little bit away. This just came out this morning, which is a good way to end this segment. We're going to see new ways to bring things back to life. Maybe people we've lost in our lives. Just from a picture, you can bring this in. If you have a voice sample of that person, that's why I tell everybody, take a lot more video of your loved ones, because in the future, you're going to be able to take that video and recreate it in VR and have another conversation with your parent or your kid that you lost or something like that. Or maybe you're just going to say, I need a little tiny zebra on my finger. And with that, I think I'm going to end up, soon we're going to be able to turn a normal boot into something magic. And that's the new dream.
All right, everybody. Thank you, Robert. If anyone has any question, for example, just raise your hand. Maybe we'll jump with the microphone.
Yeah, we have a few minutes. I'm ending early because I know I'm in between everybody in the party. So.
And demos.
And demos. I need to get more demos myself.
No, I mean, you've seen a lot of stuff change in the recent, 20 years, even more.
Last 18 months have been insane.
Yeah, exactly. Last 18 months probably were
These
more insane.
These 5,000 companies didn't exist 24 months ago. Almost every one is brand new, just popped out of the woodwork. When I started my blog in 2000, that was not the case. There was a new company every week, maybe.
How do you distinguish between, because AI and then blockchain and other stuff, they go through hype cycles, right? How do you distinguish the hype from the real trend and the real thing? Because you've seen a lot of it, all of it probably. Like, what's your?
I'm like Elon Musk. I get too aggressive with dates, right? Because I want this to happen fast, and it takes time. It takes time for consumers to get used to this world. It takes time for consumers to get the hardware to run this world or the service. It takes time for the engineers to get to the place where normal, everyday humans can use it. At Microsoft, I worked on the on the service desk one day, and it took me half an hour helping a customer drag an icon across the desk. Right? That's normal people. They struggle with this technology. They, in fact, hate it in a lot of places. I did a lot of research for the car industry, going around America and talking to people about autonomous cars. One guy told me, this was in Kansas. I met a few people there. I'm a farmer. I don't like computers. I use a flip phone. I don't like touching a computer in my truck. I want to push a button to get my AM radio station on my truck, right? Me and you are in a new world where we have Teslas and touchscreens on in the car. Most people aren't there yet. Most people are resisting this new world because they're afraid of it. They even have disdain for it, right? I've had many people tell me, I hate AI, I hate this new world, resisting. I know those people will come, because I've done this before.
Yes.
10 years ago, I was on stage with Gary Vaynerchuk in front of 2,000 people 15 years ago, right when Facebook started up, right? And Gary and I did a talk about social media, and we asked the crowd, who here is going to go and use this in the next day or two? Not a hand went up. People don't like change, don't like new things, but this is coming. And when they finally get into it, they're going to tell all their friends, oh my God, this is so cool. Right.
True. I mean, I guess that's the best ending of this segment. I mean, amen. I agree with you, and I think once technology becomes ubiquitous, then everybody will have to use it and will use it. So thank you very much, Robert. We are going to the next presentation in several minutes. 2 last presentations, and then we have demos and after party.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, everybody, let's continue because we're running slightly late. But it is my huge pleasure to introduce these 2 gentlemen. I can guarantee you, if you're sleepy or so, like that will change right now. Okay, so these guys are our amazing community members. They came like a storm, and they started building in Somnium space and then beyond Somnium space, but they still build in Somnium space, and their story is amazing. We're great friends, and give it up to ISG, Isaac, and Blake.
Huzzah! Oh yeah, baby, let's go. Yeah, baby Blake's in the house, so is Holtzar and Captain Gindi. We're gonna start off with a quick video of something we're very proud about in Somnium 2, of a first-person shooter that we created called Max Cargo. And we're in the process of porting it to Somnium 3 with all the new capabilities with C# and the new 2022 Unity. So without further ado, let me just play this video here. Beneath the Gindi Park lies a mineral so powerful it could change the world. But the dark forces which corrupt this realm have found our secret, and they wish to take it from you. I would suggest that we fight back. this is the start of our presentation because it is something we're so proud of, to be building a first-person shooter, a multiplayer game inside Somnium. Because Somnium Space, as we all know, it's a decentralized platform. It's a VR social world where really we found that there is nothing but amazing creators all around the world. And that's exactly what we've done, is we brought these creators together, all from the community, to build this amazing game, along with some other things we're going to talk about. But I think that later on, we'll probably be able to play it, maybe if we get to do some Somnium 2 demos. But this is me and the Gindi man in our Tesla suits, as we proudly are a part of Tesla suit, getting to program our different sensations and whatnot. Really experimenting, right? Because I think everybody here, we're geeks, which is a good thing. Not a bad thing at all.
Let's go.
Right?
Huzzah.
Huzzah! All right, and before we get going, though, we're going to get the whole audience here in sync. This is something I like to do in VR as we have our events and things like that. The big thing is it's bringing people together, and I like to get everyone synchronized. So I'd like everyone to get a little out of their box and om with me. This is om.
Let's wake up.
There we go. No, repeat after me. Zim bum 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 bum.
Zim bum 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 bum.
Biddy beep biddy beep boop.
Biddy beep bo.
Wum bum bum bim bim.
Bum 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 baby.
Yeah, baby.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
So, a big culture of ours is about bringing people together, and that's why VR is one of the most amazing things, because it brings minds from all over the world into one place, and it removes this thing, the flesh, the problem, even though it's sexy. But the thing is that it connects minds, and that's what we're all about here, is connecting minds and people. And I'll let my partner here, Isaac, my best friend, man, introduce himself.
Thank you. My name is Isaac S. Gindi. I am a co-owner of Century 21 Stores in Manhattan, HQ in Manhattan, and co-founder of ISG Metaverse. And I've been in the retail business for almost 4 decades, and fashion has always been my life. And I was always also into tech. So when the internet came out, everybody was, the internet, you could never do shopping on the internet. People didn't believe in it. We jumped right on it because we knew that it was going to be a great way to shop, and it turned out to be the future of shopping. Now, in the stores that we had, we always wanted to keep our market share. So the most important thing to keep our market share was, how do we keep people in the store having fun, shopping, and enjoying while they were there? And that was immersive experiences. So we did immersive experiences in the stores and had entertainment and things like that. And people came and they enjoyed shopping and they loved being in the store. So now, when the metaverse came out, I said, oh my God, this is the combination of both. And it was the next, in my opinion, the next iteration of the internet. And we jumped right in. And I was introduced to Somnium. When I went into Somnium Space, it was a wonderful world. It was so beautiful and immersive. It was like a place that I really wanted to live in. It was just a gorgeous place. And I saw the future and the vision of how the world is going to evolve into the metaverse. And then I was introduced to my partner, Blake.
And he had came through with, this is a blockchain platform. And I think after all of the conversations today, and also the amazing tech that Robert was just showing, AI is amazing. It's crazy. And the important thing is ownership, right? Property rights. Whether that be a digital picture, whether it be a 3D model, or maybe your biography, whatever it is, it's super important to be able to have property rights or ownership. And so when Isaac came into Somnium, it was like, how do we build? What do we build? And how can we really leverage and push this to the next level? So where these environments are bringing people together, where a community could exist, but also brands could exist. And that means a radical change in thinking, because the world that we live in, ads are invasive, bro. They're all over us. They're in our face. And I think there's a total way that we can make these two worlds live together where brands are interacting inside of our fun social areas, and it's causing for a community-driven experience through product gamification. And so what we've done is essentially we've built these areas to be a blueprint, to showcase things that we love, whether it be fashion, whether it be games, whether it be music. I come from a music background. I'm a hobbyist musician. I like making bangers, you know, but what I do most is I love bringing people together. I love people. And what I found in Somnium was I met amazing people, creators that would be down to create, just to create every day. And that's what I love so much about this. And now it's like, how the hell are we going to bring brands into this sacred place, this space where we come to have fun, not to digest, you know, the newest AI tool, or how about buy this chocolate bar? No, it's about coming and having a space where they're begging to make their chocolate bar part of the game, a game object, something that you're playing with, a non-invasive ad. And so we've built a number of different places, and we've done it all with our partners and obviously our team, which we'll get to. But just in this short time in Somnium, which has been, actually it's not such a short time. It feels like a short time. It's almost like 3.5 years, 4 years that we've been doing this, but we've had the pleasure of working with companies like Oasis Metagames, which you'll see here in just a moment. You know, Ready Player Me, Avaturn, which if you haven't made an Avaturn character yet, ask me about it after this. I'll show you how to do it. So much fun. Convey is our AI partner. Sage Immersion is actually a product that we produced with Convey. Clerge is a producer of our avatars, and Polycount, we're actually building a Roblox game. Because the goal is that when we build these immersive environments, we're trying to spread them across all these different places. But Somnium Space is our home. And along with that, character development. Things that people can relate to. And that's why you hear Baby Blake. The Baby Blake is my innocent version, my younger self. Hotsman is my current self, the putting out the fires, the man in the action, and Holtzar is my future singularity self combined with AI.
So what I want to say, what's really important that everybody should know about Somnium, the thing that really turned me on about going into this metaverse is because it's decentralized, it's blockchain, and you know, blockchain had a lot of negative connotations because of all the, and the internet had bad things too, a lot of scams and a lot of things going on. But the way I see it is blockchain, decentralization, NFTs, it's a neo-capitalism. And really what's going to happen in the future, and what I love about Somnium is because you give a chance, like everybody says, how are you going to monetize the metaverse? And people are going to have the creative community that we're involved with, and now with Somnium 3 coming out with the marketplace, people will create their own wearables, and even like when we built Somnium, we built parcels and we built stadiums, and we believe, which we'll get into after, but the key is that if you go now and you create something like an influencer and you're with Meta or something like that, you're working for them. They own you. But now in a decentralized economy, whatever you create, you own. Nobody could take it away from you. And I have really faith in the youth of today that they want to create and build things and earn and feel proud of themselves and say, look, I built this, I did that, and get income from it. So I think that the future is going to be, I think blockchain is going to save the world. That's how much I really believe in it. And that's what's great about Somnium Space. It's decentralized, and it's a wonderful place where people could come in and create and be owners of what they create and believe in.
We like to say blockchain is the messiah.
Right.
So one of our premier partners, as we say, is Oasis Metagames. He's going to be presenting right after this, our man Artifix, whom I met in the very beginning. And the things that we're developing together are pushing the bounds of what Somnium has already given us the ley lines for, which is to be able to develop in these worlds and these parcels. There's a difference between parcels and worlds. Look at it as parcels are in the mainland, in the real world, and the worlds is actually like a satellite. Not really bound to the actual code of Somnium, but actually something that we can, completely customize, something that we can be tethered to that's really imaginative, whatever we want. Oasis Metagames has helped us really push the bounds of this by expanding the size and capabilities and also building the tools. Because right now, as it is, what did iPhones do? It made everyone a photographer. It made everyone have the ability of taking great photos and being able to share those. And so everyone today really is a creator of some sort. And the next steps of that are what? Especially with what Robert was just showing us. 3D. 3D is going to be the next thing. And people are going to be creating these models, and they're going to look for places to go in and check it out. And Oasis Metagames is not just giving us the opportunity, but it's giving you guys, anybody really, to build alongside of us together to where we can make these experiences, these places, really, unique. Because every one of you guys are unique. That's why these companies like Facebook and whatever, even Google, they're selling our data. Why? Because every single person is unique and valuable. And this is our roadmap, man. And I mean, there's so much more that goes into our journey here. But just to give you a rough estimate, in February of 2022, actually on my birthday, 22/22/22, Isaac and I came together and we were like, let's do this as a unit. And let's make this work. And we started building parcels. Again, do you want to talk a little bit about the parcels?
Well, the parcels, I have a real estate background, and it was very interesting to me because somebody introduced me to Somnium, and I started buying parcels. I never went into VR, but it was like a game for me. I bought a parcel here, I bought a parcel there. Then I started to buy a lot of parcels in the greatest areas of Somnium. And it was kind of like Disney, I had other people buy it for me because I didn't want the price to go up. And all of a sudden, I had 26 parcels. And then I said, oh my God, what am I doing? I never went in. Let me go see what's going on. So I followed Somnium on the PC, and Blake was, always in there. So I DM'd him. I found him on the internet. I DM'd him. He was in Dunkin' Donuts getting a cup of coffee. And I said, Blake, you got to take me in here. I have 26 parcels. I don't even know what it looks like. And he got me all the specs for get the PC and the headset and the VR. And then when I went in, I was like, I was blown away. I said, this is it. And we started to create. And, it was so exciting. Like the first parcel we built was the Malibu Beach House. And actually, Blake introduced me. If we want to show the team, we have an incredible team. Now, this team, which is incredible about it, is they all were in Somnium and creators and part of the Somnium community, which made it very easy for us because they were in VR and they understood the technology and how to write the code. And we became like a real happy team. I have so much respect for everybody in this team and the things that we did with the help of Artifix. He helped us even expand our ideas bigger. And the first space was the stadium. After Malibu Beach House, we built the stadium, which was near the racetrack. And we went there, we drove our cars, we got into the racetrack, we drove our cars to the stadium, we went all the way up. It was modeled after Coachella, a building we saw in Coachella, which was a circular building. And we went to the top, we had a roof deck pool, and I looked down and I saw the racetrack and the whole overview of Somnium. And it was a feeling like I was a builder and creating. And it was very exciting to me. And I said, this is it. This is going to be the thing. Let's keep going. Let's keep building. And basically, we had to get a direction because we have a whole ecosystem. We didn't know what the hell to do. There were so much things to do. Every time we turned around, we said, let's do this, let's do that, let's do this. So we got to concentrate on the things that we wanted. And basically, we said, let's concentrate on entertainment and gaming. So that's the next phase of where we went.
Yeah, First, I want to say what's up to the team if they're watching. What up, team? Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad, too. What's up?
Let's go.
Huzzah! All right. We do have an amazing team. And what we wanted to do with these spaces, like I said in the beginning of this, was we wanted to create a space where community can come, where they can take place in creating this environment, not just through being there, and really that's the value, right? Wherever you spend your time, you're providing value, and the way that we see it is with a blockchain foundation, we can actually reward those individuals who make this space valuable, and it's making it valuable to brands, and it makes it way easier to do so than traditional stuff. And this is our Somnium space, Guindy Stadium, where I don't know, is it a video? Can you guys press play? I don't know if it's a boop. Oh, okay. Well, maybe if I do this. Oh shit. Well, that's fine too. We can play these. If you guys can press play on that, that'd be great. But as we found, it was like, there's a couple things that people are really doing. And I mean, listen, there are infinite possibilities in this world. But the couple things that we found, our immediate targets, are entertainment and gamification. Why? Because people love playing games. People love being entertained. Live streaming is getting bigger than ever. And that's actually how I found Somnium originally, was through Twitch streaming. So as bad as COVID was, I thank it, because it helped me find Somnium. It helped me start streaming. And the whole purpose of this stream was gathering musicians and giving them ears, giving them additional, collaborators, people that do the same things, and then getting them to be heard, listening to them, giving reviews, putting on collaborative efforts of, remix competitions. And then it was, oh shit, we can actually put on concerts 24/7 where I don't even have to do the show. I can enjoy them. And then we built Max Cargo, which was our example of how to actually, build a first-person shooter with a ton of different game mechanics, and then provide the tools to creators so that they could add their stank to it, meaning like they could create their guns, they could create the effects, the sounds, the enemies, and then having Somnium allows us to monetize it, allows them to monetize it within the game structure that we've already created.
And I'm really happy that we went in these two directions, because this stadium, I don't know if you could see the seats. We have 30,000 seats in there, and each seat has an NFT. So we developed this ISG Elite Pass, where if you upload it, it gives you utility, and then you could put your PFP right into the seat, and you could have your NFT or any image in any location. And like, we really believe, like, for example, like Taylor Swift, if she's doing a concert in Las Vegas, and then we could stream that concert into the stadium. And why do you want to limit your audience only to the people in Vegas? You get people from all over the world, all different time zones. They come into our stadium and they watch the concert at the same time. And actually, when we were in NFT in New York, we had a proof of concept where we went to a club in the city, and people were dancing in the club and everything like that. And at the same time, we had a VR set up, and they went in and they saw the people in Somnium. Our community was there, and they greeted them, and we were dancing in real life, and we were dancing in the stadium, and it was a huge success. The people didn't understand what was going on. From that day, I said, this is the direction that we want to go. We know that the people like this. And and then also we have like streaming every Friday night, Coyote nights. Oh. We have all different DJs that come, and it's getting a huge following. We stream it, live stream on many different things. People watch it, they enjoy it. They have it on X, and they have it on everybody's Instagram Live, which they bounce us off all the time. But okay. And then the second thing was Max Cargo, which is an incredible game. And you never really played a game unless you were in VR. I mean, it's just so incredible to have a game in VR. I think our game is the first real shooter game that's in VR with the excitement that we have. So maybe if you could explain a little bit about the game.
Just to touch on the NFT seats.
Okay.
The big thing was we wanted decentralized media displays as the first layer. So we have a centralized media, like a display ad banners. We have a centralized one for brands because they're not going to be into NFTs. We want them to be able to upload and change the 3D environment without 3D knowledge. But we also want to give our community the opportunity to monetize their own traffic. And so the seats were essentially our testing ground. And through the NFT, you're actually uploading your own media. We don't touch the data. We don't store the data. The blockchain does. And you can update it to whatever you want, whenever you want. And that's the amazing part it was really just the conception, the beginning, the test of, can this be done? And I'll tell you what, it absolutely can. And we did it, baby. And now as we move into Somnium 3, we're looking at this monetization strategy of, okay, how can we create our marketplace items? How can we make things valuable and add enhanced experience for the users, possibly multipliers on points for games? And so what we're doing is we're doing character development. We have a series of characters which are forming a story, and I think that's the best part about virtual reality is it's not only like a sounding board or a manifestation place, but it's also a great place for storytelling and a way to relate to your audience and to people that maybe wouldn't even know that they would relate to the baby Blake, which we all dearly loved. But this is Holtzaw, my future self, and he's one of the examples of all of his outfit, everything he wears is going to give players an enhanced experience inside the game, but also it's going to benefit them when it comes down to playing. They're going to have additional strength, additional points. They're going to monetize it by making new outfits for Holtzaw or whatever character they want to put into the space. There's Baby Blake right there. But the goal is that we can easily create blueprints for creators to come in and join this marketplace or just be able to create, encourage them to create.
This is a very important point because in Max Cargo, from my experience in retail, we built a store. So now, how do you keep somebody coming back? How do you keep somebody interested? So when they play the game, then they earn points, and they could go into the store and play to earn, and then they could buy avatars, buy assets, all the assets that we saw, and they could actually wear them when they're playing the game or go into our other worlds. It's interoperable. Those wearables will be able to move from other, like the Oasis games or other games within Somnium. You could get your gun, you could go from one place to the other place and use it even though there's not a game. And we feel that this is, keeping the people involved and letting them keep creating stuff. So we really believe in the play-to-earn system, which is evolving in Somnium. And in Somnium 3, we're so excited to get that started because we can't wait to get onto that marketplace and have our community build things and earn.
And with this also, too, we're trying to give creators the roadmap of how they can monetize brands. Because everybody individually, we know this from YouTube, we're all getting reached out to. People, especially in this niche market, we're very attractive to people that are outside of it, especially brands. And we're trying to show creators how you can leverage that brand wanting to get into virtual reality or in just the 3D because it's future-proofing their existing brand IP. It's a huge thing. And I think that with this environment, with Somnium Space, you can truly leverage that IP in a way where it's gamified and that people aren't feeling overwhelmed that you're in their space as a brand because the whole point is that they're not there. If they're going to be there, it needs to be fun. They can't be invading our fun space. And that's why the decentralized atmosphere is super key because each and every single one of us could then leverage that. And that's why we started our ISG Elite Scroll. It's free. If you guys are, if you have a Polygon, if you have a MetaMask and it's on Polygon, it costs you like 7 cents to mint. It essentially joins our crew, and it'll allow for you to be actually a creator within the ISG metaverse inside Somnium Space. And we've also branched into things like Roblox and Unreal Engine, building things with AI. Conveys, like I said earlier, a partner. And we're building metahumans and experiences where it could be virtual shopping or Holtzar's fortune telling. But we want people to join this community because we can't do it alone. And I think that the only way that this really evolves is by everybody trying something new, becoming the creator that you all are. And I really, truly believe that the scroll is, as a white label solution, will be kind of like the poster child as to how communities should be run, where it's giving the rights of the property inside of property, if that makes sense. It gives you guys rights, and it's all going to be based on engagement and what you provide for the community. And then, we're already over. Huzzah! Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Yes. Or should we do another Yeah. Seriously, thank you guys so much. It's a blessing to be here, and if it weren't for Artur and all of you guys, the amazing family that we formed in Somnium, my life wouldn't be the same. I love you guys so much. And huzzah, let's go. Love you guys, let's go!
Guys, you know, I want to add something here, because when I look at this, and I remember the days when I first of all thought about Somnium and thought, okay, I want to do some social VR platform, and then we created that, and I remember we were touring it, and it was empty, it was nothing, and then guys like you and others, they come in and they start create and they start build, so many museums, and you guys build stadiums and many parcels. They're beautiful aesthetically, but also functional in so many ways. And that's kind of was the dream of mine, to make people like you come in and start building and start creating. And of course, the Worlds is the next kind of iteration, the C# scripting and everything, what that allows. It's the dream to see that flourish. So thank you very much for building and staying with us. This is amazing.
Your creation changed my life, brother. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's that? Love you, buddy. Group hug, let's go. I love you. Let's go.
All right, now in 2 minutes, last presentation and then demos. I know you all want to get there. right, so again, another example, and my biggest pleasure and a great friend, Yaroslav, aka Artific. I know him like this. Even though, listen, this was not always your avatar, okay? You're my brother now. We own the same similar avatar from one creator who did a series of them, and now we look the same. So he's creating a lot in Somnium, and he basically took our SDK in Somnium 2.0, and he created another layer which allowed other creators and companies to create in Somnium faster. So what he did is he did kind of this in-between layer, which is amazing. Yeah, I'll just be assisting him. So he'll be telling you what he's doing. I'll take the VR1 and go into Somnium and just show you some of the worlds and enjoy the presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Arthur is actually right. I was jealous of his really cool avatar. So when his brother, there are like 3 that were minted, only one in the world. And when one of them was the person was selling it, why would he do that? So yeah, I just had to buy it. So yeah, no, we are virtual brothers. Yeah, this is other avatar that I have, and yeah, the people that build and generally work or do something in social VR. I think all of us want to sort of imagine that we look like that, or at least I do, like badass guy. But at least for me, I think this is more what I actually do and how other people see me. And it's actually also where the Artific comes from. So it's a combination of artist and scientist from one forgotten, obscure sci-fi book. Yeah, actually, like I know everyone is super tired, so I try to make it dynamic and interesting. So we start with video. It's like 3 minutes of what we actually built in Somnium 2, and then we will jump into the demo. I think I created something really cool. I didn't have much time because we are migrating into Somnium 3 and everything is being in flux and building. But I think I created something that wasn't built in social VR yet. So you have one treat. You made it this long. So yeah, I hope you will like it. Okay, so let's go. Should play the video.
I'm
cool.
here to take you on an exciting journey into the digital universe. A universe where virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and blockchain converge. This is the world of Oasis metagames, or as we like to call it, OMG. At OMG, we've harnessed the power of VR, AI, and blockchain to develop our innovative Layer 2 solution, the OMG engine. Our technology is built on top of Somnium Space, the world's first blockchain-powered virtual reality metaverse, paving the way for safe and immersive digital experiences. But the engine is just the beginning. We've gone beyond developing technology to crafting a vibrant ecosystem of experiences, the OMG multiverse. An ever-evolving digital landscape, the multiverse is where we've pushed the boundaries of what's possible. Imagine transitioning from exploring a fantasy realm, to attending a live concert, to brainstorming with your team in a virtual office, all within the same ecosystem. Our mission is bold. We aim to create cutting-edge metaverse experiences and provide the tools for others to do the same. By creating fantastic worlds, games, and experiences, we're building the blueprint for a diverse and rich metaverse ecosystem. Take our game, Firestrike Awaken. We're enabling users to create their own custom levels and spells, adding to the richness of the interactive landscape. Our journey so far has been exhilarating. We've successfully launched a variety of products, events, and games. From custom-built worlds, such as the one we created for the first presidential candidate conference in the metaverse, to hosting product launches for VR drivable vehicles and guitars. Each launch has been a unique celebration. Games like Firestrike Awaken, Catacombs, Old Hospital and Lab Invaders have ushered in whole new realities for our users to explore. One of our most exciting achievements is integrating OpenAI's advanced conversational AI, ChatGPT, into the OMG engine. This means that our OMG multiverse is now populated by both human players and AI-driven NPCs. This has unlocked a new level of interactivity and immersion. Joining OMG is more than just gaining access to a cutting-edge platform. It's about joining a movement. We're not only creating a new virtual world, we're creating a new way to experience life, work, and play. By connecting with OMG, you're joining the evolution of the metaverse. As we look to the future, our plan extends beyond entertainment. We're paving the way for a new digital economy, from virtual real estate to premium content subscriptions. We're excited to redefine what's possible in the digital world, and we're eager for you to join us on this journey. At Oasis Metagames, we're more than a gaming company or a tech startup. We're the architects of a new digital age. As we continue to innovate and push boundaries, we're eager to welcome everyone into the captivating world of the metaverse. Our journey is just beginning, and we can't wait for you to join us as we shape the future of digital reality. Get in touch with us on Twitter, Authenticity, and of course in VR.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so I would like to say that all of that you see, it was live VR footage from events and taken, a lot of it taken with the camera that I actually created in Somnium because we needed something dynamic. And yeah, so Somnium was working on other important features. No, they have it in 3.0, but we had it already like a year ago, and our clients and partners were able to use it, and we were able to use it to create the video like this. This is like cool thing about Somnium, because like if you're missing a feature, like just build it. You can do it. We were able to integrate like web requests. We were able to integrate AI like a couple months after it became a hit, and a lot of other things. This is pretty cool thing. I don't think you can do a lot of stuff in other places, but there are always limitations. And in Somnium, there were just few in Somnium 2, and no, in Somnium 3 they actually remove all of them. So no. Like you can't complain that there's something is missing in Somnium. If like you know, because you can build it yourself. Cool. So yeah, Oasis Metagames. So what we are building the OMG multiverse as our IP worlds that people can experience. Then we also provide the solution that we are using to build that. I will talk a little bit more about that. And we are building custom worlds for our clients. So just to name few, so our biggest partner, as you saw before, are guys from ISG. They create amazing things. They took the technology that we have and they created just like mind-blowing stuff. The stadium, yeah, it's like this thing is huge. You can just go there and get lost. It happened to us a couple of times, actually. Yeah, they needed to improve the navigation in that place because this is just like it's super huge. Like we were going to a concert and half of the people just wasn't able to make it there. So yeah, yeah, that was a fun experience. And yeah, a lot of other quite big companies. So yeah, it's our pleasure. And yeah, let's go to the fun part. So if you can bring the VR. No, yeah, I think we're in different screen. Is it possible? So maybe we have like two screens or something. Do we have someone? Maybe Blake, could you look there? Yeah. So yeah. While we have little technical difficulties, I will tell you more about what I built, and then you it was solved so quickly. Who's the expert? Huzzah! Okay, yeah, so what you can see here, it's quite rudimentary right now, but what you can see is 16 square kilometers, 30,000 trees, 70,000 bushes, 10,000 stone formations. Oh. Oh yeah, what's no, we're getting sick. Yeah. Yeah, the grass is generated with the render distance of 200 meters. quite dense. Everything is generated procedurally based on the rules. It can be, if we want, we can plug it to AI. And as you heard in the previous presentation, you can actually then tell AI, okay, I want more trees, I want a little bit higher mountains, I want bigger lakes, but not so many. And the AI would then be able to adjust the parameters of the procedure generation and would be able to generate the whole new world for you. And potentially, it's even possible to do it in real time while you are in the world. So all of this is possible, actually, with this kind of technology. It should be running at full 90 FPS with all of this vegetation and stuff. So in Unity, doing that with just basic terrain and their feature is practically impossible. And so we created the custom LOD system that is able to very efficiently render all of that. And all of that is necessary is actually generated automatically based on the parameters that we set. And right now it's quite rudimentary, but even so, it's quite lush and you can have fun in the environment like that. But we want to make it much more complex and interesting with interesting content. But I wanted to show you what you can do in social VR, like Somnium. There are really no limits. And the reason why we chose the 4x4 kilometers is just that, yeah, it takes some time to actually generate those models and stuff. If you want to do 8x8, that's no problem, and it will actually be running at the same FPS because the system is very scalable. So, yeah, that's this environment. Now we can bring back the presentation and we can continue. So this should show you what are the possibilities really in Somnium. Like anything that you saw in a game or in enterprise application, now you can do in Somnium. And you can do it, I would say, even much easier because there are so many other features, like, for example, the camera system, the multiplayer, the avatar system, all the monetization features that you heard Artu talk about. All of that is implemented. So you just build the environment and the game mechanics, and you can have a game that you want in a fraction of time. You have the community to test that game, and yeah, it's pretty cool. We're doing it for a while, 3 years now and counting, and it is really pretty cool. So what we are doing and what we are building right now is the OMG multiverse, as we call it. There will be 2 big worlds, one Dragon Falls, so that's basically what you saw, like stylized fantasy world RPG kind of thing. Then we plan to build Arcade City, which is more contemporary architecture, a little bit to the cyberpunk big city with high rises and different kind of games, usually like simple ones. We want to create something where people can come and can have fun alone, single player, or with other people. That's why people are coming to social VR. So we want to create something where they can just come and have fun with friends. Yeah, then a lot of different smaller targeted pocket world experiences. In Somnium 2, we have over 20 different worlds that you could see in the presentation. Yeah, and so the OMG engine, what is it, and what does it do? So Somnium has limitations on worlds because, against the popular opinion, so cloud storage, traffic, and all of these things, they don't grow on trees. It actually costs money, and yeah, so they have limitations. But we are hosting our own content. So what you saw, the world that you saw, took like 100 kilobytes on Somnium servers and 300 megabytes on our servers. So we're taking the cost and. But
also the ownership, you own that stuff and you can dynamically change it.
Yeah, yeah. and responsibility if we lose it for our clients. Yeah, it kind of comes with good and bad. So yeah, we can extend the size in Somnium to we have gigabytes of data that we're hosting for ourselves and for our clients. In Somnium 3, we are actually able to stream the content and worlds live. So like if you have 2 gigabyte world, then like it's not a good experience for a person to be, okay, I'm going to that world, I heard the cool stuff about it, or my friend is waiting there and like, no, you downloading 2 gigabytes of data and you're waiting. So yeah, obviously it's not a good experience. So we let you in immediately to be able to talk to people immediately, but then in the background we are streaming all the content that is actually needed for you to be able to do whatever you want to do. So yeah, that's built in. Then we have also a system for modular team workflows. So what you actually saw with the open world, there are 4 different projects, 4 different Unity projects that are merged together. Currently, when we are migrating with ISG, their old worlds, their different team members have different projects for what they're building, and then we are compositing it together. And if, for example, 2 of them are working on a Max Cargo game, then they are able to composite again, not the whole world, because they are not interested about that, but they are able to pull into their project data from the other project. So this makes it very efficient for them to work and debug when something comes in. And yeah, we have a lot of advanced features there. I will skip that because you are tired. Probably not interested about that. But if anyone is interested, you can reach me on Twitter. So yeah, there's opportunity in this. So if anyone of you is building or see Somnium as a cool thing and you would like to build some stuff, then we are actually always open if someone has some cool world, and or we usually work with people that already have some experiences. So if you are someone like that and you want to do something more, then is like general that people generally do in worlds like VRChat and others. They want to go farther, then you can come to us and we can help you. Also, if you already have some cool world and you would like to host it in one of our worlds, we can do it, and then people that will be in our world, they can actually create a portal into your world, and we can create like more, we can give you more traffic, and we can connect all of these separate instances together. And yeah, so there's that, and worlds and parcels. Yeah, what we can also do, and that's something we're working very actively with ISG, is that we can create, like they are able to create their own worlds in worlds. So you saw it in the previous slide. Like these different portals, that they lead to different worlds that were sometimes created by different creators. So we can do that, and of course, you can sell it, you can rent it. We have experience with that, and you can do the same thing with parcels. So what you see, for example, in Somnium, and this is like huge open world with 5,000 parcels, so you can build the same thing. It's actually like the thing.
Thanks.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's true.
Do it.
Would probably be yeah. I wouldn't go for 5,000 because it's mega complicated. So yeah, I would start like smaller and probably like target it to some like niche area, because like going 5,000, like believe me, it's like super complicated. You don't want to do that. you want to leave it to Arthur, and he goes through the way and see what works and what doesn't, and then you can do it when you see what works. But yeah, you can start smaller, and you can actually create parcels using this system, and you can sell those parcels, run them, and so on. And yeah, so that's it.
Wow!
Oh, that was.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? The first speaker
that was
finished on time. 0, 0, 0, 0. My total respect to you for that. No, thank you, Artific. Great stuff we've built, and so many companies, and we can name you know, the fashion shows, the TV stations, and all the other experiences building on top of your engine because it's faster, better, and more efficient. So thank you. Don't go away, because I want to invite the whole Somnium team and Somnium community members. Come here on stage. Come on, you're fast. Oh, you're sleeping. I know. Come on. Come here. Come, everybody, come here. Let's say thank you on behalf of Somnium that you came in. Actually, we finished only 15 minutes later than we wanted to finish.
Okay, that's good.
That's good, given that we started at 10 a.m. So again, thank you very much. Of course, it's not the whole team. We have a lot of people decentralized, as always, in all different countries, and they were not able to come all together. But in any case, thanks a lot. We're really working hard. We love you all, and we'll be here next year and year after that, hopefully with some cool new products. Thank you very much. Important information. Now the demos. Oh, they're running. Oh no, don't kill it. Oh my goodness. Okay, that was all right. Oh, by the way, information. We will be have your demos. We'll be setting up the after party, cleaning all this stuff, and there will be live DJs soon. So don't go far away.
that working? Go through. Huh? More, yeah. Yeah, cool. Much more. Got more. I'll turn this up and turn this down. Ho! More, or is that okay?
This is EQ for the mic?
Yeah. Did it?
Maybe the eventual raise for example, low cut. Feedback will come in. You will see. You can see. You can only
No. Yes, I do. There's a hard drive in my bag.
I'll wait till you're done.
Okay. Shoulder.
Now. No, with. Yeah, and this.
Two, 200.
30. A little down. And 2000. 50, 60.
Yeah.
So, like this.
Yes.
But just only for the microphone.
Did it? Yes.
Good job.